his back. That was all Jimmy could see before Cold was pulling on his shirt, buttoning it quickly. Cold didn't look at Jimmy, but he spoke quietly. "I won't be needing your services today. Take the night off." Jimmy couldn't mask his disappointment at being denied an evening with Cold. He pouted, perking up and asking hopefully, "What about tomorrow?" "I'll let you know," Cold said sternly, tucking in his shirt and fastening his belt. He slid on a shoulder holster, a quick glint of silver flashing as he checked his guns. Jimmy had never noticed Cold carrying before. Not until last night. He didn't know anything about guns, but he could see the Colds were silver and big, with pearl handles. "Is everything okay?" Jimmy asked softly. He could sense a dangerous tension brewing in Cold as if he was preparing for battle. "Fine," Cold said, coldly. He disappeared into his closet to finish getting dressed unseen. "Okay," Jimmy frowned, deciding to roll back over to doze. Cold was clearly not in a talkative mood, and Jimmy was a little offended by his brisk attitude. Last night had been full of so many intimate moments, and Jimmy thought he had finally made a crack in that icy armor of his. Apparently not. Sighing softly, he pulled the blankets up over his shoulder and closed his eyes. He heard Cold come back toward the bed, but remained as he was, intent on ignoring him. "Don't sleep all day," came a rumbling purr in his ear, so close that it startled him, long fingers petting through his hair. Jimmy couldn't help but smile in surprise, his cheeks warming up at the sweet affection. Maybe he had made a little more progress than he first thought. He opened one eye to peer up at Cold standing over him. "I can make no such guarantee." Cold scoffed, pulling away to adjust his tie. "Rowena will come by to see you later. She'll have paperwork for you to sign." "Paperwork?" Jimmy rolled back over to face Cold, frowning. "You're a new employee," Cold said dryly. "There is a standard contract for all our performers. There are also tax forms you need to fill out and vital statistics that we need for your employee file. Driver's license, social security card." "Seriously?" Jimmy was surprised. "This is what you meant by a new deal?" Cold snorted, retorting sharply. "I do run legitimate businesses, Mr. Poe." Laughing at the idea of Cold being concerned with W-9s, Jimmy grinned. Cold rolled his eyes and said, "I'll text you later if anything changes. Keep your phone close." "And thank you for that, by the way," Jimmy said. "I never did get a chance." "I've added the purchase price to your balance," Cold said with a smirk. "Once you're more fiscally stable, the monthly bill will also be yours. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Good," Cold said, turning to leave. "Goodbye, Mr. Poe." "Bye," Jimmy sighed, flopping around in bed. He couldn't fall back asleep, finally sitting up with a loud groan. Cold had left him a small card, as usual. $223,208.18. "I'll see you soon. R.L." Hardly a love letter, but Jimmy smiled all the same. He got dressed, back in his tux, slinging the jacket over his shoulder and grabbing his mother's jewelry box. On his way out, he paused to get a better look at Cold's den. Last time he was there, Rowena had been waiting for him, and he hadn't stopped to look at anything. Now that he had a moment, he was curious. There were a few photographs and vintage concert posters, all framed and hung with great care. There was a picture of a little girl and Cold, perhaps in his 20s, and his hair already starting to gray. The girl was sitting in his lap, and she was grinning, proudly showing off a missing tooth. Jimmy grinned when he recognized the little girl as Rowena. There was another one of Rowena as a teenager, dressed up for a formal dance of some kind. Her hair was a giant brown bouffant of teased-out curls, and she was wearing a neon blue sequined dress. The last photo was tiny, but the frame was thick and heavy, as if to help protect it. It was an old Polaroid of a young woman with smooth, dark skin and a smile that reeked of mischief. Her thick hair framed her face like a smoky cloud with white lilies pinned behind her ear. Cold's mother, Suzanne. She was beautiful. The lilies were the same kind as those scattered all throughout the house, Jimmy realized with a small smile. He also noticed that one of the concert posters hanging up was hers, advertising a show from the early 70s. It was bright and colorful, a heavily stylized Art Nouveau image of Suzanne singing. Jimmy was sad, knowing that these images might be the only things Cold had of his mother to remember her by. While Jimmy mourned his own mother's loss deeply, he at least had a few years of good memories to treasure. Cold had but a single Polaroid and an old poster. After heading downstairs, Jimmy found Jerry, the limo driver, and a part-time chef ever diligently cooking breakfast in the kitchen, and there was no sign of Rowena. When Jimmy inquired, Jerry politely informed him that she was still recovering from last evening's celebratory activities. Crap, I gave her my house key. Jimmy sighed miserably. I really need to go home. Ahem, monsieur, Jerry said, reaching into his pocket and offering out the key to Jimmy's apartment. Jerry, you really are amazing. Oui, Jerry chuckled heartily and winked, offering Jimmy a full plate of eggs and bacon. Jimmy ate every bite before Jerry graciously gave him a ride back home. He was so happy to be in his own apartment. It was easy to get carried away in a fantasy when he was with Cold. His home wasn't fancy and new, but it was his. It was grounding. It helped remind him that he had a life beyond his deal with Cold. He had an innocent father in prison he still needed to free, bills to pay, a college education to finish. He had a life. But when he was with Cold, all of that faded away. He became a slave to that smooth voice. And Cold's velvet words were an incantation designed to summon Jimmy's most intimate self. The hint of danger made it even more titillating, and Jimmy couldn't deny the thrill it gave him. Deeper than the superficial carnal pleasures, their time together gave Jimmy a purpose, and it was one he could actually fulfill. He hadn't been successful at freeing his father or getting a degree, but with Cold, all of his shortcomings about being a failure left him. Wrapped up in Cold's seductive tones, he was always victorious. He was always good. Jimmy puttered around his apartment, changing out of his rumpled tux and into a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt. He tried to keep busy, straightening up and doing the few dishes he had left behind. He carried his mother's jewelry box into his bedroom, placing it reverently in the top drawer of his dresser, and laughing when he found his new socks and underwear neatly folded in his drawers already. Jerry was one of a kind. Looking through his closet, Jimmy was amazed at how full it was. Everything they had purchased hung neatly in plastic from the dry cleaners, his new shoes lined up together on the floor. Jimmy thumbed through the new clothing, wondering if he should get rid of some of his old clothes. Some of it was pretty terrible, but he didn't want to get too spoiled with his current lifestyle. It was temporary, he knew. Unless he managed to woo Boss Cold before the last night of their arrangement, he would probably end up selling most of those nice clothes and be right back in rags again. Jimmy didn't want to think that way, deciding to stay positive and start snatching some of his old clothes from the rack. He threw them behind him, making a pile on the floor to donate. "Hello!" Rowena's musical voice sang out. She had her giant purse under her arm, grinning cheerfully at Jimmy when she strolled into his bedroom. "Hey, Jimmy stammered in surprise. "How did you get in here?" Duh," Rowena drawled with a long roll of her eyes. "I had a copy of your key made. Now, look at you. Had such a good night, huh?" Jimmy pressed his hands over his face as if he could hide the blush coloring his cheeks. "It was fine." Rowena hummed, waggling her eyebrows. Thirdsies told me you and Roddy were having a lovely time making sweet music together. Don't worry, I won't tell Dario what you guys did to his piano. But he's gonna find out. Jimmy's face reddened even more. Oh my God. Quirking an eyebrow at the clothing scattered across the floor, Rowena squealed excitedly. Oh my God is right. Are we finally having a bonfire? No, Jimmy protested. I'm just, clearing out some stuff. I'm going to donate them. Jimmy? Rowena said slowly, taking a deep breath. Homeless people wouldn't use your nasty clothes to wipe their asses with. Burn it. Put those poor rags out of their misery. No, Jimmy said stubbornly. I'm going to donate it. Take some of my good luck and, pay it forward. Making a face, Rowena set her purse down and joined him in cleaning out the closet. You're hopeless. You're way too sweet to be a Mafia boyfriend. Yeah. Wait, Jimmy exclaimed when Rowena's indiscriminate trashing had reached a faded black t-shirt. No, not that one. Rowena quirked a slim brow at the ragged old AC/DC shirt. Are you serious? It's sentimental, Jimmy said, grabbing it back with a defiant pout. Oh, your dad's? Rowena said with an understanding nod. Mom's, actually, Jimmy chuckled. It's from the Razor's Edge tour. She was a huge fan. She dragged my dad all the way to Paris to see them on their honeymoon. She always used to joke that it was the night I was conceived. Oh, that's so cute, Rowena said with a sweet smile, continuing to pillage Jimmy's old clothing and throw them aside. Yeah, Jimmy laughed as he hung the precious shirt back up. Most people were like, wow, Paris for your honeymoon? How romantic. Not my mom. Paris, she only wanted to go there to rock out with AC/DC. Rowena's smile took a softer turn. Mom was a little bit of a groupie, huh? Well, let's just say there's a good chance that Brian Johnson might be my real father. Jimmy giggled. Rowena laughed, chucking the last of the clothing that failed to pass her standards into the pile on the floor. You need to cash in on that, Oh, maybe that's where you got those pipes from. Hey, maybe. Jimmy grinned. Wouldn't mind some of that rock star money. Speaking of those beautiful pipes, Rowena teased, twirling around to retrieve her giant purse. It's paperwork time, sweetie. Right, Jimmy said dutifully, leading Rowena to his kitchen table to start filling out the forms. She used her cell phone to scan his identification and helped him fill everything out. The last form was the contract. Now, she said, tapping her nails across the paper, I can't say this as exciting as your, current arrangement with my brother, but it's more than fair. $2,500 a night. 2 nights a week guaranteed. I wanted more, but Roddy wouldn't let me. He, cough, wants to keep your evenings open. Jimmy was dumbfounded. That's $5,000 a week. Yeah, for 2 nights of singing pretty, plus weekly rehearsals. You'll need to get up with Dario and work some shit out. Rowena ran her fingers through her hair. All business, as she said. Your first set was good. Keeping it nice with the classics. But new stuff with a jazzy twist? Mama likes. Figure out some 3 to 5 song sets. I'll give you wiggle room with the modern stuff as long as you change up the feel. Got it, Jimmy said earnestly. I'll give you all of this week to practice with Dario and figure out your wheelhouse of tunes, Rowena went on. But I want you back on stage by Friday. That's Roddy's birthday. We're having a huge party at the club. And you're gonna sing for him. Jimmy gulped. Any questions? Not at the moment. Reaching into her magical purse, Rowena pulled out a check and passed it over. For last night. Now remember, as an independent contractor, you're responsible for keeping some moolah aside to pay your own taxes. Blah, blah, blah. Got it? Got it. I'm thinking Wednesdays and Fridays for you, Rowena said with a happy purr. I'm so excited to see you sing again. But definitely want to make sure you and Dario have time to work your sets out. I'll text you his number. See if he can meet you at the club tomorrow afternoon. Okay, Jimmy said, taking a deep breath. $5,000 a week. He was still stunned. It wasn't quite fulfilling his dream of working at a prestigious law firm helping those in need, but it was a hell of a paycheck. He could get all of his stuff out of Maury's shop, put money in his father's commissary account, and try to find a new lawyer. He could get his life back on track, no matter how this deal with Cold ended. Now, Rowena declared, stashing the papers all away, all work and no play makes Rowena a very, very bored girl. She grinned wickedly. Unless you already pawned it, there's a blender here, and it's time to party. It's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday. Please, Rowena said with a mournful pout. I want to drink and go out dancing tonight. You know you want to go out with me. Jimmy tapped his foot anxiously, indecisive. He knew he didn't officially have an appointment with Cold this evening, but he hoped he would change his mind later. I don't know. I've only been home for a few hours, and what? Do you need to throw more stuff in the burn pile? Rowena whined. Jimmy, I'll go ahead and help you out. Just burn everything in here and start over. Jimmy snorted. I was kind of wanting to stay occupied in case Cold, needed me. He's gonna be pretty busy tonight, Rowena said with a thoughtful glance at her nails. Jimmy remembered how tense Cold seemed this morning. Is everything okay? Peachy, she replied quickly, smiling innocently. Does this have to do with the Three Stooges being in Strassen? Jimmy asked stubbornly. Rowena pursed her lips, tilting her head thoughtfully. Maybe. Who are they? Jimmy pressed. When Rowena started staring off at the ceiling and humming loudly, he tried again. If you tell me, I'll go out tonight with you. Ah, fine, she groaned, accepting defeat all too easily with a proud smile. Look at you, bribing people for information. Maybe you do have what it takes to be a Mafia boyfriend. Jimmy couldn't help but feel a little smug, and the word boyfriend made his ears burn. Okay, Rowena said, her nails eagerly tapping against the table. Here's the tea. Larry, Curly, and Mo. Luigi, Christian, and Matteo. Lucchesi. Jimmy's breath was lost, his eyes widening in surprise. You mean the same Lucchesis that Cold ran out of town? Yep, that's them. Don Raffaello's boys. You see, after Raffaello was killed, they started an all-out war amongst themselves to see who would get Daddy's crown. They all accused each other of killing Raffaello, and no one would fess up. It was a bloodbath for years. Total chaos. And that's when Cold took over, Jimmy supplied, blinking slowly. Yep, Rowena said, proudly. My big brother is all about opportunity. After a few years of the Lucchesi brothers trying to murder the crap out of each other and exhausting all the resources, Roddy got his gentlemen together. He waited for the perfect time and made his move. He drove them all out and made Strassen Springs his bitch. So wait, Jimmy stuttered, trying to keep up. Who killed the Don? Who knows? Rowena said with a shrug. Maybe Matteo. He's a total shit. I mean, we're technically like third cousins or something, but fuck them. Everybody thinks Roddy did it to start the little gang war, but all he did was jump at the beautiful opening those idiots gave him. He didn't kill Raffaello. One of his shitty kids probably did. But all of them are back. Jimmy continued to press. The 3 sons. They're here in the city. That's what they told Rod last night. I mean, Cold. Yeah, which is super shady. The Lucchesis finally learned to play nice, and they rebuilt elsewhere. But they still have a lot of ties here. Who knows? They might just be in town for a wedding. Or they're planning something, Jimmy said slowly. Rowena tapped Jimmy's nose. Gold star for you. She hopped up, heading into the kitchen and pulling several bottles of alcohol out of her purse. You don't need to worry. Roddy is a big boy, and he can handle this. Jimmy frowned, watching Rowena mix up a fruity-smelling batch of drinks. He didn't feel very reassured, a knot starting to twist up in his stomach. He hadn't really thought about it, But Cold was in constant danger. Rival gangsters, the cops. He wondered if that was part of why Cold made such an effort to keep him at arm's length. Maybe the distance was to protect Jimmy. Finding the Christmas mugs in the cabinet, Rowena filled the reindeer with alcoholic slush and handing it to him, cheering, "Drink up." Jimmy cringed at the tart bite when he took a sip. God, what's in this? Raspberry vodka, orange vodka, sweet and sour mix, blue curacao. Rowena rattled off the ingredients with a smirk. But I sort of fucked up the portions, so it's mostly a shit ton of raspberry vodka. Trying to stomach the sweet concoction, Jimmy took a few more sips. Rowena had already finished hers and was pouring another. "Come on," she said with a clap of her hands. "It's dress-up time." She marched straight to his closet, and Jimmy didn't even try to stop her, though he did follow, grinning as she picked out slim black jeans, a white dress shirt, and a red blazer. She pawed through his drawers, pulling out black suspenders and a red bow tie to match the jacket. Jimmy couldn't deny Rowena had excellent taste, more than happy to let her pick out his clothing. "Wear your sneakers again," she said, pointing at his feet. "And oh, where's that ring? That pretty ruby one?" "For my mom?" Jimmy said with a blink. Rowena kept digging until she found the jewelry box, humming happily as she picked it out. "Yes, this one. You should totally wear it. It's fucking gorgeous. Red is definitely your color." Jimmy took the ring, trying it on his fingers. It fit pretty well on his right ring finger. It was beautiful, although he wished it was clean. "Maybe," he said. "I mean, I just got all that stuff back. I don't want to lose it." "You won't lose it," Rowena reassured him. "Now hurry up and get dressed." "Yes, ma'am," Jimmy said obediently, laughing as Rowena gave him some privacy to get ready. When he stepped out of his bedroom, she pounced to make a few adjustments and fix his hair. She also made sure Jimmy finished his drink before they left, and when they got in the limo, she had Jerry take them out to eat first. Rowena insisted on paying for their food, ordered more drinks, and by the time they finally arrived at the club, Jimmy was already quite tipsy. As they walked up to the door, Jimmy gawked at the line of people waiting to get in. All Rowena had to do was smile at the bouncer, and he opened the door immediately to let them through. "Have a fun evening, Mr. Grand," he said politely. "Thanks, babe." She blew the bouncer a kiss, dragging Jimmy inside with her. "Come on, Jimmy, let's fucking boogie." Rain was the name of the club, a massive 2-story building with a dance floor on each level and 4 bars in total. It was loud and noisy, surprisingly full for an early evening on a Sunday. Rowena held Jimmy's hand, practically skipping onto the dance floor as infectious techno music thundered through the speakers. Rowena was a fantastic dancer, moving flawlessly, even in her tall heels. She grinded her body down to the floor and popped effortlessly back up with a smooth curl of her hips, rocking to the music without ever missing a beat. Jimmy wasn't too bad on his feet, loose enough to let himself go and relax. He threw his hands up, enjoying the thrum of the bass pounding beneath his sneakers, twirling around and laughing. He couldn't remember the last time he had been out dancing, laughing when Rowena grabbed his hands and gave him a spin. They had both managed to dance off their buzz after several songs, panting and sweating. Sensing sobriety approaching like an alcoholic superhero, Rowena led Jimmy off the floor and to the closest bar. "The usual, Mr. Grand?" the bartender asked as they sat down. "Please," Rowena replied, waving at Jimmy. "And whatever he wants." Appletini?" Jimmy asked politely, grinning when Rowena gave him a thumbs up. "Having fun?" Rowena asked happily. "Yes, I'm having a blast," Jimmy said, surprised as their drinks appeared almost instantly in front of them. "Here you are, Miss Legrand," the bartender said. "Please let me know if you need anything else." Jimmy's Appletini had quite a punch, and Rowena's margarita reeked of tequila. He noticed that no money had been exchanged. Rowena humming happily as she sipped at her drink. Okay, you've got to tell me. Jimmy laughed. Does everybody here know who you are? Whose club do you think this is? She giggled. It belongs to the gentleman, sweetie. Really? Jimmy cackled. He should have known. Sipping at his drink, he bounced his hip to the music. Yeah, she said, smiling sweetly. Stick with me, sweetie. I'll show you just how good it is to be gangster royalty. One drink turned into two, and then into a few rounds of shots before Rowena deemed them intoxicated enough to get back on the dance floor. They danced until Jimmy's legs were begging for mercy, retreating back to the bar for another round. Jimmy plopped on the bar stool, stripping off his jacket and groaning. Holy crap, no more. Rowena cackled, still standing and continuing to shake her hips as they waited for their drinks. Wussy, she teased. Just take a breather. I'm gonna go make a few requests in a minute. Can I request crutches? Jimmy laughed, rubbing his aching thighs. Come on, it's not that bad. Nah, Jimmy conceded with a grin. Just, woo. It's been a while, and... Hey, Rowena, a voice called out, two men approaching them with friendly smiles. Jimmy didn't think much of it. After all, almost everyone here seemed to know her. What the fuck do you want? Rowena spat, eyes narrowed viciously. Jimmy blinked, surprised at the sudden burst of venom. That's when he noticed that the friendly smiles were a little too friendly, and Rowena had picked up her glass as if to throw it right at their faces. Just be nice, cuz, the taller of the two said with a sneer, staring at Jimmy. Huh, this must be Cold's new chippy. Gulping nervously, Jimmy instinctively backed up into the bar. He didn't like how these men were looking at him at all. Who are you exactly? And how do you know who I am? The tall and ugly one is Vincenzo, and the short and stupid one is Gary, Rowena answered for them, snorting disgustedly. From the very shallow end of the Lucchese gene pool. Pretty fucking sure you know that you're not welcome here. Pretty sure it's a free fucking country, Gary snapped in reply. Vincenzo grabbed Jimmy's wrist, his nasty glare moving to the ring on his finger. Nice bling. Daddy Cold give you that? Hey, get your hands off me, Jimmy barked, trying to wrench his arm away. Vincenzo wouldn't let go, staring in confusion at the ring, and Jimmy grunted, Hey, come on, fuck you, dude. Vincenzo still wouldn't release him, twisting his arm until he yelped in pain. And that was the exact moment everything went very wrong. You stupid cock-guzzling son of a bitch! Rowena growled, her temper flying hot as she swung her foot back, driving her heel into Vincenzo's crotch. He fell like a sack of potatoes with an agonized groan, and started crying when Rowena kept kicking him. I will fucking kill you, you motherfucking dick weasel. Don't you ever fucking touch him. The patrons around the bar had scattered, screaming in alarm and trying to get out of the way. Jimmy was frozen, his heart racing so fast he couldn't draw breath, feeling it skipping beats and jumping into the back of his throat. He watched in horror as Rowena kept driving her foot into Vincenzo's crotch, screaming like a banshee. You fucking crazy bitch! Gary shouted and grabbed around her shoulders, yanking her backwards. She tried to smash her drink into his head but missed, roaring in frustration as she tried to wiggle away. Jimmy lurched forward to intervene, but he suddenly couldn't breathe. Wait, no, he really couldn't breathe. Vincenzo had somehow managed to get back on his feet despite the beating his manhood had taken, dragging Jimmy into a tight headlock. Jimmy clawed desperately at his forearm, watching helplessly as Gary pulled Rowena's hair and swung back to hit her. His blow never landed. A pair of strong hands seizing Gary's arm and snapping it at the wrist with a sickening crunch. Gary screamed, a quick strike to his throat sending him gasping and choking onto the floor. Jimmy couldn't even see who the rescuer was at first, the man moving too quick for him to make out and his vision getting fuzzy. Vincenzo was suddenly gone from behind him, howling in pain. Jimmy gasped, wheezing as he tried to catch his breath and holding his throat. Rowena wrapped him up in a big hug, demanding breathlessly, Fuck, are you okay? I'm fine. Are you? Jimmy panted, his head spinning from all the adrenaline. Fine. What fucking assholes? She growled, still holding Jimmy, but turning her body enough so she could kick Gary in the face. Jimmy saw Vincenzo bleeding from a busted nose, probably broken, curled up on the floor behind him. Giant bouncers arrived to drag him and Gary away, calming the crowd. Their rescuer was casually dusting himself off, turning around to flash them a wry smirk. Mickey Tamerlane, the gentleman assassin fresh out of prison. "Well, that was fun," the hitman crooned with a light chuckle. "Lucchese's feeling mighty brave today, aren't they? Fucking assholes," Rowena muttered, cradling Jimmy protectively. Jimmy stared dumbly at Tamerlane, mumbling, Wow, that was intense. Thank you." Tamerlane shrugged, his dark eyes locking with Jimmy's. "Your family, it's what we do." Face heating up, Jimmy wasn't sure what to say to that. He didn't know how he should feel about being an honorary member of the gentleman family. Flattered? Terrified? Both? He was dizzy and pulled away from Rowena, collapsing against the bar. All the alcohol was rushing up from his stomach, and he was instantly nauseous. Rowena fussed over him, petting his hair and cooing, "Hey, are you okay?" Jimmy shook his head. "Yeah, no, pretty sure I'm gonna be sick." Tamerlane made a face, speaking quickly to Rowena. "Get him back to the limo. Some prick has probably called the cops by now. I'll be right behind you." Rowena nodded, urging, "Come on, Jimmy." Every step was torture, and Jimmy's stomach sloshed violently. He gasped, shaking his head in protest of the inevitable before promptly throwing up on the sidewalk. He groaned at the smell of liquor wafting back toward him. "I don't think I want to be a Mafia boyfriend anymore," he whimpered. Sure you do," Rowena soothed, petting his back in soothing little circles. Jimmy puked again, coughing and hacking. "Fuck." "Okay," Rowena said sweetly. "We'll work on it, sweetie, okay?" Jimmy vomited one more time. "Yep. Okay." "Let's go, sweetie." Chapter 15. Crawling into the back of the limo with help from Rowena and Jerry, Jimmy stretched out across the back seat. He dropped his head in Rowena's lap, swearing to himself that he would never drink again. "Where are we going?" he asked numbly. "Home," Rowena said, gently petting Jimmy's hair. "We're going home." The door popped open, Tamerlane shouting, "Let's fucking go, Jerry." He sat down opposite Rowena and Jimmy, helping himself to some liquor from the bar. The limo took off, Jimmy groaning as his stomach lurched in protest. Tamerlane grabbed an empty champagne bucket, shoving it at Jimmy as he said, "Here." "Thanks," Jimmy mumbled, pushing his face into it. The metal felt cool against his flushed skin, swallowing back a streak of bile, trying to crawl up his throat. "You Doc's kid?" "Who?" Jimmy looked up at the hitman, frowning. "David Poe," Tamerlane replied. "The Doc." You know my dad?" Jimmy asked with a loud belch. He coughed, mumbling, "Sorry." Tamerlane didn't seem to mind. "Yeah, Doc takes care of most of the guys in Westchester when they're fucked up. They're too afraid of the infirmary staff. Those pricks are fucking butches. But not your old man. Stubbed toe, shanked, whatever. Inmates all go to him." "Did he ever help you?" Jimmy asked curiously. "Nah, but I did send him a lot of business while I was in," he replied with a dark chuckle. Jimmy felt sick again. "Doc is a good man," Tamerlane said, his expression one of admiration. "I'm trying to get him out." Jimmy sighed into the bucket. "He doesn't belong there. With people like you," he thought, but didn't dare say it out loud. "Only innocent men in Westchester," Tamerlane agreed. "You think he's innocent?" "I know he is," Tamerlane snorted. "Trust me, kid. I know what a killer looks like. The old man. Ain't got what it takes. Thanks. Jimmy found the comment strangely reassuring. If only a judge would accept Tamerlane's instincts as admissible evidence, he thought crazily to himself. He closed his eyes, trying not to vomit anymore, letting Rowena's long fingernails dragging through his scalp soothe him. You okay? Tamerlane asked, speaking to Rowena. I'm good, she replied softly, as if she thought Jimmy might be asleep. Your bar tab says otherwise, he drawled, clearly not believing her. You got a problem, Tamerlane? No problem, just concerned. Thanks, but I'm good. They didn't say another word until they got back to Cold's estate. Wakey, wakey, junk, Rowena chirped, gently rubbing Jimmy's shoulder. Let's get you inside and get y'all better. Jimmy whined like a petulant child. Fuck, I'm never drinking again. Lies, Rowena giggled, helping him sit up and stumble out of the limo with Tamerlane's assistance. They came through the front door, each with an arm around Jimmy, dragging him through the foyer and into a small sitting room. Propping him in a chair, Rowena patted his head and said, Just stay put, sweetie. We're going to go check with Roddy, okay? Jimmy pressed his hands over his face, nodding slowly. The whole room was spinning, and he really did not want to be upright for much longer. Okay. He heard her heels clacking away as she departed. Closing his eyes, he tried to will away the nausea as hard as he could, slumping down in the chair. Then he realized he could hear voices somewhere close by. The gentlemen were all here. They did not sound happy. You mangled one of the Lucchese boys? A loathsome screech, Valdemar. Only broke his arm. Should be thankful we didn't leave their bodies in a fucking ditch. Tamerlane, angry. They shouldn't have fucking been there at all. Now that Mateo's back, they're all getting uppity as fuck. Lori, maybe. 3 couriers got jumped today, all by Lucchese's. We'll handle it. Cold, smooth and calm, as always. We should kill them all. Corman's nasty voice snapped, loud and furious. We look weak, sitting around like idiots. One of those couriers was mine. They got his entire payload, over 100 grand. They'll not allow us to be dragged into war to appease your wounded pride, Cold replied, icily. They assaulted your sister, your boy? What will it take for you to act? Cool it, Corman. Cold purred, so quietly that Jimmy had to strain to hear him. I've already heard from Mateo. He sends his humblest apologies for the misunderstandings we've had today. He wants to set up a meeting. Both families all together for a nice little picnic. Bullshit, rumbled Tamerlane. Why are they trying to disrupt the peace now? Another voice chimed in, smart, quick. Pim. Is it because of Dickie? Do they really think you're going to go down for that? What does the SSPD have on you? Not enough, or they would have arrested me by now. Cold replied smugly. I won't let that happen. Rowena's voice rang out. If they try to, I'll tell them. You'll do nothing. Cold snapped suddenly. I've got it handled. And Detective Duplin? Pim pressed. Mr. Poe doesn't know it, but he's given me exactly what I need to take care of our dear detective once and for all. Cold said with a very satisfied chuckle. Jules just came back from seeing G-Ma earlier today. Didn't you, Jules? Sure did. Jules rumbled. She made cookies. The peanut butter ones with little chocolate kisses in them. Lovely, Pim said, and Jimmy could practically hear him rolling his eyes. What about the Lucchese's? Corman demanded, ever restless. Later, Cold said briskly, his voice getting closer. And now Jimmy could hear his footsteps. Make sure all the couriers have armed escorts and put extra men down at the bank. But no one makes a fucking move until after I've met with Mateo. But, Corman protested, but fell silent immediately, undoubtedly having received a death glare of epic proportions from Cold. Fine. Now, all of you, Cold commanded, go. Jimmy heard a rush of footsteps as everyone began to leave, the front door slamming shut.
Should put a bullet in that one,
Jules growled. Not yet, Cold replied, quietly. It would be his couriers that got robbed, Rowena mused.
I've got it under control,
Cold said, his voice firmer.
Come on. Need a hand, boss?
Jules offered, snickering loudly. Cold must have said yes, because now Jimmy could hear 2 sets of feet approaching. Take good care of him, Rowena commanded. He's had a hell of a night.
Mm-hmm,
Cold hummed.
Good night, Rowena.
And I meant what I said. If they try to arrest you, I'm not letting you go back to jail, she said defiantly, the click-clack of her heels fading out as she stomped up the stairs before Cold could reply.
Hell of a woman,
Jules said affectionately.
Hell of a pain in my ass,
Cold countered.
That too. Come on, let's get your boy.
Jimmy opened his eyes slowly when he heard shuffling in front of him, staring up at Jules and Cold with a cheerful wave. Hi.
Hey, Twig,
Jules snorted with a grin.
Have a fun time?
I got choked, and then I threw up all over the sidewalk. Maybe in the limo? Can't remember.
Sounds like a fucking fun time to me,
Jules laughed, reaching down and scooping Jimmy up into his arms as if he were a baby.
Let's go.
Cold led them upstairs to his bedroom, telling Jules, I've got it from here.
You kids have a lovely evening,
Jules rumbled softly, setting Jimmy gently down at the edge of the bed and taking his leave. Bye, Jules, Jimmy called out. He grinned dopily up at Cold. Hi.
Are you all right?
Cold asked once they were alone. Concern was openly written all over his face as he softly touched Jimmy's neck. It's fine. I'm fine, Jimmy said, shaking his head. Just, despite how much I puked, I'm still kind of drunk. Cold slowly began to undress Jimmy, tugging at his bow tie and undoing the first few buttons of his shirt. He raised his brow, telling him sternly,
You're going to take a hot bath and then probably eat something. If you puke in my bed, I'm not going to be happy.
I won't, Jimmy promised, leaning heavily into Cold's hands. I mean, I will try really hard not to. Cold snorted, kneeling down to untie Jimmy's shoes. Jimmy stared down at him, asking hesitantly, What did you mean that I gave you what you needed to get Augustus?
Eavesdropping, were you?
Cold began to pull Jimmy's socks off. Couldn't help it, Jimmy said. It's not like you guys were speaking in code. I just want to know. I want to make sure you're not going to hurt him.
No,
Cold said, standing back up and pulling Jimmy's shirt right over his head instead of bothering with the rest of the buttons.
We made a deal, remember? No physical harm will befall Detective Duplin. But I am going to make sure he never bothers me or my family ever again.
How? Jimmy pushed, pouting.
Augustus Duplin is a liar, and now I have proof,
Cold said, quick fingers tugging at Jimmy's pants and suspenders.
That's all you need to know.
Jimmy continued to pout, wiggling his hips as Cold finished undressing him. He began to tug at the ruby ring, grumbling when it wouldn't come off. He stuck his finger deep in his mouth to get it wet, Cold staring at him as he sucked and licked around it. What?
Nothing,
Cold said, his eyes still fixated on Jimmy's lips. Jimmy was able to finally pop off the ring, setting it on the bedside table with a soft clink.
Where did you get that ring?
Cold asked, as if speaking to a startled animal. Mom, Jimmy said, grunting as Cold pulled him to his feet. My mom's. It was in her jewelry box.
What if I wanted to offer you a deal?
Another one? Jimmy laughed, smiling easily and brazenly resting his hands on Cold's hips. Don't we have enough deals?
For the ring,
Cold said, gently prying Jimmy's hands away.
What if I was to forgive your entire debt?
Jimmy's heart stopped on the spot, horrified. No more debt meant no more arrangement, which meant no more nights together. Why would you do that?
Is it not a generous offer?
Cold asked, raising his brow. Too softened by the alcohol to even pretend he wasn't upset, Jimmy felt instantly stung. And that's it. One ring and it's all over.
Didn't realize that ring meant that much to you,
Cold replied sourly. You mean that much to me, Jimmy protested passionately, on his feet and glaring at Cold even as his guts churned and his legs wobbled. Cold looked surprised, his hands resting on Jimmy's shoulders to steady him. His eyes narrowed, expression darkening.
Mr. Poe, I think you're forgetting what this is between us. This is business.
You're so full of shit, Jimmy challenged.
Excuse me?
Cold's fingers flinched ever so slightly, squeezing Jimmy's shoulders a little harder. You are full of shit, Jimmy repeated without hesitation.
Mr. Poe, you're drunk.
And you're an asshole.
Careful now, Cold hissed. I'm willing to overlook your intoxicated behavior, but...
Why can't you just say it? Jimmy pleaded, his eyes beginning to tear up. Just admit you have feelings for me. Something. Anything. Hands snapping around Jimmy's neck, Cold growled furiously.
There's nothing to admit. You're a warm body and a hot mouth. Nothing more. Take the deal.
Jimmy scoffed and grabbed Cold's wrist, nostrils flaring as he spat. You're a fucking asshole. And you're a goddamn liar. Cold yanked Jimmy close. So close, their breath mingled, his icy eyes burning with rage. But Jimmy refused to back down, squeezing Cold's wrists tighter. I don't know why you keep trying to hurt me. You know I don't believe a fucking word of it. Just because you're too much of a coward, I don't...
You stupid fucking kid,
Cold seethed, giving Jimmy a rough shake.
Don't you get it? You could have been killed tonight.
Jimmy's eyes widened. With the truth right there in front of him, there was no way it could be taken back. Cold did care. He cared so much, he was afraid for Jimmy. Jaw hanging open, Jimmy realized in horror that Cold was right. The men who had assaulted him in Rowena could have done so much worse. What if Tamerlane hadn't been there? What if the bouncers weren't fast enough? What if they'd had a gun? Jimmy knew he should take the new deal and run as far away as he could. He would be a target as long as he stayed with Cold. He could keep the new job at the club, sing for a few months, save up his money. He could get his life straightened out, work on getting his father freed, and never see the gangster again. But he couldn't. It was stupid and incredibly dangerous, but so was what he felt for Cold. The sensation was without compare, making his heart ache so sweetly whenever the man was near. He couldn't give it up. Cold's hand was still wrapped tight around Jimmy's neck, his chest heaving as he fought to keep his emotions in check. His usual stoic face was raw and hurting. For the very first time, Jimmy saw Boss Cold look uncertain. But it wasn't, Jimmy soothed softly, alarmed to see Cold so vulnerable. I'm still here. Eyes wide, Cold's entire body was tense, as if ready to run. Yes, you are. And I'm still yours, Jimmy said, pressing his naked form against Cold's fully clothed one, gently squeezing his wrist. The words seemed to calm Cold, and he moved a hand down the small of Jimmy's back. Yes, he confirmed with a breathy sigh. You are. Jimmy pressed as close as he could, smiling as Cold released his neck to stroke his fingers through his hair. Jimmy rested his hands on Cold's chest, taking a deep breath as he said, I'm not going anywhere. We have an arrangement, right? I'm going to hold up my end of it. Are you? Cold had resumed his confident persona, though his eyes were softer as he looked over Jimmy's smiling face.
I suppose this means you're declining my offer for the ring?
Definitely, Jimmy sighed.
You're a fool,
Cold said, his palm brushing over the top of Jimmy's ass. Nodding in agreement, Jimmy arched his hips. Probably. Cold's fingers slid between Jimmy's cheeks, teasing his hole. He let a dry fingertip breach him, smirking as Jimmy squirmed and gasped.
You're willing to risk your life for this?
Everything, Jimmy whimpered as Cold's fingers continued to stretch and tease him.
What?
I'd risk everything, Jimmy said earnestly, his eyes locking with Cold's. Cold pursed his lips in concentration, as if he was debating Jimmy's sincerity.
You really would?
He said after a moment, his gaze focused on Jimmy's mouth. Yes, sir, Jimmy said, moaning happily when he was rewarded with another teasing slide of Cold's fingers.
I'm not a good man, Mr. Poe, Cold murmured. I might just be selfish enough to let you.
So, our deal?
Remains unchanged, Cold replied softly. But I still do want that ring.
Wait, why?
Let me have the ring, and I will personally oversee getting your father's case reopened at my own expense, Cold said, both hands now squeezing Jimmy's cheeks and spreading them. I'll make sure he's freed from prison.
Really? Jimmy was stunned. He tried not to let himself get distracted, but it was hard to think straight with Cold touching him. You would? Fuck. You would do that for me?
For the ring, Cold said smugly.
Jimmy remembered the way that Lucchese guy had looked at the ring, the initials. There had to be something he was missing, something important right in front of him. But he couldn't focus with Cold, probing fingers and the promise of his father's freedom being waved in front of him. It was from his mother's jewelry box, and he hated to part with anything of hers. But he didn't even know where that particular ring had come from. And if Cold meant what he had said... Yes, Jimmy agreed. If you free my father, the ring is yours.
Ring first, Cold countered. Courts will take time.
No, free my dad first, Jimmy argued, gritting his teeth as Cold traced little circles around his hole. Then you can have it.
No, I need it now, Cold insisted, popping one of his fingers into his mouth before sliding the slick digit between Jimmy's cheeks.
Why is it so important? Jimmy panted. It's not really my mom's, is it?
The less you know, the better, Cold said firmly, sinking his finger in until Jimmy cried out. He nuzzled his mouth over Jimmy's ear, murmuring, When it's time, I will tell you everything. But now, I need you to trust me.
Jimmy rocked his hips back against Cold's hand, mumbling, I thought you said I shouldn't.
Still true, Cold said with a smirk.
Fine,
Jimmy groaned, wiggling defiantly.
You can have it. Just, please, help my dad.
I will,
Cold promised, pressing his lips against Jimmy's forehead in a tender kiss. Jimmy's heart ached at the simple affection, absolutely overjoyed. He couldn't begin to imagine the legal resources Cold had at his disposal. If anyone would be able to help his father, it would be him. Jimmy wanted to know the importance of the ring, but he trusted Cold to tell him the truth eventually. More than ever, his belief in Cold was absolute. Whatever this was between them was growing stronger with every passing day. He knew he was falling for Cold, head over heels, and it was insane for so many reasons. He was a gangster, a thief, a murderer, but there was no one else Jimmy ever wanted to be with. Cold didn't show it in conventional ways. But there was no doubt in Jimmy's mind, now that he cared for him deeply.
Now, Cold said with a soft sigh, let's get you cleaned up, hmm?
Jimmy nodded, smiling as Cold took his hand and led him into the bathroom. Cold turned on the water, blazing hot, taking Jimmy's hands and helping him into the tub as it filled up. Sinking down into the water, Jimmy groaned appreciatively. He blinked when he saw Cold adjusting the lights, dimming them until the bathroom was almost completely dark. "What are you doing?"
"Joining you," was the short reply.
Jimmy's eyes widened, and he resisted the urge to squeal. Cold was getting naked. It was too dark to see anything, but he was taking off his clothes. All of them. Jimmy struggled to make out anything in the darkness, only able to catch a lean silhouette as Cold stripped down quickly. He turned off the water and tapped Jimmy's shoulder, indicating for him to scoot forward. Jimmy obediently moved, grinning like a fool as Cold slipped in behind him. He leaned back, savoring the feeling of hot skin pressed against his own. He could feel Cold's cock digging into him and grinded slowly against it.
"Easy,"
Cold purred, arms wrapping around Jimmy's waist and fingers gliding over his stomach to hold him in place.
"Tonight, just relax."
Jimmy squirmed for a moment, but relented, letting himself melt against Cold's warm body. Cold's hands moved, a bottle clicked, and then there was a cloth slowly scrubbing across Jimmy's body. Cold started with Jimmy's arms, then his hands, letting their soapy fingers tangle together. "Feels good," Jimmy sighed, resting his swimming head against Cold's shoulder as he continued to bathe him.
"You smell like bile and Goldschlager," Cold snorted, moving around Jimmy's neck and chest. "I'll get you a toothbrush before we go to bed."
Jimmy barked out a laugh, defending, "Hey, it's your sister's fault. She's a bad influence."
Yes, she can be very persuasive," Cold agreed with a soft chuckle.
"Must run in the family," Jimmy suggested. "I mean, you always seem to get what you want."
"Indeed I do,"
Cold drawled and leaned his cheek into Jimmy's hair, hands moving down his lean stomach and over his hips. Jimmy couldn't hold back a faint groan. Cold's touch always waking up something ravenous deep inside of him. He tried pressing Cold's hand to where he wanted it, down between his legs. But Cold suddenly flinched. Jimmy let go immediately, putting his hands on the side of the tub to get them out of the way. He had pushed too far, and waited for a swift punishment.
"Keep that up, Mr. Poe,"
Cold said in his ear, hands barely grazing the tip of Jimmy's cock.
"And I may have to tie you up."
You know, threatening me with that may have the opposite effect of what you want."
"Why? Would you like me to tie you up?"
"Yes, sir," Jimmy said, his fingers squeezing the side of the tub as Cold brushed over his cock. He whined, trying to thrust up into his hand. "Please, I want you to tie me down to the bed and—"
"Not tonight,"
Cold said briskly, setting the washcloth aside and rubbing his hands down Jimmy's thighs. "But sir, please." Cold's hand pressed against Jimmy's neck, firm but gentle, drawling,
"Mr. Poe, you'll take what I give you, or you'll get nothing. Do you understand?"
Jimmy whined but nodded. "Yes, sir." Cold kept his hand around Jimmy's throat, reaching down with the other to slowly trace over his cock. Jimmy was already hard, trying to stay calm, trying to be good. He forced himself to relax, keeping his hips firmly planted down. With a long sigh, he let Cold tease and pet him all he wanted, remaining boneless and pliant as he closed his eyes.
"Good boy," Cold said,
rewarding Jimmy with his long fingers curling around the shaft of his cock. Squeezing lightly, Jimmy moaned in triumph. Yes, he was good. His chest filled to the brim with pride, gasping as Cold began to slowly jerk him off. The pressure was just right, Cold squeezing his hand a little tighter on every upstroke and massaging his thumb below the head of Jimmy's cock. Jimmy was soon squirming, his back arching when Cold began to speed up. Cold pressed his mouth against Jimmy's neck, lips softly touching the edge of his ear, then the corner of his jaw. He sucked possessively with a hint of teeth, but not enough to leave a mark. Shivers raced all up and down Jimmy's spine as he leaned into it. This was the closest they had ever been. Nothing separating their bodies as Jimmy writhed against him. Cold was lean, but much thicker than Jimmy was. All that muscle, God! He wished he could see it, touch it. Please, sir, Jimmy pleaded between gasps. Can I please touch you? No, came the firm reply, Cold's hand working over Jimmy's cock even faster, making Jimmy grunt in frustration and slap the side of the tub. He yelped when Cold squeezed his cock so hard it hurt, whining, I'm sorry, sir.
Take what I give you, Cold reminded him.
But I just want it so much, sir, Jimmy pleaded, heat coiling up tight between his legs, ready to give way at any moment.
No,
Cold snarled, his strokes slowing to a snail's pace. Jimmy sobbed, desperately clawing at the side of the tub. He was so close, Cold's fingers dangling him right at the edge of ecstasy.
You're mine,
Cold hissed, nipping at Jimmy's ear roughly.
But I am not yours. Don't you ever forget that.
Yes, sir, Jimmy cried, moaning when Cold finally granted him mercy and started feverishly jerking him off. He was right there, eyes wide as he moaned, Fuck, can I come? Please, God, let me come, sir.
Now, Cold commanded, biting at Jimmy's neck. Come for me.
Jimmy let himself go, gasping as he came hard into Cold's palm, his hips jerking softly, thrusting a few times before he was instantly spent. Sighing pleasantly, he relaxed against Cold's body.
Good?
Cold asked with a smile in his words. Mm-hmm. Jimmy hummed. Very. What about you?
I'm fine, Cold assured him. I enjoyed it very much.
Jimmy stretched his legs in the cooling water, asking quietly, You really are going to help my dad?
I said I was going to, and I will, Cold said simply. Now, come on, it's late.
He herded Jimmy out of the tub, Jimmy humming happily as Cold dried him off and wrapped him in a warm robe. Jimmy managed to steal a quick glimpse of Cold's lovely backside when he opened the door of the bathroom and light flooded in from the bedroom. It was over too quickly. Cold soon tucked away in a robe of his own. He put Jimmy into bed, leaving him to change into modest pajamas while Jimmy stretched out to take up as much of the mattress as he could. Cold snorted when he approached, drawling, You have 6 seconds to move before I make you move. Groaning playfully, Jimmy rolled over to let Cold slide into bed beside him. The moment Cold was settled in, Jimmy cuddled back up to him, burying his head in Cold's shoulder and throwing an arm over his chest. Cold allowed it, his hand gently resting on Jimmy's wrist.
Good night, Mr. Poe,
he said, eyes already closing. Good night, Jimmy stuttered for a moment, not sure how to address the gangster now.
Rod,
Cold said softly, sensing Jimmy's hesitation.
Here in my bed, you can call me Rod.
Good night, Rod.
Night.
Chapter 16. Jimmy woke up to an empty bed, and the ring was gone from the bedside table. His head throbbed lightly, but he felt pretty good, considering all the events of last night. Grabbing Cold's pillow, he hugged it tight and inhaled his scent. Rod. Cold had said he could call him Rod. It was always 2 steps forward and 1 step back with Boss Cold, but Jimmy knew those steps backwards were getting smaller every day. He rolled over to grab his phone, smiling when he saw he had a new message from Cold. There was no card this morning, he noticed. That was odd. Jimmy wondered if Cold had forgotten about it, though that seemed unlikely as he flipped through his phone to get to the text message. You have work today. Be there by noon. I want you back by midnight. Do not be late. R.L. Again, not a declaration of undying love, but at least he was going to see Cold tonight. Jimmy turned the camera on, feeling a little flirty. He made sure his robe was wide open, snapping a quick selfie of himself from the waist up, smiling sleepily at the camera. He sent it to Cold with a quick message. Can't wait. He didn't expect a response, but waited a few moments all the same, hopefully watching his phone. When he heard a door open, he sat up as heavy footsteps began to approach. Jimmy tensed, frowning at the unfamiliar sound. Definitely not Rowena. The bedroom door swung open, and in walked Jules Price. Well, hi? Jimmy babbled, dropping his phone to his lap.
Good morning, Twig.
Jules rumbled with a big smile.
Me and you get to spend some quality time today. Boss's orders.
Me and you? Jimmy blinked in surprise.
Yep,
Jules replied shortly.
Boss has a big meeting tonight. Wants me to keep an eye on you.
Then who's keeping an eye on Cold? Jimmy demanded with a frown.
Ain't you a sweet one? Trust me, he can handle himself. Besides, he's got the rest of the gentlemen with him. He'll be just fine.
Okay, Jimmy said, sighing and pulling his robe a little tighter around himself.
Get up, get dressed,
Jules ordered.
Got shit to do.
Jimmy frowned, seeing his outfit from last night neatly folded down by the chase at the foot of the bed. I'll need to go home. I need to change clothes. I have a check to cash.
What else?
Jules asked grumpily, looking annoyed.
Gotta get your hair did too.
No, I just, have things to do, Jimmy pouted.
Hurry it up. I'll be waiting.
Jimmy waited for Jules to leave before quickly getting dressed, then grabbed his phone and scooted downstairs to find him. The giant was in the kitchen, stealing bacon right out of the pan while Jerry yelled and cursed at him in French. Jimmy watched in awe as Jerry fearlessly threatened to bash in Jules' head with the frying pan. Jules was not impressed, swiping another piece and barking at Jimmy.
Eat up.
Grinning, Jimmy quickly accepted a plate from Jerry before Jules could eat it all. He watched them bicker, giggling all the while. Jules was hardly fluent, but apparently he did know how to say some pretty vulgar things in French. Once Jimmy had finished eating, Jules led him outside, tearfully calling over his shoulder.
Au revoir, jackass.
Jerry screamed something in French. It did not sound nice, and was likely slandering Jules' mother. Jules' car was parked out front, a slick black El Camino with gray and white flames streaking down the sides. He waved for Jimmy to get in, cranking it up as he mused.
Sorry it ain't no limo.
No, it's great, Jimmy laughed, running his hands over the dash. 1979, right? Jules smiled, toothy and big, proudly replying.
Yep, bought it when me and Boss were in 10th grade. The first time.
You've known Cold that long?
Oh, yeah.
Jules rolled his shoulders, cranking the car.
We were beating up kids for the lunch money since kindergarten. Came from the same hood. Grew up together.
Jimmy smiled at the thought, shaking his head as Jules pulled out from the compound. He had so many questions. So you're like best friends?
Brothers,
Jules corrected, driving along at cruising speeds.
We're family.
Biting his lip softly, Jimmy thought about what Tamerlane had said the other night. I've never really had anybody like that.
Sucks for you,
Jules remarked, in genuine sympathy. Well, there's my dad, but I guess you know.
Prison.
Yeah, Jimmy sighed. Hopefully not for long.
Boss is working on it.
Jules reassured him. He told you that?
Ain't nothing he don't tell me.
So, Jimmy fidgeted, watching the city flash by as they drove, wondering if he should even bother asking. Does he really care about me?
Twig,
Jules cut him off.
you have to ask me. You obviously ain't been paying attention.
What do you mean?
You think he does this for every fucking buddy?
Jules laughed heartily.
Think he asked me to babysit every twink he's been fucking? Nah. He's a hit it and quit it kind of guy. But you, well, you do something to him. Got him all stirred up.
I do? Jimmy blinked, smiling shyly.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Thought you were supposed to be college educated and shit. Wake up, Twig. I knew he was fucked the moment you two met.
How?
'Cause he didn't break your fucking hands when you grabbed him.
Jimmy decided to take that as the compliment it was meant to be. Why? Why doesn't he like that? Being touched, I mean. Is it because of Boris? Jules didn't say anything, his eyes glued on the road. Look, I'm sorry for asking, Jimmy said quickly, worried he had made a terrible mistake for digging. I don't want to fuck this up.
Ain't my place to tell you,
Jules replied. Jimmy tried not to let his disappointment show through at being denied an explanation. So what do I do?
Whatever the fuck you've been doing, just be patient. Boss needs time. Don't take it personal, 'cause it ain't about you. It's about him. A lot of hands been on him, and all they did was hurt for a long time.
Jimmy thought of the glimpse of the scars he had seen before. So much pain packed into a small swath of flesh. A lot of hands made Jimmy jump to the worst conclusion. Did that mean Boris wasn't the only one abusing Cold? He didn't dare ask, but he had to wonder. They pulled up to Jimmy's apartment, Jules escorting him upstairs and waiting patiently while he changed into a t-shirt and jeans. He freshened up, grabbed the check Rowena had given him, and let Jules lead him back to the car.
What's your bank?
Jules asked, pulling back out into traffic. Well, I don't exactly have one, Jimmy said with a sheepish smile. I used to bank with Strassen Springs first, but my account is super in the hole.
So, where the hell we going?
You know Martine's Pawn?
You bank with more in the mouth?
Jules chuckled.
The loan shark?
Yeah, Jimmy laughed. You know, the benefits are really good. There's no overdraft fees, free checking, never have to wait in line.
Cute. You'll need to get set up legit at some point, especially with you and Cole getting cozy. Pigs will use anything they can to get to him.
Got it, Jimmy said, nodding firmly. They pulled up to Maury's shop, Jules squinting as he looked around.
Hey, I know this block. Used to be a jewelry store over there, right?
Yeah, Jimmy said. My mom used to work there. It's how my family met Maury.
It was a fucking front.
Jules said with a laugh.
The Lucchese's used to launder their money through there.
Jimmy was horrified. Are you serious?
Yeah. 'Cause me and Boss used to run the cash. One of our first jobs together when we were kids.
My mom was working for the mob? Jimmy hissed in disbelief.
I'm sure they were straight at some point.
Jules said with a shrug.
Come on, Twig.
He herded Jimmy into the shop, the bell ringing and announcing their arrival. Maury came out of the back, calling out,
Who the fuck is that?
Hey, Maury. It's me, Jimmy.
Yo. Is that... Holy fuck, Jules fucking Bryce?
Maury blinked when he saw Jimmy wasn't alone.
What the fuck? I've had like half the fucking gentlemen in my shop all in a week.
Jules grinned, reaching out a big mitt to shake Maury's hand.
Big fan of your work.
Maury snorted, grinning wryly as they shook.
Pretty sure I busted up a few of you prices back in the day, you know?
Yep. Got my old man once or twice with that crowbar of yours for not paying up.
Jules said with a smug smirk.
Hey, just business, Mr. Price,
Maury said.
Bah, shoulda hit him in the head with it.
Jules chortled.
I ain't worried about it. Dead men can't pay,
Maury said sagely.
but men with busted kneecaps sure fucking can.
Wise words,
Jules said with an appreciative nod.
So,
Maury glanced between him and Jimmy.
what can I do you for? Here to get more of your shit out of hock?
Not exactly. I don't have a bank right now, so you're the next best thing, Jimmy said cheerfully as he endorsed the check and handed it over to Maury. I want to start actually saving. And yeah, I do want to try getting more of my stuff out eventually, but I want to put like $500 in my dad's commissary and stash the rest for now.
Look at you, big fancy fella,
Maury teased, whistling when he saw the check.
I take it this means your audition went well.
Sings like a little canary, this one,
Jules said. Jimmy blushed. Hey, it's a job. I'm officially employed again. I'm doing okay.
Uh-huh,
Maury said dryly.
and is that why I heard about you getting roughed up by some Lucchese pricks?
You know about that?
Come on, kid. Who the fuck you think you're talking to? I hear everything.
His eyes moved to Jules, sizing him up as he mused.
Like, heard somebody been visiting Gma.
Who's that? Jimmy quirked a brow. He remembered Cold and Jules talking about her last night.
Geraldine Peters, old gangster's girl.
Maury said, shaking his head with a fond smile.
Used to be my girl from time to time, as a matter of fact. That woman helped make a man out of me. Was a clerk for the SSPD. Did all their filing until she was forced to retire.
What happened? Jimmy asked cautiously.
Apparently, she had a bad habit of copying police files and other sensitive type documents.
Maury chuckled.
Meh, she'd only been doing it for like 15 years before anybody got wise to it. Nowadays, if somebody goes to Gma, they're looking for information.
Jules narrowed his eyes, scoffing.
You really do got a big-ass mouth, Maury.
Guilty as charged.
Maury replied easily.
Just kind of funny to me that anybody would be bugging old Gma for something at her age. Must be looking for some real good dirt.
Jimmy sensed a flicker of anger simmering in Jules. He wasn't sure what Maury was trying to get at, but he could tell Jules was getting pissed. So, Jules tells me the Lucchese's used to run the jewelry store? Jimmy said, quickly trying to change the subject.
A long time ago,
Maury said with a shrug.
used to wash the cash over there. But it was legit when Eliza worked there, if that's what you were wondering about. I mean, gangsters still went there to get their bling fixed up and shit, but it was a straight joint until it closed.
Jules' phone buzzed. He eyed Jimmy, saying,
I gotta take this. Be ready to go in 5, Twig.
He looked at Maury, shaking his hand again as he grumbled.
Don't be telling her boy here any stories now.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Maury replied with a firm smile. As soon as Jules stepped outside to answer his phone, Jimmy whirled around to stare at Maury. Hey, what was that about? Smacking Jimmy upside the back of the head, Maury snapped.
What the fuck have you gotten yourself into? Fighting with Lucchese's, sniffing around Gma?
What's the big deal with this lady? Jimmy protested, rubbing his head.
She's the one you go to when you're trying to dig up dirt on fucking cops,
Maury explained.
Whatever Cold is up to, it ain't good, kid. I love you like my own, and you need to get the fuck out.
Jimmy immediately recalled what Cold said about having proof about Augustus being a liar, and his stomach turned.
Are you hearing me?
Maury snapped. Jimmy took a deep breath, saying firmly, I'm okay. I know what I'm doing.
No, you fucking don't.
I swear, it's okay. That's why I have Jules with me. I'm
Heart, dick, remember? Listen to yourself, kid. This was supposed to be a deal. It's not,
Jimmy said, throwing his hands up in frustration.
I don't know what it is, but it's something else now, okay? Cold cares about me, and I care about him. Look, he's gonna help me get my dad out, all right?
And what did that cost you?
Maury demanded. Jimmy didn't want to answer, pouting defiantly. He's gonna help. That's all that matters.
Be careful, kid,
Maury said, a frown curling his long lips.
Staying alive matters a lot, too.
I know it does. Jimmy smiled gently. And I don't plan on anything happening to me.
What you plan and what actually fucking happens is rarely the same thing, kid.
Maury laughed bitterly. Jimmy stuck out his tongue.
Yeah. Look, will you please put that money in my dad's account for me? You got it. And I'll shove the rest in a mattress for you. Just don't make me spend it on a funeral. You fucking hear?
Is it really that bad? Maury gave him an incredulous stare.
Kid, it's really not good. Cops are all nervous with Lucchese's back in town. The gentlemen are all over the place trying to maintain control. Cold is making sure no one starts a war. But if Lucchese's keep poking at him, they're gonna get one.
Jimmy frowned softly, his concern immediately going out for Cold. Rod, he thought to himself. He was worried about Rod.
Take care of yourself,
Maury said, glancing toward the door.
Jules is waiting on you.
Jimmy looked back to see a very impatient-looking Jules waving at him. Okay, I'm going. And yes, I promise I will be super careful, he reassured his friend. I will not get caught up in any gang wars.
I'll remember you said that,
Maury snorted.
See you around, kid.
Jimmy said farewell and rejoined Jules at the car. Jules didn't say much, turning up the radio as they drove. He made a few stops, always instructing Jimmy to stay put while he went inside. A barber shop, law office, liquor store, gas station. Jimmy spent his time flipping through his phone, looking up music. He was trying to get some inspiration for what he might perform for Colt's birthday. By the time Jules returned from the last errand, it was already close to noon.
Time to get to work, Twig.
Jimmy nodded, staring out the window as they drove to the club. He was surprised to see a flock of giant-suited men as they pulled up, a few of which he recognized from the hotel. Jules guided Jimmy inside, Dario already up on stage by his piano, waiting for him. Jimmy blushed all over when he remembered all the things he had done on that piano. Hey, Dario greeted cheerfully, waving, blissfully ignorant of what debauchery had occurred right where he was sitting. He frowned when he saw Jules following Jimmy and quirked his brows at all the suits in tow. What's going on?
Everything's fine,
Jules rumbled, sitting down at a table close to the stage. The other men scattered around the club, all taking various defensive positions.
Totally fine.
No, Dario said with a frown. The last time I saw this many goons, you were getting somebody ready for a wooden onesie. Is it the Lucchese's?
Hearing things?
Jules asked casually, still not answering Dario's question. Just that the Lucchese's are back, wanting to make a move against Cole, Dario replied, lightly tapping one of the piano keys. They figure he's going to go down for killing Dickie, and the gentleman won't be able to hang on without him. Was all Jules said.
That's so.
Dario looked annoyed at not having any of his information confirmed, sighing and looking over at Jimmy. Rowena tells me we got a big old birthday party to get ready for. Yes, Jimmy replied, clapping his hands together. I'm going to be singing with you guys like twice a week now, so I know I have a ton to learn. Hey, Dario reassured him. You'll be fine. You're a super quick study, and I can totally send you some of the music to work on at home. He cracked his knuckles, racing his fingers over the keys. What I want to hear about now is what you're planning on doing to make Colt's birthday an event to remember. Well, Jimmy grinned, scratching the back of his head. Actually, I do maybe have a few ideas. Cool. Come on, buckaroo. Let's see what you got cooking. The next few hours were spent rehearsing Jimmy's songs that he had picked out for the party. A few Dario made faces at and nixed immediately, but one or two he was excited about reworking for the show. They had almost completed the set list, and both Dario and Jimmy were pretty proud of the final number they had come up with, leaving Dario grinning from ear to ear as they finished. "Oh, this is gonna be so good." Even Jules seemed to dig it, chuckling.
Can't wait to see the boss's face. I still say you should pop out of a big cake, though.
"No cake," Dario groaned. "That's for, like, bachelor parties and cheesy strip clubs. This is gonna be classy. But, with some teeth." Jimmy beamed proudly, hoping Cold was going to enjoy it. They had worked so hard, and he was excited for Friday to get here. "Okay, so you want to run through it one more time?" "From the top," Dario agreed, fingers running over the keys of his piano again. Jules' phone went off, and he lumbered to his feet as he answered.
Talk.
He looked up at the stage, frowning as he listened. He didn't seem to like what the person on the other line had to say.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Jimmy quirked a brow, asking carefully, "Everything okay, Jules?"
You two.
Jules barked, pointing at him and Dario.
Stay put until I get back.
Jimmy frowned, looking back worriedly at Dario. "Hey, what's going on?" Dario called to Jules.
Stay the fuck put, I said.
He snapped, heading toward the front of the club. Two of the suited men went with him, guns already drawn. Jimmy backed toward the piano, his heart thumping with dread. "What the crap is going on?" "I had no idea," Dario said, gulping audibly. He was up on his feet, worry creasing his brow. "I have a bad feeling about this." 2 gunshots rang out, making Jimmy jump. "Oh, fuck! What the fuck?" The rest of the suited men bolted to the front of the club, more shots firing. "Okay, time to go." Dario grabbed Jimmy's arm and started dragging him toward the back of the stage as more shots went off. "But Jules said, who do you think is being shot at right now?" Dario hissed, wincing at another round of gunfire. "We gotta get the fuck out of here, now! Who is that out there?" Jimmy demanded. "Do you really want to stick around to find out? Obviously, they're very bad people that are way more bad than the bad people we work for. Let's fucking go." Jimmy found himself being shoved through the curtains, Dario pushing him toward a narrow hallway. It felt like his heart was climbing up into the back of his throat, and he stumbled as he tried to hurry to the door. He hoped Jules was okay, and he wished like hell that Cold was here. "This way," Dario said. "We'll go out through the back, and my car is parked right there." "Okay," Jimmy said, trying to focus on Dario's voice and keep his anxiety at bay. They were almost there. The door was right there. Jimmy reached for the knob, but the door swung open before he could grab it. He yelped, backing away when he saw Vincenzo Lucchesi leering at him. "Just who I was looking for." Vincenzo sneered, pointing his gun right at Jimmy. His nose was bandaged and both of his eyes were bruised from his scuffle with Tamerlane. He did not look happy to see Jimmy at all. "Oh, God!" Jimmy gasped, his chest beginning to tighten, staring down the barrel of Vincenzo's gun. He felt Dario's hands grab his shoulders, leaning against him as he panted fearfully. "Where's the ring?" Vincenzo demanded. "The ring?" Jimmy was flabbergasted. "The hell was the big deal with that stupid ring?" He shook his head, stuttering. I don't have it. I gave it to Cold." "Meh," Vincenzo shrugged. "Ain't that a fucking shame? Guess we don't need you then, huh?" Jimmy's eyes widened, terror making his blood freeze and his breath catch. "Wait, what?" The gun fired. Chapter 17. "Get down!" Dario screamed, grabbing Jimmy and slamming him to the floor. Jimmy felt white-hot pain burning his arm and grunted when Dario landed right on top of him. With his ears ringing from the gunshot being in such close proximity, the world spun around him in a violent blur. There was another shot, and Jimmy thought that was it. Vincenzo had killed him. He could feel something hot oozing down his neck. He could smell blood. He thought it was his own, and grit his teeth together, squeezing his eyes tightly shut. He thought of Cold in those moments, his velvety voice purring in his ear, his rare smile that made Jimmy's heart skip a beat, and those icy blue eyes that melted his very soul. He wished Cold was here. He wanted to see him one last time. No, not Cold. Rod. Another shot nearly shattered Jimmy's eardrums for how close it was, and there was a loud thump in front of him. His eyes fluttered open to see Vincenzo Lucchesi spread out on the floor next to him. There was blood pouring out of his mouth, and his eyes were lifeless pools. He was dead. "Oh, Christ!" Jimmy gasped. Dario shouted, rolling off Jimmy as they both scrambled to back away from the corpse. Jimmy felt sick, trying to move, trying to get up. Jules stood over them, his gun in hand, face terribly concerned. He reached for Jimmy, and he was saying something. He'd shot Vincenzo. He killed him. Holy shit, Jules killed him. Jimmy couldn't breathe, and he had no idea whose blood was all over him. It couldn't all be his own. He could hear Dario and Jules talking, but they seemed so far away. He couldn't make much out over the ringing in his ears anyway. Jules grabbed his shoulder to help him up, but Jimmy's legs wouldn't work. They were too wobbly, too weak, and he panted erratically as he pushed Jules' hands away. He couldn't believe how much blood there was. His eyes rolled back in his head, and then he was swallowed up by darkness. The faint beeping of medical monitors greeted Jimmy when he woke up with a soft groan. His right arm felt tingly and sore, his head heavy with the weight of drugs. He tried to move, but his wrist was trapped by something. Blinking open his eyes, he stared blearily down to find he was handcuffed to the bed rail. He was in a hospital, Strassen Springs General, if he had to guess. His right upper arm was bandaged tight, and he was wearing one of those ridiculous gowns that didn't allow a shred of dignity when the wearer was not lying down. At least all the blood was gone now. "Hey," croaked a soft voice. "Welcome back to the world of the living." Jimmy turned to see that the second bed in the room was occupied by Dario. "Hey, you've been out for like an hour," Dario said, frowning. "They doped you up pretty good." Jimmy tugged forlornly at the handcuff. "What the crap happened? It's all fuzzy." "Lucchese's," Dario replied with a light groan. "Hit the club. They attacked 2 other gentlemen properties, all at the same time." "Is Cold okay?" Jimmy asked immediately. "Yeah, come on," Dario snorted. "He's fine. I'm fine too. Thanks for asking." You saved me," Jimmy said with sudden clarity, gazing adoringly at his friend. "You pushed me out of the way." "Yeah," Dario said with a wry smile. "Bullet still grazed you, but don't worry. I caught it with my shoulder." "Shit." Jimmy could see that Dario's shoulder was bandaged and his arm was in a sling. "Shit is right," Dario scoffed. "I don't know what I was thinking." "Thank you," Jimmy said with a warm smile. "Hey, let's try to not make it a habit, okay?" Dario laughed weakly. "What's with the cuffs?" Jimmy noticed Dario was also locked to his bed. "That's the SSPD for you." "Are you serious?" Jimmy blinked, rattling the cuff in protest. "We didn't do anything wrong. We're victims, not suspects." "Witnesses," Dario corrected. 3 people are dead, more wounded." Jimmy swallowed thickly, a flash of Vincenzo's lifeless eyes making his stomach churn uncomfortably. "The ring." He was asking about the ring. "What ring?" Dario asked before throwing up his uninjured arm. "Nope, wait, never mind. I don't want to fucking know." Jimmy heard the discharge of radio static, glancing up at a large window that looked out into the hallway. The blinds were cracked, and he caught a glimpse of someone in uniform. "Cops?" "Yep. Been waiting for you to wake up to take our statements," Dario said with a long sigh. "Best thing to do? You didn't see anything. You don't know anything. Got it?" "Got it," he sighed, closing his eyes and letting his head drop back down against the pillow. There was a sudden flurry of activity outside in the hallway, raised voices and cursing. Jimmy looked over to see the officer trying to keep someone back, sternly saying, "Sir, you need to wait out here."
"Fuck you, dickless,"
a familiar gruff voice raged.
"I'm Jimmy Poe's motherfucking healthcare power of attorney. I got every right to be here. Get the fuck out of my way."
Jimmy's face lit up in an instant. Maury. The door swung open so hard it slammed against the wall. Maury stomped into the room, leering at Jimmy.
Can you believe that prick? Trying to keep me out of here? Dumbass, don't know who he's fucking with.
The officer did not look pleased, but made no more effort to stop Maury from coming in. Hey, Maury, Jimmy greeted, giving a little wave with his good arm.
Are you all right, kid? They treating you okay?
Maury hurried over to the side of his bed, his eyes as big as saucers and wet with tears when he saw the bandage.
Fuck.
Jimmy was touched. He'd never seen Maury look so concerned. I'm fine. It's just a scratch, I swear.
Are you sure?
Yes, I promise. Maury reared back and smacked Jimmy on the top of the head, snapping,
You dumb fucking kid. I fucking told you to be careful. I fucking told you.
Ow! What the hell, Maury? Jimmy whined, rubbing his head and pouting. Jesus! Dario groaned in sympathy. Give Jimmy a damn break.
Hey, fuck you.
Maury snarled, whirling around to glare at Dario.
I know I don't know yous, but yeah, fuck you.
That's Dario, Jimmy sighed. He tried to help.
Nice to meet you, Dario. Now, kindly fuck off and let me tend to my business.
Maury growled, turning back to smack Jimmy again.
Stupid motherfucking mentally irregular fuckwad.
Ow, damn, Maury!
Dumbass.
Maury seethed.
I fucking told you to stay out of trouble.
A few tears slid down his cheeks, his long lips twisting into an anguished grimace as he pulled Jimmy against his chest.
I told yous. Fuck.
Jimmy clung to Maury, trying not to cry. The danger of this life he had chosen was real. It was here, inescapable, and it had almost killed him. If Dario hadn't moved when he did, Maury really would have been using that money for a funeral.
Don't you ever fucking scare me like that again,
Maury said firmly, kissing Jimmy's forehead.
I'm gonna have a fucking talking to with motherfucking Cold about keeping your scrawny ass safe.
Smiling tearfully up at Maury, Jimmy laughed softly. He had no doubt in his mind that his friend would.
I'm worried, kiddo.
Maury stroked Jimmy's hair, affectionately patting his cheek as he sighed.
Things ain't good out there. Streets is talking, and they are gonna be bloody.
Did I really get stuck in the middle of a gang war? Maury snorted, shaking his head.
It's a fucking mess, that's for sure. And listen, do you remember that big old shiny ruby ring? The one in your mom's jewelry box? I heard some crazy shit today, and I'm starting to think that ring used to belong to—
Knock, knock, a voice said at the door, with knuckles rapping at the frame. Nice to see everybody is awake now. Jimmy's stomach did another violent round of churning when he saw it was Detective Augustus Duplin standing there.
Oh, just fucking fabulous,
Maury groaned, rolling his eyes.
The fuck do you want?
I need to talk to these young men about the shooting at La Belle earlier today, Augustus said in a professional, firm tone. Jimmy hated that voice. Augustus's cop voice. We didn't see anything. Augustus stepped closer, his hands firmly planted on his hips. I find that pretty hard to believe considering you were covered in Vincenzo Lucchese's blood. A DNA test will confirm it, but your clothes have already been taken as evidence. All Jimmy could see was splashes of red, his heart thumping heavily in his chest. He shot me, he said quietly. I saw the blood. I just passed out. Did you see who shot Mr. Lucchese? Augustus asked directly. Jules' scowling face appeared in his mind's eye. I can't be sure. No clue. I think we both know you're lying. Augustus pressed relentlessly. Who shot Vincenzo Lucchese? Jimmy's cheeks flushed with warmth, melting beneath Augustus's piercing glare. Somebody with a gun? Jimmy, you need to help us out here. Tell me who killed Vincenzo Lucchese.
He didn't see nothing,
Maury growled, resting a supportive hand on Jimmy's shoulder.
You fucking ugly and deaf?
Augustus rolled his eyes.
What's the matter? can't threaten Jimmy without him as a snitch no more, so now you're trying to play good cop again? Go get fucked on a traffic cone.
What he said, Dario agreed. Jimmy, listen to me, Augustus said earnestly, his cop persona weakened for a moment by obvious concern. I don't know why, but the Lucchese's are very interested in you. Someone broke into your apartment earlier today, trashed it, like they were looking for something. Jimmy's eyes almost popped out of his head. Oh, isn't that weird? Let me help you, Augustus said gently. Same for you, Mr. Romero. We can make a deal that will benefit everyone. A deal? Jimmy repeated. Yes. Help us. Tell me who killed Vincenzo. Tell me what the Lucchese's are looking for. Let's make a deal, Jimmy. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jimmy took a deep breath and lifted his chin defiantly. Already got one of those, thank you. Augustus looked confused for a moment before saying slowly, If you don't cooperate, you're not going to leave me any choice. Either of you. I'm trying to give you a chance to do the right thing here. Too bad we can't help you, Dario said with a shrug. We didn't see anything. Nope, Jimmy agreed, his mind made up. He would not betray Cold, especially not to Augustus. Nothing. Augustus started to argue again, but there was more excitement outside that drew his attention. The officer who was posted at the door was backing away, obviously terrified and frantic. You can't go in there, the officer protested weakly.
Then try to stop me,
growled a voice of velvet that made Jimmy shiver down in his bones. Boss Cold himself was here, several of the gentlemen right behind him. Lori, Valdemar, and Thirdsies. Cold stormed right by the officer, pushing the door open, eyes wild and teeth bared, searching for Jimmy. When their eyes met, Jimmy could feel the electricity crackling in the air like bolts of lightning striking the earth. Rod, Jimmy caught himself whispering, sitting up straighter in bed. There was an honest moment back there when he hadn't thought he was ever going to see Cold again. Overjoyed now that he had been so very wrong. The man himself, Augustus sneered with open contempt. I'm in the middle of taking a statement. You need to leave. Cold's face softened for the briefest of moments as he gazed at Jimmy, relief washing over him with a slow exhale. His body relaxed, and he strolled leisurely over to Jimmy. Hey, everyone else might be afraid of you, but I'm not, Augustus barked, tracking Cold's every movement. Cold sat down on the edge of the hospital bed, gloved hands reaching to cradle Jimmy's face. He was completely ignoring the other occupants of the room, Augustus in particular. Are you all right? I'm okay, Jimmy said, smiling warmly as his hands came up to rest over Cold's. Cold leaned forward and pressed a soft kiss to Jimmy's forehead. The storm that was brewing in his eyes was calmer now, a loving smile playing over his lips. Jimmy wished like hell they were alone. All he could think about was having those wicked lips kissing his and those gloved hands curling around various parts of his anatomy. Cold had been worried about him. He could tell. And having him being so openly affectionate made his heart ache with want. Very touching and all, but right now you're interfering with an ongoing police investigation, Augustus snapped impatiently. Whatever warmth had resided in Cold's expression vacated immediately, his eyes narrowing as he turned to finally address Augustus.
Detective Duplin, he drawled. I think it's time for you to leave.
Augustus scoffed in disgust, biting back. I'm not going anywhere. Cold rose slowly, and Jimmy could see him visibly shudder with rage despite his cool expression. Leaning back in the bed, Jimmy anxiously curled his fingers in the sheets. It was like watching two titans circling a gladiatorial arena, waiting to see who would draw first blood.
Oh, but you are,
Cold assured him icily, stepping smoothly into Augustus's space.
Right now.
You smug, arrogant son of a...
You're leaving, or I'm going to call my good friends down at Strassen Springs News and tell them all about
how you've been harassing 2 innocent shooting victims, Cold purred, his eyes never leaving Augustus. That's pretty cheap, even for you, Augustus spat disgustedly. No. Cheap would be telling you that I think the apartments over at Baker's Glen are just lovely, Cold taunted, delighted when Augustus's eyes widened. Did you just threaten my daughter? Augustus snarled furiously, his hand starting to go to his gun at his hip. Wait, Anna's here? Jimmy asked stupidly. Baker's Glen was a local apartment complex in Strassen Springs. Cold's vague threat aside, Jimmy was stunned that his former best friend was back in the city, and he had no idea. Then again, Jimmy reasoned sadly, they hadn't spoken in several years. You're a fucking bastard, Augustus continued to rage. He didn't seem to have heard Jimmy, his hand hovering over his weapon as he glared at Cold. You are going to regret this. All I did was make a comment about a popular apartment community, Cold said with a charming smirk. You're the one about to draw your gun on an unarmed man with multiple witnesses. Augustus froze, seeming to remember that the blinds were cracked open and the gentlemen were all watching them. Thirdsies had his face pressed against the glass, peering in. He grinned and waved when Augustus looked his way. Laurie flipped him off. Augustus dropped his hand to his side, fingers curling into a fist. This isn't over, he promised. Far from it, Cold agreed with a nasty smirk. I'd be well within my right to hold them both in police custody as witnesses, Augustus snapped. I could keep them indefinitely. Actually, Jimmy piped up, eyes narrowing. If you're referring to the United States Code Title 18, Section 3144, the material witness statute? Sorry, that doesn't apply here, Augustus. First of all, since Dario and I didn't see anything, our testimony hardly makes us material to the case. Secondly, you can only enforce police custody once you've proven that you have reason to believe you can't ensure a witness's presence in court by subpoena. Both Dario and I live here in the city, we're both gainfully employed, and we've given you no indication that we would flee. You'd never get a judge to believe that either of us are a flight risk. Augustus's jaw dropped. Cold had never looked so proud. Trying to hold us would be unconstitutional, Jimmy went on, holding his head up high. Something else I'm sure the nice people down at Strassen Springs News would love to hear all about. Fucking suck it, Maury cheered. Augustus clicked his teeth together, glowering as he snapped. Fine. This is how you want to be? Fine. You've made your bed. Now you're going to have to sleep in it. Oh, trust me, Cold said maliciously. He sleeps in my bed just fine. Augustus's hand twitched as if he was going to reach for his gun again. He turned around, stalking wordlessly toward the door. Have a lovely afternoon, detective. Cold chuckled, watching Augustus storm off. His eyes moved back to Jimmy. That was impressive. Thanks, Jimmy said shyly, certain that his head was about to pop off from the massive jolt to his ego. Cold moved back to the bedside, gently touching Jimmy's cheek. You continue to surprise me, Mr. Poe. Jimmy blushed, leaning into Cold's palm. Hey, you, Maury sniped. Mr. Cold, sir? Cold frowned, turning his head to look at Maury. I say, sir, out of the respect you do, but, yous and I gotta have a little chat, Maury said, his bushy brows scrunching up. Do we now? Cold seemed amused. Yeah, we sure fucking do, Maury said, about to open that big mouth of his and certainly get himself into a whole heap of trouble. But then there was yet another flurry of activity out in the hall, the gentlemen all cheerfully greeting a rushing blur of heels and glitter. A female voice snapping, Where the fuck is he? Rowena LeGrand was at the door now, her face red from crying, hands over her heart as she squealed, Oh my God, I was so worried. I heard you had been shot, and my fucking God, look at you, you poor thing. Jimmy sighed, smiling gently. I'm okay, really, just a scratch. Rowena came bounding across the room, sniffling. I was worried fucking sick. Seriously, I'm fine. Jimmy insisted, blinking in surprise when Rowena went right by him and crawled into bed beside Dario. No one looked more stunned than Dario himself, wrapping his good arm around Rowena's shoulders, soothing, "Hey, come on now, I'm all right. You saved Jimmy's life," Rowena cooed, running her long nails through Dario's hair. "You're a hero, Derry." "Big damn hero," Dario agreed, grinning dopily. He looked as if he had died and gone to heaven, save for knowing Cold was right there glaring at him. Cold did not look particularly pleased with his sister fawning all over Dario, but said nothing to them. He looked back to Jimmy, asking,
Ready to go home?
"Home? You mean your house?" Jimmy clarified.
I mean exactly what I said, Cold said simply. In light of recent circumstances, your apartment is not safe. For the foreseeable future, you'll be staying with me.
He tilted his head curiously.
Unless you have a problem with that.
No, Jimmy squeaked, clearing his throat as he added, "No problem at all."
"Hey, I got a big fucking problem,"
Maury suddenly interjected.
"Jimmy got fucking shot at while you were supposedly watching out for him, in case you already forgot."
Cold's pleasant expression faltered, and he wrinkled his nose slightly at Maury's objection.
Mr. Martin, is it? I'll let you know when your opinion is needed. In the meantime,
"Listen here, big, tall, and ugly,"
Maury growled, shaking a thick digit at him.
"You might be the giant old king shit of Strassen Springs, but Jimmy's like my own fucking kid."
Cold looked over at Maury with equal parts fondness and annoyance, as if he was the beloved family pet that had become incontinent in his advancing years and had just had yet another accident.
"If anything happens to him, ain't enough Juleses or Tamerlanes or whoever the fuck else to save you from the likes of me,"
Maury went on, his stout frame shaking and sweating.
"I'll jam my crowbar so far up your ass, you'll be able to open your mouth and pop nails out of walls. You hear me?"
While that's a very colorful picture of violence that you're painting,
I ain't done yet. If your goons do manage to knock me off before I get to you, I'll haunt your fucking ass. I ain't gonna be none of that cute and fuzzy Patrick Swayze singing shit about Henry's wives, neither."
The corner of Cold's mouth twitched, and Jimmy was honestly afraid for his friend.
"I will wave my stubby dick in your fucking face for the rest of your days until you want to blow your fucking brains out. You open your eyes, all you're gonna see is my wedding tackle wagging at you,"
Maury promised him.
"So you better take care of Jimmy. You better not let him get hurt again, you fucking smug prick, or else it's gonna be all wrinkly fucking scrotes for you forever."
He swallowed audibly, adding quietly,
"Sir."
Jimmy looked nervously over at Dario and Rowena, who both looked as panicked as he did, before he glanced back quickly to Cold. He couldn't read the gangster's face, unsure of how exactly he was going to react to Maury's outburst.
wouldn't dream of it.
Cold said after a long pause, extending his hand toward Maury. Maury was more relieved than anyone else, exhaling sharply as he shook Cold's hand. He was instantly blustered by his apparent victory, smacking his lips together and laughing.
"Yeah, you just remember, crowbar, ass, wrinkly balls."
Don't think I could forget if I tried.
Cold drawled, glancing back at Jimmy with a small smirk.
Mr. Poe, you have the most charming friends.
Jimmy beamed sweetly, agreeing wholeheartedly. "Yeah, I sure do." Chapter 18. Cold was able to persuade the hospital to release Jimmy into his care, although he made a point to remove the handcuffs himself instead of letting the policeman unlock them with the key. Showing off, doubtlessly, but Jimmy loved it. Maury grumbled some more, gave Jimmy a farewell hug, and glared at Cold. He narrowed his eyes, defiantly pointing at his crotch and saying,
"Remember, wrinkly balls for fucking ever,"
as his departing words. Rowena opted to stay in the hospital with Dario since he needed a surgical consult for his shoulder, cheerfully bidding adieu to her brother and Jimmy. Cold had one of the gentlemen bring him a change of clothes for the ride home, a set of oversized sweats. They were warm and clean, and Jimmy was grateful to get out of the hospital garb. He dozed off in the gangster's lap in the back of the limo en route. He was exhausted from the adventures of the day, happy to be in Cold's embrace. He was safe there. Once they arrived back at his estate, Cold personally carried Jimmy upstairs. Jimmy held onto his neck, thankful for the new level of closeness he was being allowed, burying his face into Cold's shoulder with a soft sigh. All of his troubles melted away in the man's arms. Cold got Jimmy into bed, checking the bandage with a gentle touch.
Does it hurt?
Burns, mostly, Jimmy answered. It's okay.
I'm proud of you.
Cold said with a sincere smile that made Jimmy's insides turn to jelly.
You held your own with Duplin, and watching you put him in his place like that was magnificent.
Thank you, Jimmy said with a bashful smile.
You will make a very good lawyer one day.
I don't know about that. I'm a terrible liar, Jimmy chuckled. It wasn't easy lying to Augustus. I told him I didn't see anything, and that was crap, almost impossible to get out.
Lying to police officers?
Cold looked shocked, teasing.
Why, Mr. Poe, picking up all of these criminal habits?
Just so you know, in the future, I will only be taking on innocent clientele to avoid the whole lying to police stuff.
Won't have much business then, I'm afraid,
Cold said with an affectionate smirk.
I don't know many innocent men.
Yeah, I guess not, Jimmy said quietly, trying to ignore the memories of Jules standing over him with a gun. The blood. There was so much blood. Vincenzo's dead eyes staring at him but not seeing. Not seeing anything ever again.
What's wrong?
Cold's demeanor shifted to one of concern. I was thinking, Jimmy stammered, his breath starting to quicken. That's the second time I've seen someone killed. The room was starting to spin, his vision getting dark. He tried to tell himself that there was no blood here. There was no knife, no gun. He was panting, his fingers clenching and unclenching against the sheets. He couldn't keep the panic from rising up and flooding his lungs, squeezing his chest until he couldn't breathe.
Take a breath. Tell me what you need,
Cold said, lying down beside Jimmy and pulling him into his arms. Just you, Jimmy replied, trying to shake off the darkness and melting against Cold like a bowl of ice cream on a hot summer day. He pressed as close as he could, invading every inch of space between them until he was practically glued to him. I just need you.
Keep breathing,
Cold ordered and continued to hold Jimmy tight, rubbing his back and shoulders, not letting up for a moment. Concentrating on that perfectly smooth voice, Jimmy felt his pulse climb down out of heart attack territory. It was amazing how quickly Cold could pull him out of the darkness, and he sighed contently at the tender affection.
Better?
Cold soothed gently after a few long beats of silence, resting his cheek against Jimmy's hair. Yes, Jimmy sighed, the anxiety finally receding.
Jules said he told you and Dario to stay back,
Cold said firmly, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. He did, Jimmy said. But when we heard the shots, I guess we just got scared. Dario thought we could get to his car. Cold's hand pressed tightly at the small of Jimmy's back, chastising.
Foolish.
I know, Jimmy confessed. I wasn't thinking.
Obviously.
Where's Jules now? Jimmy asked. He saved me too. Is he okay?
He's fine. Keeping a low profile,
Cold replied, his fingers gently sliding along Jimmy's spine.
At least until the heat dies down.
Did they really trash my place?
The Lucchese's? Yes. Probably won't be able to tell much difference, all things considered.
Why? Because my apartment is already so shitty? Jimmy snorted, grateful for the splash of levity. Very funny, Cold smirked, pleased with himself at his little joke. So I'm really going to be staying here? With you? Jimmy peered curiously at Cold, hoping he didn't sound as excited as he felt. For how long? Until it's safe, Cold said, his eyes lingering on Jimmy's lips. Worried about me?
You still have quite a debt to work off,
Cold deflected smoothly. I really do, Jimmy said dryly. He knew Cold was being facetious, but it would be so nice to actually hear one genuine statement of endearment.
I'll have your things brought over. Anything in particular you need?
My mom's jewelry, Jimmy replied immediately. Cold quirked a brow at that, so he clarified. Maybe I don't need it exactly, but I want it here. And there's a shoebox under my bed, full of pictures. That too, please.
Done.
It's that ring, isn't it? They were looking for the ring. Vincenzo saw me wearing it at the club. He asked me about it. Before he tried to shoot me. Cold's face hardened.
What of it?
You said you'd tell me, Jimmy reminded him, pouting. He trusted Cold. He did. But he had to know what was going on. Cold said nothing. Jimmy reached up, resting his hand on Cold's cheek, trying to make him look back at him. Rod? Cold's eyes flickered back when Jimmy said his name, grabbing his wrist and deftly pinning it above his head. Jimmy gasped, surprised by the spike of lust that rushed through him. He bit his lip, gazing hungrily up at Cold. Shifting his body on top of Jimmy's, Cold was mindful of his injured arm as he held him firmly.
I seem to recall telling you that I would explain everything when it was the right time, he drawled. That time is not now.
Jimmy wiggled beneath him, scrunching up his nose as he protested. I deserve to know. If this really has something to do with my mother, please, tell me. Cold pursed his lips in that gorgeously sexy pout he wore so well, thoughtful and calculating as he scanned over Jimmy's body. The borrowed clothing was too big, shapeless, but Cold didn't seem to mind. He gazed over Jimmy ravenously, as if he were wearing soft silks and exotic leathers instead of baggy sweats. Scooting down onto his elbows, he kept Jimmy pinned while pushing the loose fabric up his stomach. His long fingers carefully traced the lines of Jimmy's lean hips, moving up to feather along his navel. Jimmy sucked in a sharp breath, amazed at how so few touches could leave him absolutely starving for more. He wanted to touch too, but he knew better than to try. He was patient, keeping his hands firmly against the mattress where Cold wanted them. He let Cold continue to pet and tease him, praying silently that he would give him an answer. Something, anything.
That ring belonged to Don Lucchese,
Cold replied at long last, his tongue running slowly over his top teeth.
Raffaello Lucchese.
R.L. Raffaello Lucchese. Holy crap baskets! The Don who was murdered? Jimmy exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Are you sure? I mean, how did it end up in my mom's jewelry box?
I am positive, Cold replied. I spent years kissing that ring. I am quite familiar with it. As to how your mother came into possession of it, that I cannot say.
Can't because you don't know? Or can't because you're not telling me?
Both,
Cold answered smugly, his nimble fingers lightly pinching Jimmy's nipple. Jimmy whined, his body focusing its circulatory attention down between his legs. He tried to stay on track, demanding, why would the Luccheses be willing to kill me over a stupid ring?
The Don had always planned to pass that ring on to his heir,
Cold explained, moving his fingers to Jimmy's other nipple.
When he was murdered, it was stolen, probably by whoever killed him. They searched for it for years, never found it.
That's why they were trying to start a war? Jimmy groaned. Over a ring?
Don't worry about that,
Cold said, shaking his head sternly.
The war was already brewing long before the Lucchese's knew about the ring. I'm keeping it safe, and I will do everything I can to prevent bloodshed. I promise you. It's bad for business, after all.
So who really killed the Don? Jimmy gasped, Colt's fingers twisting until it made him squeal.
Most people seem to think it was me, Colt teased with a wicked smile.
But then, wouldn't you have had the ring already? Jimmy argued, yelping at another hard pull.
Trust that I am looking into it, Colt soothed, his fingers resuming their delicate torture of Jimmy's nipples. I believe your mother's murder and the Don's may be connected.
Really? Jimmy whined, groaning as Colt pinched him harder.
Yes, I've contacted a very reliable source to look into the case.
You mean Jima?
Colt snorted in surprise. Yes. She's also the one who's going to help me free your father.
Wait, Jimmy protested, moaning at another cruel twist. I heard you and Jules talking about Jima before we made the deal for the ring.
And?
Jimmy glared accusingly at Colt. You only offered to help my dad to get that stupid ring from me.
Because there was nothing else you'd be willing to trade it for.
But you had me trade for something you were already doing.
Colt purred, offering Jimmy mercy and moving his hand down over his side. He nuzzled against Jimmy's neck, his lips allowing a small and chaste kiss next to his ear.
That is so frickin' sneaky. You said you wouldn't lie to me again.
I didn't lie, Colt interjected. I manipulated the situation to our mutual advantage. I get the ring, and your father will be freed. I am going to make sure of it.
That's still so screwed up. Jimmy groaned as Colt's hand moved down the front of his pants, grunting appreciatively when he was found hard and leaking. He kept his hips firmly planted against the sheets, trying to resist the urge to thrust up into Colt's palm.
Any other burning questions? Colt asked, far too calmly for someone who had their hand wrapped around a dick.
Yes, Jimmy continued to protest, gritting his teeth. Why were you already looking into the case? Why? His eyes widened as a few of those pieces fell into place. Augustus. You said Augustus lied about something. That's how you were going to get him. You found something?
Gold star for you, Mr. Poe, Colt purred, squeezing Jimmy's cock teasingly. I admire that lovely brain of yours, I do. But right now, I'm interested in a very different part of your anatomy. I'm not going to answer any more questions, so I hope you're satisfied.
Yes, sir, Jimmy gasped, his eyes fluttering closed. At least with, asking questions. Definitely maybe could think of some other satisfying things to do.
It's not 9 o'clock yet, Colt mused, suddenly releasing his hold and fixing Jimmy with a sly smile.
Are you really paying that much attention to the time now? Like right now? Jimmy all but growled, panting haggardly. Are you serious?
We should wait until you're actually on the clock, Colt taunted.
Do you want me to beg? Is that what this is? Jimmy whined, falling boneless against the bed despite a strong urge to kick his feet like an enraged toddler.
I want to make sure you're actually up for this, Colt corrected, his fingers lightly resting on Jimmy's cheek. My intention is not to be cruel.
Rod, Jimmy said earnestly, invoking his name to help convey how serious he was. I could have died today, and when I was down there on the floor, I didn't have any of that whole life flashing before my eyes or anything. All I thought about was you. Cold's snark was wiped away, replaced with a curiously blank expression. He appeared to be lost, gazing over Jimmy's face in desperate search of something. He stroked his thumb across Jimmy's cheek, lightly tracing his brow, commanding quietly.
Then strip, Mr. Poe.
Yes, sir. Jimmy said, nodding slowly, that dominant tone seeping right into his soul. He pushed the baggy shirt up over his head and wiggled his pants off in a blink, then watched as Cold moved onto his back, sitting up against the headboard. Patting his thigh invitingly, Cold beckoned him over, and Jimmy obediently slinked into his lap, surprised when Cold guided his hands up on his shoulders. He was thrilled with being given permission to touch. Cold gently ran his fingers down Jimmy's arms, pausing over the bullet wound. He traced around the bandage, his brow furrowing with obvious concern. His touch was tender, gentle, as he said softly,
I wish that bastard was still alive so I could kill him myself.
I'm okay, Jimmy said quietly, bravely moving his hands to rest on Cold's chest. I'm here. I'm safe. I'm yours. Eyes narrowing, Cold gripped Jimmy's hips possessively. He rolled his body up against Jimmy's, making him gasp when he felt how hard he was already.
Mine.
Yours, Jimmy agreed, breathless as he watched Cold grab lube from the bedside table and slick up his fingers. He arched his back, eagerly trying to press into Cold's hand when he reached between his cheeks.
Patience, Cold chastised, not yet penetrating him. You do realize that this isn't going to count towards your outstanding balance?
Seriously? Jimmy laughed, grinning up at the gangster and shaking his head. Yeah, I guess I'm not that worried about it. Chapter 19. Once 9 o'clock rolled around, Cold gave Jimmy plenty of time to work off some of his debt. Cold tied him up, keeping him stretched out across the bed, and teased him for hours before finally giving in and finding their sweet end together. After a long evening of such hard labor, Jimmy passed out with a happy smile on his face. Too bad he didn't wake up that way. Jimmy jerked up from the sheets suddenly, his heart racing and his skin sweating all over. A nightmare, he told himself. It was only a nightmare. There had been so much blood that it had been gushing down the walls, and his mother had been screaming in his ears. The rain had been pouring outside, thunder crashing and lightning crackling all around the house. The man in the white coat had been right there, leering over him, laughing and laughing, but he still had no face. He didn't have a face, only a black hole that threatened to swallow Jimmy completely. He had been sucked right into it, falling and falling, waking when his stomach dropped and everything went dark. Panting hard, Jimmy tried to shake off the remaining panic from the bad dream. It wasn't real. None of it was real. He sat up, rubbing his hands over his face. He was in bed alone and fumbled for his phone to see that it was a little after 5 in the morning. He could hear the shower running, but he didn't dare disturb Cold. The bathroom door would be locked anyway. Jimmy reached down around the foot of the bed, feeling for something to wear. The first thing he grabbed was Cold's dress shirt from last night. He smiled, pulling it on over his head and breathing in the warm and familiar scent of his lover. He was far too awake to even attempt going back to sleep, slowly padding out of the bedroom and into the den. He had been dying to get a peek at Cold's vinyl collection, and it was the perfect distraction to settle his restless mind. He turned on a small lamp, looking around excitedly. He could still hear the shower going. He had time to browse for a few moments. Carefully thumbing through the records, Jimmy was delighted by the names he found. Sam Cooke, the Pixies, Wild Cherry, the Coasters, Queen, Cheap Trick, the Temptations. He paused when he found one album all the way in the back that didn't have any cover art. He picked it up curiously, reading a small label. Suzanne, Cold's mother. Jimmy couldn't resist, reverently taking the record out of the sleeve and setting it on the player. He bit his lip, anxiously getting the needle into place. It was jazz, warm and slow, Suzanne's voice rising up over the music with a strength and beauty that made Jimmy's skin prickle with goosebumps. He tried to think of a singer to compare her to. Maybe Ella Fitzgerald? Billie Holiday? But no. Neither had that faint, rough edge that Suzanne did. Neither sang of love with such an intensity that it made Jimmy's heart ache, her voice carrying higher and seeping right into his soul. Jimmy stood there, mesmerized, surprised when the second song began to play and he actually recognized it. It was a jazzy cover of a Patsy Cline song. He began to sing along, softly at first, but stronger as the melody took over. Suzanne's voice was incredibly beautiful, and he slowly swayed his hips and sang with her, feeling tears in his eyes as the music moved him. So caught up in the song, he didn't even realize someone had turned off the lamp. Strong hands gently rested on his hips, and Jimmy jumped, yelping in terror. He tried to whirl around to see who had grabbed him, but Cold's velvety voice was urgent. "Don't turn around." Jimmy froze, the words of the song suddenly lost to him. "Please," Cold urged quietly. "Keep singing." Pressing as close as he could, Jimmy reached back to hold Cold's waist and gasped as he felt bare flesh under his hands. Cold wasn't wearing a shirt. It didn't feel like Cold was wearing much of anything. Cold smelled fresh and clean from his shower, and Jimmy's chest swelled with the thrill of knowing his lover was naked right behind him. He closed his eyes, his voice picking up the next chorus as he leaned into Cold's warm body. Cold's hands moved all over him, fingers lightly dancing over the curve of Jimmy's hip bone, reaching up his shirt and tracing along the sides and stomach, gently rocking him in time to his mother's voice. Jimmy melted everywhere Cold touched, his voice stuttering sporadically as he tried not to moan. Cold had never allowed him to be this close, his chin leaning on Jimmy's shoulder. His arms felt strong, comforting, sliding easily around Jimmy's waist with a familiarity that made his stomach flutter. Jimmy's hands naturally fell to rest on his forearms, still singing, but trying to take in every detail of the exposed flesh. In the dim glow of the light from the record player's display, he could see a wicked tangle of scars. Some of them wrapped around Cold's arms like snakes. A few were broad lakes of keloided tissue, and others were thin cuts like a spider web etched across his flesh. Jimmy dared to touch and trace every one he could see. There was tension in Cold's arms at first, but it began to ease away as the music played on. He let Jimmy explore all he wanted, his breathing soft and gentle in his ear. Turning toward the sensation of warm breath, the last words of the song on his lips, Jimmy felt Cold's mouth ghost over his skin, every muscle in his body winding tight in anticipation. He wanted to kiss Cold so terribly, reaching up to desperately rake his fingers through the man's short hair to finally seize his lips. Cold flinched away and easily caught Jimmy's wrist, tangling their fingers together as he groaned. Jimmy could sense his indecision and tried to press closer to tip the scales in his favor. Cold ducked his head away from Jimmy's kiss, but left his hand where it was. Jimmy hated the rejection, but took full advantage of the new allowance he'd been given. He eagerly stroked his finger over Cold's head, dragging through his closely shorn hair, teasing over the edge of his ear. This was a gift. The next song began, one Jimmy didn't know, but he picked up the melody quickly. He began to hum along, his breath hitching as Cold pushed him up against the record player. Cold's hand traveled south quickly, reaching between their grinding bodies in between Jimmy's cheeks. Jimmy's voice stuttered, breaking off into a symphony of escalating gasps. He rolled his hips against Cold's hand, keeping rhythm with the music, his nails digging down into his scalp. He was still open and wet from earlier, his singing lost to whimpering moans as Cold pressed deeper inside of him. The song rolled on to the next, and for a few seconds there was no sound but Jimmy's cries, the wet thrust of Colt's fingers, and the dull scratch of the record. Jimmy was on the tipping point of madness, smothering kisses against Colt's ear and neck, breathing, "God, please, don't stop, don't stop." Colt grunted, his fingers turning and spreading Jimmy until he cried out, grinding against him in time with a tantalizing bass.
Jimmy,
Colt murmured low, rubbing the head of his bare cock against Jimmy's hole.
I want to come in you.
Gurgling dumbly, Jimmy was surprised and instantly sobbing just from the thought. He had never let anyone do that. But Colt? God, yes. He wanted Colt to make him his. But only if you're mine, Jimmy said.
What?
Colt seemed startled by the statement. Only if you're mine, Jimmy stubbornly repeated. Only if I'm the only one.
Jimmy,
Colt sighed, his tone aching with emotion. He knew exactly what Jimmy was asking for. I'm already yours, Jimmy pleaded. Please, be mine.
Only you,
Colt said, nuzzling Jimmy's shoulder with his lips, pressing a soft kiss against his skin.
I can't be yours, but you're the only one.
Jimmy shuddered at the sweet kiss. Okay. A small groan rumbled in Colt's throat as he started to press his thick cock inside Jimmy. He was slow, each thrust moving with the music as he worked himself in. Once he was fully sheathed, he draped himself over Jimmy's body, kissing his shoulder again. Jimmy was a mess of sensation, whining as Colt's cock filled him so perfectly. It felt so much better without the condom, slick and hot. His mind already running away like mad that he had agreed to let Colt do this. He wanted it so much. His thoughts consumed with Colt coming inside him now. The warmth of his naked body against Jimmy's back was incredible, and that feeling alone was enough to leave him wrecked. Even though he couldn't see him, he could feel a strong chest and a firm stomach. He ached to touch, but kept his hands firmly planted on the record player. Jimmy didn't want to do anything to ruin this. The music played on, their bodies swaying together as if they were dancing. Colt would thrust deep as he could until Jimmy moaned and gasped, retreating until he nearly slipped out before pushing back inside again. Jimmy was absolutely lost to it, the passion intensifying as Colt kissed his neck again, lightly sucking at his skin. Jimmy's head tipped back against Colt's shoulder, letting him have free rein of his throat. Colt growled at the invitation, but never bit, never gnashed his teeth. He kept hissing and panting, prompting Jimmy to whisper desperately, "Please, God, I want to kiss you." Colt hesitated, his hips starting to slam forward harder as if to work off his obvious frustration. His hands pushed Jimmy's shirt up, fingers clinging to his sides before wrapping tight around him. He didn't know what Colt was trying to convey, but it felt desperate, broken. Jimmy could feel Colt's bare skin against his own, hot and damp with sweat. But no kiss ever came. He moaned, mourning the rejection, but loving how Colt fucked him. No, this wasn't fucking. They'd never had sex like this. This was something beautiful, something Jimmy had never felt before, an experience he didn't dare put words to yet. He gasped when Colt shifted their bodies, his cock starting to zero in on Jimmy's prostate. It was intense, enough to make his toes curl into the rug. He focused on the feeling, his hands still clutching the edge of the record player. His moans started to stutter, his whole body tensing up. The pressure inside him was seconds from exploding, and he realized with a groan that he was going to come completely untouched. He had certainly heard about it, read dirty message boards where people shared their experiences, but he had never had it happen. Until now. Rod, I'm gonna come. Jimmy whimpered, his fingers digging into the edge of the player so hard his knuckles turned white. Please, let me come. Cold made a wonderful sound at that, somewhere between a purr and a low growl, demanding, "Come for me, Jimmy." Jimmy went blissfully off the edge and straight into oblivion, shaking from head to toe as he came. Cole's cock pounded him through it, and he wept as each slam completely ruined him. The feeling was almost overwhelming, making his eyes water and leaving him gasping for breath. He cried out as Cole's hips became erratic, moaning quietly as he felt a flash of heat deep within as Cole unloaded inside him. "Oh, my God!" Jimmy gasped, whimpering as Cole's thrust slowed to a crawl. When Cole pulled out, Jimmy could feel his cum dribble out, and his face flushed with more heat, loving the new feeling so much. "Oh, Jimmy," Cole sighed, rubbing the head of his cock against his leaking hole. "You are perfect." Jimmy bowed his head against the record player, sighing softly at the compliment. Cold had used his names several times this evening, and it sounded so dirty and wonderful in that velvety drawl. The record had been over for some time now, the only sound the duet of their panting breaths. Jimmy moaned appreciatively, arching his hips as he stretched his back. He was warm and fuzzy all over, murmuring contently as Cold kissed his shoulder. Jimmy touched his cock, amazed that he was still hard after coming like that. It didn't even seem like much had come out. Cold dropped to his knees suddenly, spreading Jimmy's cheeks and greedily wiping his tongue over his ass. Jimmy's face blushed so hard it burned. Cold was slurping out every drop of his own cum that he could reach, his tongue dipping in and out of Jimmy's gaping hole. It was so dirty and hot. It made Jimmy groan obscenely loud. Keening and whining as Cold kept going, Jimmy's cock bobbed hard between his legs. There was still so much pressure, and he was scared his knees were going to buckle soon. "Please, fuck." "What do you need, Jimmy?" Cold rasped, sucking hungrily. "I don't know," Jimmy panted, snapping his teeth together. It feels so tight. It fucking aches." "I'll take care of you," Cold promised, his fingers pressing back inside and curling perfectly to massage his prostate. He reached his other hand to grab Jimmy's aching cock, stroking him lovingly. "Too much," Jimmy sobbed, torn between thrusting back on Cold's fingers inside him or forward into the one stroking him to sheer oblivion. "Fuck, please, God," Jimmy screamed, Cold's quick fingers coaxing him through the most intense orgasm he'd ever felt. It never seemed to end, his cock pulsing and pulsing long streams of thick cum as Cold assaulted his prostate without reprieve until his body quaked. When Cold finally released him, he gave his hole one last lick and grunted approvingly. Jimmy didn't think he could keep standing much longer, thankful when he felt Cold's strong arms wrap around him. He turned around, his head dropping against Cold's bare chest. His eyes had adjusted to the darkness, focusing on the nest of scars right in front of him. Twisted, blotchy, countless. Fingers trembling, he lightly traced over what may have been a stab wound just above Cold's right nipple. Wait, except there wasn't a nipple. Not exactly. It was another patch of scar tissue, a thick and dark tear that rippled across his breast. Cold stiffened like a statue, but didn't yet move away from Jimmy. His voice was strained when he spoke. "I need to get dressed." Jimmy frowned, peering up at Cold's handsome face. "You know I don't care about these." "Huh?" Yes, Jimmy said stubbornly. I've told you, I think you're beautiful. Oh, that word made Cold tremble. Gently, he began to pull away from Jimmy, saying quietly, That's a matter of perspective. Does that have anything to do with why you won't kiss me? Jimmy asked with a small huff. Cold's eyes narrowed, his voice a bitter hiss as he snapped,
What I choose to do or not do with my body is no business of yours, Mr. Poe.
Wait! Jimmy cringed, quickly trying to repair the obvious damage he had inflicted, exclaiming, I'm sorry. I just meant...
You have work today,
Cold said shortly.
The police finished their investigation, and the club will reopen tonight. While I don't expect Dario to be there, you still have rehearsal. I'll make sure there's a suitable replacement in the meantime.
Please, Jimmy said, reaching for Cold's arm. I didn't mean... Cold jerked away from him, his hand snatching Jimmy around his neck.
Don't,
he warned, eyes glittering with anger. Jimmy's heart sank. They had come so far, and now he felt like he had ruined everything. He gently curled trembling fingers around Cold's wrist, saying sincerely, I'm sorry, Rod. Cold's face softened for a brief moment, as if that last apology was actually heard and meant something to him.
Don't be late,
he said quietly. Jimmy didn't try to hold on when Cold pulled away, getting a departing glimpse of his body as he moved back to the bedroom. He heard the bathroom door slam shut and sighed defeatedly. Well, fuck. That had ended spectacularly well. Crawling back into bed, Jimmy pulled the covers up over his head. He didn't think sleep would come, but he tossed and turned in search of it. He managed to doze off at some point because he didn't hear Cold leave. He opened his eyes when he heard polite knocking at the door. Grumbling, he rolled back over and stuck his head under the pillows. He felt terrible for upsetting Cold, and he wasn't in the mood for company. The door opened despite his refusal to answer it, a familiar voice calling out, Monsieur? Allô? Jerry? Jimmy poked his head up. He glanced at his phone, noticing that it was a few minutes after 10. He also saw that Cold had again not left him a card. He didn't have a text from him either. Great.
I am very sorry to bother you.
Jerry quickly apologized as he stepped to the doorway of the bedroom. He would not cross the threshold, continuing hastily.
There's a bit of a situation down at Lambert, and your presence is needed immediately.
Me?
Oui,
Jerry confirmed.
it's Mademoiselle Legrand.
He gestured to the room behind him.
I've already brought you some of your clothing from your residence. The rest later, yes, but we need to go.
Jimmy sat up quickly, but didn't make it very far since he wasn't wearing any pants. Is Rowena okay?
She is asking for you,
Jerry said with a sad smile, starting to retreat.
Please, hurry, and we shall go.
Right, Jimmy said, a new streak of worry wrinkling up his gut. Once Jerry had left him, he got up to find clean clothes. Jerry had only brought him suits to wear, so he chose a dark gray pinstripe to put on with his black chucks. He hurried to the bathroom to fix himself up and change his bandage, smirking wryly at his reflection when he was ready. He looked like a little kid playing gangster dress-up. Pausing to take a quick selfie, he then texted it to Cold with a short message. See you tonight? Jimmy hoped so. He rushed downstairs to meet Jerry, the chauffeur and chef adding race car driver to his list of professions as he hauled ass down the label at neck-breaking speeds. Jimmy was a little nauseous as Jerry herded him inside. Jimmy heard a crash come from the upstairs office, grimacing as he jogged up the steps to investigate. He could hear sobbing and something shattering, carefully opening the door and calling out. Rowena? It's Jimmy. Please don't throw anything. The office was plush, decorated in the same theme as the rest of the bar with deep red curtains and dark wooden furniture. Rowena sat on the floor by a small liquor cabinet, glass broken all around her. Jimmy had never seen her looking so distraught. She was crying, her hair disheveled, makeup smeared, and she only had one shoe on. She looked up blearily as Jimmy walked in, cradling an open bottle of tequila in her lap and sobbing. "Oh, Jimmy, the worst thing ever has happened." Carefully stepping over the broken glass, Jimmy found a safe place to sit down beside her. Hey, he soothed. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "It's Dario." She sniffed sadly. "Is he all right? Did something happen at the hospital?" Jimmy asked, his brow wrinkling in concern. "No, he's fine," Rowena groaned. "He'll probably be released today. Surgeon said he doesn't need to be cut on, just lots of physical therapy. God, no, this is much worse." "What is it?" "I think I'm in love with him," she wailed hysterically. Jimmy blinked. Clearly there was something he was missing here. "But, Rowena, Dario is a really nice guy." No, Rowena pouted. "You don't understand, Jimmy. I am not a nice guy." "Of course you are. I mean, you're a girl, of course, but you're super nice. You're sweet, you're funny, you're a killer." Rowena sighed horribly. "What?" Jimmy gulped. "You know how all the cops think Roddy killed Dickie? Well, it wasn't him," Rowena said, taking a long sip of tequila. "I did it." Jimmy was glad he was sitting down because otherwise he would have fallen over. "Oh, that's, You want me to say I'm sorry? Or that it was an accident? I can't," Rowena blubbered. "I'm not sorry at all. He was a prick. A ridiculous fucking asshole prick who I shot a tiny bit." "You shot him?" Jimmy was stunned. About exactly 19 times. 19? Jimmy squeaked quietly. "What did you shoot him with? A frickin' machine gun?" "No, my Glock," Rowena clarified. She innocently took a small sip, adding, "I may have reloaded." "Oh, you reloaded. That's good." "Roddy hated him so much," Rowena went on. "Said he was like Boris. Told me I was being stupid. I didn't see it until it was too late." Jimmy scooted even closer, gently reaching for Rowena's hand. Did he hurt you?" "Yes." Rowena's beautiful face contorted with anguish, sniffling pitifully as an obviously painful memory washed over her. "Oh, Rowena," Jimmy said in sympathy, leaning close and putting his arm around her shoulders. "I am so very sorry." "May," Rowena smiled weakly. "Shit happens, you know? So, when he was done, I grabbed my gun. I wasn't gonna let him hurt me or anyone else ever again." "That could be considered a crime of passion. Even self-defense under the right circumstances," Jimmy said quickly. "There are ways." "Jimmy," Rowena said dryly, "I stopped to reload. Twice. That shows all the cognitive thought shit, so crime of passion would have been hard to sell." "Well, maybe." "I unloaded 2 full clips into him. And then I shot him one more time right in the dick. "Oh."
And I tried to set him on fire."
"Oh." Jimmy tried not to show how horrified he was, patting Rowena's hand as he stammered, "Well, Jules would have liked that."
"That's why they think it's Roddy,"
Rowena said sadly.
"The cops found the body. Saw the burns. They think Roddy offed him and Jules tried to hide the evidence."
"Well, did Dickie have a criminal record? Violent history?"
"Squeaky clean,"
Rowena grumbled.
"Look, Jimmy, Roddy and I went through all of this, trying to find a way to sell it. I didn't want Roddy to clean up my mess, but he did. Like he always does.
He really loves you, Jimmy said quietly, offering Rowena some tissues.
I know.
Rowena sniffled, gratefully accepting the tissues and loudly blowing her nose.
Ugh, it's all such a mess. All of this. This shit. It's my fault. It's why the Lucchese's came back.
Why? Because they thought Rod was going to get arrested?
Yep.
Rowena popped, rolling her eyes.
Have you met the gentlemen? They're all good guys, strong, whatever. But Roddy is the one that keeps them in line. Keeps them going. Without him, they'd fall apart. So if he went to jail,
the Lucchese's could make a move to take Stress and Springs back. Jimmy finished with a frown.
Roddy is always so careful. But the cops still found Dickie's body. Everything keeps pointing back to him. All of this shit keeps going wrong, and it's all because of me.
Is that why you've been,
trying to pickle myself?
Rowena chirped with a swig of the bottle.
Definitely. Not feeling real super about my first kill, okay? Even if the prick fucking deserved it.
Do the other gentlemen know?
That I killed Dickie? Jules, for sure. Tamerlane is suspicious. The others, meh. They just figure Roddy did it.
She replied with a shrug, her lip beginning to quiver.
Even Dario. God, he means so much to me.
What about Dario? Jimmy asked, petting Rowena's hand soothingly.
He thinks Roddy killed him too. And he's so sweet and so kind. Fuck. If he ever found out it was me.
Jimmy almost wanted to laugh, saying sweetly, "You're afraid that Dario wouldn't like you if he found out you, killed someone?"
Would you?
Rowena squeaked miserably. I mean, I know Rod has killed people, and I'm sort of, still with him. And my moral compass has been a tad hazy. And I might be falling for him, which is super crazy. And God, Jimmy babbled away, trying to aim for comforting, saying more confidently, I think love is blind, okay? I think when you love someone, you look over stuff, no matter how bad it is. And I know for a fact that Dario is frickin' crazy about you.
Really?
Rowena's big blue eyes were wide and hopeful. Really, Jimmy confirmed with a warm smile.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Rowena sobbed happily, throwing her arms around his neck and hugging him tight.
You're such a good friend.
Oh, sure. Jimmy laughed, wondering if it was possible for his life to get any crazier. Any time. So just to make sure we're on the same page, this actually does qualify as super secret mob stuff? Rowena chuckled.
Yes, sweetie. This is super secret mob stuff. You keep your lips zipped, or it's the fishes for you.
Got it. Rowena took a deep breath, straightening herself up and wiping off her face. She smirked shyly, teasing.
You totally admitted that you're falling in love with my brother.
Jimmy's ears spontaneously caught on fire. I did? I guess I did. You guys doing okay? Jimmy thought about their little tiff this morning that had been preceded by some pretty incredible passionate sex. 2 steps forward, half step back.
Progress.
What about you? Are you going to be okay?
Oh, sure, sweetie.
Rowena replied with a bright smile, her usual swagger trying to crawl back into place.
I'll make it.
Without developing cirrhosis of the liver? Jimmy challenged, gently prying the bottle away from her. She pouted.
Maybe.
I think Dario may surprise you if you let him, Jimmy said. Just be honest with him. I think you guys could be really happy together.
Yeah?
Yeah, Jimmy said, playfully bumping their shoulders together. Worth a try, right? There was a tentative knock at the door. Jerry hesitantly poking his head inside, asking, Everything all right now?
Oh, Jerry.
Rowena gushed tearfully.
I am so sorry I screamed at you and called you a frog cunt sucking whatever it was. and for throwing a bottle at you, and all that other stuff. Jerry smiled kindly, reassuring her.
Think nothing of it, mademoiselle.
Rowena snatched the bottle back from Jimmy, smiling sweetly at Jerry.
You're the best. Thank you for bringing Jimmy. I think we're all going to be okay now.
Of course, Jerry replied, fidgeting expectantly.
Mr. Poe?
What is it, Jerry?
You have a visitor. A young lady, very insistent that she must see you.
Young lady? Rowena waved her hand, saying,
Go on. I'll be down in a little while. Jerry, just keep an eye on things for me. Make sure she's cool. Until Roddy gets here.
Of course,
Jerry said with an obedient nod.
I'll be waiting downstairs for you, monsieur.
So, Rod's coming here? Jimmy asked casually once Jerry had left. He tried not to sound too excited.
Ah, somebody wants to see their loveykins.
Rowena teased, batting her eyes. Yeah, but I don't know if he wants to see me. We had a fight, Jimmy said with a wrinkle of his nose. Things were going really well. Like, wow, really well. But I think I pissed him off. Rowena's lovely face creased with worry.
Well, if you're close enough to actually get under his skin, I'd say you're doing better than you think, sweetie.
She ran her hands through her tangled hair, sighing.
Look, I need to freshen up.
Yeah, got it. Jimmy nodded, scrambling up to his feet.
We'll talk more later, I promise. If you need anything, Jerry will be keeping an eye on you.
Thanks, Rowena.
Hey, thank you, Jimmy,
Rowena said with a sweet smile.
Now go on. Go see who your mysterious visitor is. Maybe it's a talent scout.
Right, Jimmy laughed. Rowena blew him a kiss as he trotted out, taking a deep breath before he started back downstairs. Playing matchmaker by assuring his new best friend that her crush wouldn't care about her being a murderess. Yep, just another day in the life of a Mafia boyfriend, Jimmy thought crazily. Things couldn't get any more insane, right? Jimmy looked around to see who his visitor was, but he only saw Jerry at first.
Over there, monsieur,
Jerry said, and pointed him to a table on the other side of the bar. There was indeed a young woman waiting there, and she stood up when he began walking toward her. Jimmy gawked, dumbly, unable to stop himself from smiling when he recognized her as his old friend and Augustus's daughter. Anna? Chapter 20.
Why, Jimmy Poe,
Anna Duplin gushed happily, a dazzling smile lighting up her beautiful face.
Look at you.
Jimmy grinned dopily, his cheeks heating up from the appreciative gaze Anna passed over him in his sharp suit. Yeah, thanks, he said shyly. But wow, look at you. You look incredible. She was even more lovely than Jimmy remembered, dressed in a cute floral print dress and sandals, casual and equal parts elegant and stylish. She looked absolutely amazing.
Come here,
Anna insisted, pulling Jimmy in for a big hug. Jimmy didn't protest one bit, laughing. What are you doing back in Strassen? Well, I graduated school a few years ago in Raleigh, interned at the News and Observer, moved to Baltimore for a while, Anna babbled excitedly. I've just been everywhere. But Strassen Spring News offered me a position as a lead reporter a few months ago, and I couldn't resist coming back home. That's awesome, Jimmy said. Want to sit down? Catch up a little? I've got a few minutes before rehearsal, I think. Sure. Anna sat back in her seat, smiling sweetly. Rehearsal, huh? Jimmy Poe, the nightclub singer. Wow. Definitely not what I would have pictured for you at all. No? Jimmy sat across from her, blushing when Anna scooted down a seat so they were right next to each other. No, I thought you'd be uptown in some swanky condo. She laughed. You know, taking all the big high-dollar cases, fancy car, Rolex, all that. Yeah, not so much.
Jimmy's smile wavered for a moment. Right career, wrong goal. I've been doing okay, though. Well, not to be too forward, Anna said in a voice that indicated she was going to be exactly that. But Dad told me some pretty crazy stuff. Like you've been shacking up with a gangster? Wow. Well, he's not wrong. Jimmy! Anna gasped, leaning close as if they were sharing a dirty secret, her hand resting on his arm. You're seriously dating Roderick LeGrand? Boss Cold? Dating is a strong word, Jimmy admitted sheepishly. But yes, we've been seeing each other, and it's going well. I saw them putting your name up on the marquee when I pulled up, Anna squealed. I'd say things are going really well. How did you guys meet? It's an interesting story, Jimmy replied carefully. I'm a reporter. I love interesting stories, Anna teased. Okay. Well, this is off the record. I've already been patted down for any recording devices or weapons, Anna assured him, nodding back at Jerry. Like, seriously? He searched me. Little intense. They're very, protective. So, Dish, how did you end up with big old Boss Cold? Well, I got into a little financial trouble, Jimmy began, trying to find the nicest way to explain the unusual situation he had found himself in. I owed a lot of money to Cold, actually. We came up with a deal to pay it off. He helped me get this job, and so I'm paying him back here and there. But you're sleeping together? Anna asked bluntly. Yes, Jimmy replied, wishing he could stop the flow of blood above his neck. Jimmy? Anna said slowly, as if she was concerned he wouldn't understand what she was about to say. It sounds like you're prostituting yourself out. No, Jimmy said quickly. It's not like that. Not at all. Well, at first maybe sort of. But everything is okay now. I mean, see, he only came to me because he was trying to get Augustus since he was investigating him. But then Maury had told me that Cold might be willing to make a deal, and he's not worried about Augustus anymore anyway. And whoa, slow down. Anna looked horrified. Wait. So this deal to pay off your debt came about because Cold thought he could use you to manipulate Dad? No, well, it sounds really bad when you say it that way, Jimmy said with a grimace. Yeah, it sounds pretty sick, Anna said, not even bothering to hide her contempt. What the hell were you thinking? I was thinking that I had no job, no money, and no one else to fucking turn to, Jimmy replied honestly. Yeah, it's not a perfect fairy tale or anything, but it's worked out. I'm happy. I'm doing just fine now, thank you. Getting shot at is just fine? Yeah, Dad told me about that too. That doesn't normally happen? Jimmy squeaked in protest. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff happening right now. And, gangster-related stuff. Jimmy, you have your whole life ahead of you, Anna chastised. Why don't you just get out of here and finish school? I still can't believe you dropped out. I didn't believe Dad when he told me. You were doing so great. Jimmy tried to pull away, but Anna held onto his hand, prompting him to sigh in protest. Look, things are just complicated. I'm worried about you, Anna said, sincerely. Yeah, so worried you waited until today to find me, Jimmy said with a faint scowl. Jimmy, she scolded, I've thought about you all the time. Didn't you say you've been back for months? Jimmy demanded, eyeing his old friend suspiciously. He was happy to see Anna, but the timing of her sudden visit was quite suspect. Yes, but Jimmy, I've been really busy. Busy? We haven't spoken in years, Anna. You ran off to Raleigh for school. I don't ever hear from you. Not a letter, not a postcard. After all this time, you just come flouncing in here concerned and caring, and you act like nothing happened. I'm sorry, Jimmy, Anna said, her smile a little sad. I really want to try being friends again. Do you even remember the last time we talked? Jimmy's eyes began to slowly fill with tears. Thanksgiving, I think. Like 6 years? 5?
When me and Augustus got into that big fight about my dad, which, by the way, not once have you asked me about how my dad is doing. Not once is he okay. How he's holding up. Well, Jimmy, he's in prison, Anna said softly. What do you want me to say? Maybe to actually give a shit? Jimmy spat. To maybe think for yourself for once and not parrot back everything that Augustus fucking says? Jimmy, Anna scoffed, shocked by his tone and language. Come on. If Augustus told you the moon was made of ice cream, you would ask what flavor. That's not true. I do question him constantly. Not about my dad, Jimmy accused. Jimmy, I'm very sorry, Anna said, her voice strained yet firm. But your dad is exactly where he belongs, in prison. She might as well have slapped Jimmy right in the face. He swallowed back a few bitter tears, asking flatly, Why are you really here, Anna? Dad wanted me to try to talk some sense into you, Anna said, crossing her arms over her chest. See if it's not too late to save you before you get yourself killed. So you came to do Augustus's dirty work? I came here because I'm worried about an old friend, Anna sighed, pressing forward and resting her hand on Jimmy's leg. We used to be so close, Jimmy. I still do care about you, believe it or not. Jimmy shook his head, but patted her hands as he said, And I care about you. But this is what my life is now. I'm finally getting shit straight. I know it doesn't look like it, but I am. I have a new job that pays really well. I'll be able to get my student loans under control in just a few months. I mean, crap. I actually will be able to go back to school eventually. I'll be able to pay for it all myself. And I don't care what you or Augustus or anybody says about Cold. You don't know him like I do. There is so much good in him. The way he cares about the people close to him, how he tries to help them. He really believes in me. Something you and Augustus never did. Jimmy, Anna pleaded, you're talking about a convicted murderer. A criminal who has done nothing but take care of me, Jimmy said firmly. Look, it was really good to see you, but I'm not going anywhere. I won't leave him, and I definitely am not going to do anything to help Augustus. You used to care about doing what was right, Anna challenged. And now, this place, your job, that suit, I don't even know who you are. Well, Jimmy said with a sad smile, recalling Anna's earlier comment about Rolexes and a swanky condo. I'm starting to think you never did. Jimmy, please, I want to help you. My dad wants to help you. I'm good, Jimmy said stubbornly. Really? You're going to get yourself killed or end up in prison like your dad, Anna warned. I don't want that for you. We can still get you out of this mess. You could come stay with me or Dad. I might be able to help find you a new job. Your generosity is amazing, Jimmy laughed bitterly. I'm just, wow, blown away. You know, I almost starved one time. And oh, there was that time I almost died because I couldn't afford to go see a doctor. I was almost homeless more times than I can count. And where was your concern then? Where was Anna and Augustus wanting to save Jimmy then, huh? Anna was silent. Oh, but now? Now that I'm with Cold, all of a sudden you want to come save me? Jimmy went on, too disgusted to even care how nasty he was being. What freaking right do you have? You can't just magically pop up and pretend all those years you weren't there for me didn't happen and decide that you and Augustus know what's best for me. Jimmy was on his feet, prying Anna's hand off his leg, his anger compromised by his aching heart. He had been in love with Anna once. It hurt deeply that she had only come here to do Augustus's bidding. I think it's time for you to go, Jimmy said quietly. Anna rose up slowly, winding her arms around Jimmy's shoulders and pulling him into a gentle hug. She sounded broken when she said, I'm so sorry. I I wasn't always a good friend. I know that. I can't take it back. And I'm sorry. If you ever change your mind. I won't, Jimmy promised her, but couldn't stop himself from hugging her back. It was really good to see you. You too, Anna sighed, still holding him close. Maybe I'll come and catch your show sometime? Yeah, I'm sure Augustus would love that, Jimmy snorted. Anna pulled back to fix Jimmy with a stubborn look. I really don't always listen to Augustus, you know. I am my own person. Jimmy raised a skeptical brow. Really? In fact, I have my own dating drama. Not nearly as exciting as dating a gangster, but I'm dating a cop. Jimmy burst into laughter, stunned. Wow, I bet Augustus frickin' loves that. It's his partner, too. Holy crap, okay. Jimmy conceded with a small chuckle. Anna Duplin is her own person. Got it. Damn right I am. And I didn't just come here because Dad told me to. I came because I really care, Jimmy. This is crazy. I know, but I'm happy. Maybe I am crazy, but this is it for me. I really wish you all the best, Anna. I do, but I'm not going anywhere. Anna looked heartbroken, but she nodded tearfully. Well, you're an idiot, she said with a small laugh. But you're a grown idiot, and I can't change your mind, so... Jimmy hugged her tight, closing his eyes and rubbing her back soothingly. He knew now that the distance between them would likely never be repaired, but he could hold on to this moment. He could remember the girl he loved and the friendship he mourned, knowing that some things were just not meant to be. Maybe in another lifetime, but not this one. If you try to print any of what we talked about, I'll sue you for libel, Jimmy teased. You're not a lawyer yet? Anna laughed. Yeah, well, I can afford one now, Jimmy snickered. So just watch out. Wouldn't dream of it, Anna promised, kissing Jimmy's cheek tenderly. Jimmy blushed. Jerry cleared his throat loudly. Boss Cold was here, Tamerlane and Lori flanking either side of him. They were all dressed to the nines, and Jimmy had no problem admitting how weak in the knees the sight of Cold in a suit made him. Black pinstripe with fresh lilies pinned to his lapel, white spats. Christ. Jimmy was more than pleased to see Anna checking him out. Criminal or not, even she couldn't deny how stunning Cold looked. Jimmy hadn't heard them come in, blinking in surprise as all three men stared him and Anna down. Hey.
Miss Duplin, Cold greeted with a click of his tongue. Oh, he looked angry. Deceptively calm on the outside, but Jimmy knew better. Cold was severely pissed off. Jimmy gently pushed away from Anna, smiling bashfully. He didn't know why, but he felt an odd lurch of guilt, as if Cold had walked in on him doing something much more intimate than hugging.
You know who I am?
Anna scoffed, arching her brows in surprise. I know a great many things, Cold replied shortly. Yeah, like where you live, Jimmy thought to himself with a gulp. He gave Anna a quick pat on her shoulder, saying quickly, Look, it was really great catching up and all, but take care of yourself, okay?
You too,
Anna said, offering a sympathetic smile.
Take care, Jimmy. Try not to do anything stupid.
Not making a promise I can't keep, Jimmy said with a shrug and a smirk. Goodbye, Anna.
Bye, Jimmy.
She waved, nervously making her way around Cold and the gentleman. Jimmy bounced anxiously on the balls of his feet, turning back at Cold. So, upstairs, Cold barked, his voice so loud it made Jimmy flinch. He took a deep breath, more calmly, adding, Right now. Jimmy heard Lori and Tamerlane snicker to themselves as he raced up the stairs to the office, his heart pounding with dread. It was the same feeling of trepidation as being marched through school to see the principal. He wasn't sure what exactly he had done wrong, but it was very obvious Cold was not happy with him.
Cold looked around the trashed office disgustedly as he walked in, groaning.
What the fuck happened in here?
Rowena, Jimmy explained, and a half bottle of tequila. She was upset because she doesn't think Dario will like her anymore if he finds out she killed Dickie.
She told you?
Cold stared heavenward, saying out loud to no one in particular,
I'm going to kill her.
Look, I'm sorry. She wanted to talk. I didn't know what she was going to tell me. You know you can trust me.
Oh, can I?
Cold narrowed his eyes into venomous slits, his upper lip curling defiantly as he slammed the door shut behind them.
Is that why I saw you cozied up with Miss Duplin? Because you're so trustworthy.
She just showed up, Jimmy protested, eyes wide in disbelief. I had no idea she was going to be here. Are you being serious right now? Look, I wanted to apologize for this morning. I know I upset you.
After all that I've done for you, Cold seethed, you let her put her hands on you, right in front of me.
All you've done? Are you freaking high? Jimmy argued, throwing his hands up in frustration. What have you freaking done for me, huh? Lie to me? Manipulate me? Use me?
I've clothed you, I've fed you, I've provided for you, I've allowed you to share my bed.
Cold snarled back, his voice rising to overtake Jimmy's.
Everything I have done has been for you.
And for you too, Jimmy countered. Don't you dare act like you've been some selfless saint. You do remember how this all started, right? Don't insult me like that.
You mean how you insulted me with Miss Duplin? Hanging all over her?
Cold challenged, his eyes shiny and bright with anger. Oh my God, Jimmy gasped as realization clicked into place. You're jealous. Cold scowled, but didn't deny it. She's just an old friend, Jimmy groaned, exasperated. And we're probably not even going to be friends now. If you had shown up like 2 seconds earlier, you would have heard me defending you.
Was that before or after her lips were all over you?
Cold asked in a sickeningly sweet voice. I'm not interested in Anna. I don't want her. Cold did not look convinced. Jimmy was getting frustrated, snapping. You're all that I want, Rod. Just you. It's crazy and it's stupid, but I do. Even when you push me away all the time. Even though you refuse to kiss me.
I am giving you everything I fucking can.
Cold was in his space in a second, forcing Jimmy to stumble back into the desk. His teeth bared as he growled quietly.
I have given you so fucking much. And still you want more. It's never enough.
I'm not going to apologize for going after what I want, Jimmy protested passionately, grabbing onto the edge of the desk to steady himself. I want to be with you, Rod. I want this to be real. I don't want to be your freaking whore anymore. I don't want any more stupid deals. Why can't I actually just be your boyfriend? Why can't you just admit
you're whatever the fuck I want you to be when I want you to be it?
Cold snapped back, his hands sliding around Jimmy's neck.
You're mine.
But you'll never be mine, right? Jimmy spat defiantly, fingers curling tight around Cold's wrists. You know, maybe you should be jealous. At least I know Anna wouldn't be afraid to kiss me.
Oh, you fucking brat. You have no idea what it's like to be afraid.
Cold sneered, something hurt and wild clouding his eyes. I am afraid all the time, Jimmy wailed, his eyes beginning to flood with tears. I'm afraid to go to sleep sometimes because of what I might dream about. I'm afraid for my dad. That something is going to happen to him in prison. I'm afraid for myself. I'm afraid you're never going to care about me, even half as much as I care about you. Time seemed to slow down. Cold's hands tight enough to make Jimmy's breath catch, and he could feel Cold's pulse thrumming rapidly under his fingers. Just like that day they met. The energy in the air began to shift, the anger retreating from Cold's gaze. He was so beautiful, and he looked frightfully lost, staring down at Jimmy's mouth as if he could find all the answers he needed there. He suddenly lunged forward. Cold crashed their lips together in a passionate kiss, their teeth clicking from the force of it. It was messy, heated, and Jimmy was crying instantly. He had wanted this for so long. Squeezing Colt's wrists, he pressed his body into his. Colt began to regain control, his lips now like velvet, smoothly gliding against Jimmy's. They tasted as wonderful as Jimmy had always dreamed, moaning as Colt's tongue seductively slipped its way into his mouth. Colt's hands at his neck were firm, tilting Jimmy's head to find the perfect angle as they kissed, their mouths dancing together so sweetly. A kiss had never felt this damn good. Giving Colt everything he had, his body trembling, knees wobbling, Jimmy gasped. Can I please touch you? Yes, Colt purred, sighing as Jimmy's hands immediately slid up his arms and around his shoulders. Jimmy gasped again as Colt grabbed him around his waist, lifting him up onto the desk. The keyboard and jar of pens clattered onto the floor as he pulled Colt close, wrapping his legs around his hips. He kept kissing him, afraid to lose contact even for a moment. He kissed Colt like he was starved for it, greedily taking every taste and sensation and going in for more. Colt's hands were all over him, and the way he dominated the kiss, the savage manner in which he just took and took, was driving Jimmy absolutely wild. He wanted Colt inside him, and he scrambled to loosen his pants, moaning loudly. Colt was on the same page, his hands clawing at every inch of Jimmy and sliding down his hips. There was hardly any grace between them, trying to unsnap buttons and pull away fabric, desperate to get at each other as quickly as possible. Palming the sides of Colt's face, Jimmy kissed him eagerly, one leg still in his pants, even as he lifted his hips to yank down his briefs. Colt was going to fuck him right there on the desk, and it was going to be so damn good. This was perfect, hot, and wait, why was the door opening? Why was Rowena standing there with a smug look on her face, teasing? Aw, I see you guys made up. Working on it, Jimmy panted, smiling stupidly. He was glad to see Rowena had cleaned herself up, makeup and hair flawless as usual, and she had both shoes on now. Colt looked annoyed, turning his head to glare at his sister. Need something, sis? Maybe confess to some more crimes? Rowena grinned slyly. Oh, I don't know. Let me go commit a few more, and then I'll get back to you. She tried peering around her brother to peek at Jimmy, giggling. You guys are definitely working on some lovely and decent exposure charges, you know. Colt stared, unbuckling his belt and pulling his pants down, giving his sister full view of his bare ass. Is this indecent enough for you? Ew, gross! Rowena squealed, laughing. Fine, I'll leave you alone. I just wanted to tell you everyone is here except Jules and Corman. Have fun making up. She giggled loudly, quickly exiting and slamming the door. Colt rolled his eyes, smirking at Jimmy. Making up? Is that what we're doing? I hope so, Jimmy replied honestly, glancing down at Colt's hard cock bobbing between them. He leaned forward, softly kissing Colt. I am sorry, Rod. Colt flinched slightly, his hands resting on Jimmy's thighs. I'm really sorry, Jimmy said again, hoping Colt knew how much he meant it. I'll try to be more patient. I didn't mean to push you so hard. I need some sort of commitment. Tilting his head, Colt pursed his lips in that thoughtful way of his, but said nothing. I'm kind of, putting myself out there, Jimmy said nervously. Don't leave me hanging. Please, if you don't want to be mine, I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I need something. Rod? I spent almost all of my life as property, Colt replied quietly. I was a thing, to be used however they wanted. He closed his eyes as if to fight off a wave of pain, continuing firmly.
I swore that once I was free, no one would ever own me again. No one. I will never be yours, because I refuse to belong to anyone except myself.
Jimmy couldn't help the look of despair that came over him. For both Cold's admission of his earlier life and his adamant declaration that he would never be his. He could feel his heart breaking, his eyes already damp with fresh tears. That couldn't be it. It just couldn't be. Rod, Jimmy pleaded softly, ready to fight, ready to beg if he had to. He sniffed, quieting down when Cold shook his head. He wasn't done yet.
But,
Cold said, his voice smooth and gentle, hands cradling Jimmy's face.
What I can give you is this. One final deal. I'm offering you my loyalty, my affection, my home, and my bed for as long as you want it.
And in return? Jimmy asked softly, eyes wide and hopeful. What do I have to do?
Be mine, Jimmy.
Cold replied sincerely.
Be mine always. Be loyal to me, and only me. Be mine, and I promise that I will always take care of you.
So, Jimmy asked coyly, I'll actually be a Mafia boyfriend? Cold scoffed, rolling his eyes as he dryly replied,
Yes, Jimmy.
What about money? All the money I owe you? Jimmy asked quickly.
Consider it a signing bonus, and your debt forgiven.
Cold snorted.
I will still help get your father out of prison. You'll continue working here at the club for as long as you'd like, but I still control what happens in the bedroom. My rules. Everything at my discretion. Always. That's not negotiable.
Fine, Jimmy chirped happily.
Now, tell me, Jimmy.
Cold drawled, studying Jimmy's face carefully.
Is that enough for you?
That's enough, Jimmy assured him. That's enough for me. If that's what you're offering, I'm taking it. All of it. I'm yours.
Thought you might.
Cold teased, tilting his head and capturing Jimmy's lips in another deep kiss. Jimmy moaned, melted against him. He could feel Cold's cock pressing against his thigh and mewed softly in anticipation. He was already trying to figure out if spit would be adequate enough lube when there was a heavy knock at the door.
What?
Cold roared, enraged by yet another interruption. Jules walked in, not deterred by Cold's obvious fury, rumbling,
Hey, boss, it's time.
Cold growled, glancing back at Jimmy and taking a deep breath. Jules waved, cheerfully greeting.
Hey, Twig. Glad you're doing okay.
Hi, Jules. Jimmy sighed. Thank you, by the way. For doing that thing and saving me.
Next time, listen to what the fuck I tell you to do.
Jules snorted. He looked expectantly and cold.
Gotta go, boss.
Eyes glancing up to doubtlessly curse the heavens, Cold bit out.
Be right there.
Jules gave them some privacy, retreating out the door, but he left it open. Cold dressed himself with a sour sneer, stepping away to allow Jimmy to hop off the desk. He pulled him in for yet another searing kiss, letting it linger for a long moment. Visibly struggling to break away, he purred.
To be continued.
Definitely, Jimmy agreed, struggling to shove his erection away. He made himself presentable, asking hopefully, "Tonight?"
Yes,
Cold said.
I have important business to attend to, but I'll be home as soon as I can.
Okay, Jimmy said, eagerly going in for another kiss. Cold allowed it, gently touching the side of Jimmy's neck.
Goodbye, Jimmy.
Bye. Jimmy sighed adoringly, watching the gangster leave. He flopped back against the desk, smiling stupidly. Cold had finally kissed him. They had kissed, and it had been beautiful and perfect. And Jimmy knew he was completely head over heels for the gorgeous gangster. They were actually going to be together now, as a real couple. Cold's estate was going to be their home. He was going to be his boyfriend. Jimmy had never been so happy. He practically floated downstairs to find Cold and the gentlemen were all gone, even Rowena. Jerry, chef and race car driver, was also apparently an amateur pianist, waiting patiently for Jimmy to join him on stage for rehearsal. They went through the set until Jimmy was exhausted, Jerry allowing him a small break before running him through it a few more times. They stayed until the club was getting ready to open, and Jerry finally agreed to take Jimmy home. Jimmy was delighted to find all of his clothing had been brought over, but decided to wait before putting anything away. He had a feeling that Cold would be particular about which side of the closet he chose, grinning when he saw his shoebox of photographs at the foot of the bed. Inside the shoebox was his mother's jewelry box as well, and he looked over his little treasures with a happy smile. After carefully putting the box under the bed, Jimmy took a shower, threw on his robe, and snuggled into bed to wait for Cold. Time ticked by, and soon Jimmy had started to doze off. He snapped awake when he heard the doors all slamming open, heavy footsteps thundering toward him. He sat up, startled as the lumbering figure of Jules Price came rushing in. Jules looked distraught, his shirt soaked in blood, eyes wild with anger and fear. "Jules!" Jimmy bolted to his feet, staring at all the blood. It was everywhere, and he tried to keep the room from spinning as he stuttered. What's wrong? The blood.
It ain't mine.
Jules panicked, grimacing miserably.
It's Boss's.
Rod? Jimmy gasped, his heart seizing against his ribcage. How bad?
Well, it sure as fuck ain't good.
Chapter 21. Jimmy thought he was going to be sick, his chest crushed by anxiety and fear. Is Rod going to be okay? Jules came forward, big hands grabbing Jimmy's shoulders and squeezing.
The doc is on her way, okay? But we gotta get ready. Lori and Pim are bringing Boss. They were right behind me. You're gonna help me get all this shit set up.
Trembling, Jimmy nodded tearfully. Just tell me what to do.
Come on,
Jules urged, gesturing Jimmy to start stripping the bed. They pulled off all the sheets, Jules throwing down a plastic tarp. Jimmy didn't even know where he had gotten it from. It was just suddenly there, Jules shoving one end at him to drape over the bed. They tucked it all around the mattress, and Jules dragged one of the bedside tables out of the way. Tamerlane was there next, his face bloodied and carrying a large fluorescent lamp, panting. They're not here yet?
Does it look like they are?
Jules snapped, taking the lamp and positioning it next to the bed. Fuck you, Tamerlane spat.
Fuck you,
Jules barked back.
They'll be here.
What happened? Jimmy asked in a tiny, frightened voice, wrapping his arms tightly around himself. Tamerlane glanced at Jules before replying. Meeting with the Lucchese's. Went bad. Real bad. We got a rat in the house. You mean a traitor? Jimmy clarified. Uh-huh, Tamerlane said with a nod. No one knew where the meeting was going down until last minute. And yet, some fuckhead with a gun came blazing in, aiming for Cold and Matteo Lucchese. Matteo didn't get hit, but Cold...
He took 2 bullets. Both gut shots.
Jules said gently, trying to soothe the terrified look on Jimmy's face.
He's bleeding bad, but he's fighting. We got Doc Queen on her way, and that's the baddest bitch I know.
Can't you take him to the hospital? Jimmy squeaked.
And get him arrested? Fuck, come on now.
Jules gruffed.
Cops are all over the place as it is now. Another big fucking problem.
What is? Jimmy stammered, trying to follow along. Cops were on their way before the gunmen started shooting, Tamerlane explained. We heard sirens before the first shot. A setup? Jimmy gasped, hastily scrubbing his hands across his face. But by who? The Lucchese's? Would they risk taking out their own guy to get cold? Tamerlane and Jules exchanged concerned looks as if they had already said too much. Before they could decide on whether or not to confirm Jimmy's suspicions, there was a new commotion from downstairs. It was a rush of raised voices, something being knocked over and broken, and a loud groan of pain. Rod. Jules and Tamerlane rushed out of sight, leaving Jimmy to stand there feeling like a fool. He didn't know if he needed to go help, if he needed to do something. He was scared and useless, his heart clinging to his tonsils as he rocked back and forth on his heels by the bed. Jules returned, Boss Colt in his arms, limp and pale.
Come here, help me.
He grumbled at Jimmy, nodding for him to join him at the bed.
Hold his head.
Jimmy obeyed, cradling Cold's head as Jules lowered him. Cold was sweaty, almost gaunt from the blood loss, his eyes fluttering open to see who was touching him. He seemed to relax when he saw Jimmy, groaning softly. Hey, Rod. Jimmy soothed, the tarp crinkling beneath him as he crawled up on the bed.
Hey, Jimmy.
Cold murmured, his eyes closed.
Sorry, I'm late.
It's okay, really. Petting Cold's brow, he tried to smile and ignore the blood that had soaked his shirt and pants. He could see it oozing through the makeshift bandage that had been applied to Cold's side, and he demanded sharply, Where is the doctor? Right here, a firm, smooth voice called out, heels clicking loudly on the wooden floors as she approached. She was a thin woman with a shock of peroxide blonde hair. Jimmy would have almost mistaken her for frail, but her expression told a completely different story. Despite her petite frame, her entire energy screamed of danger and strength as she quickly gloved up and sat on the edge of the bed next to Cold. A young woman accompanied her, bright and quick, carrying a large surgeon's bag and starting to pull out a plethora of equipment. Abigail, the doctor ordered, start 2 IVs. I want a saline drip and start pushing morphine stat. Mr. Legrand is not going to like what we're about to do.
He's not.
Cold mumbled, gritting his teeth. Get a blood pack going, too, she continued, ignoring him. He's already lost too much. Jimmy watched the doctor cut Cold's shirt and jacket out of the way, tearing the fabric until his entire torso was bare. He tried not to look, he really did, but he had been aching to get a glimpse of Cold's body. He was softer than Jimmy had imagined, but there was still firm muscle aplenty despite the lack of definition he had always fantasized about. There was a light misting of hair gracing his pecs that grew a little thicker as it traveled down his stomach and below. A faint hint of silver shimmered even there, and when the circumstances were different, Jimmy was going to take the time to properly appreciate how sexy he thought it was. But the scars, the tapestry of agony weaved from a lifetime of abuse, they seemed more horrifying than the 2 bullet wounds currently spouting blood from Cold's side. There were dozens, all in varying shapes and sizes, too many to count, though there were a definite few that screamed for attention. The most obvious was one Jimmy had seen before, the jagged wreck of tissue that had claimed Cold's right nipple. There was another nightmare of marbled dark tissue streaking across the left side of his stomach several inches over. Despite all the damage, Jimmy still thought Cold was breathtaking. I'm Dr. Madeline Queen. Who are you? The doctor asked briskly, staring Jimmy down. Jimmy, he croaked in response, still petting Cold's forehead.
He's with Cold,
Jules grunted as if to vouch for his presence. Queen looked less than impressed, saying shortly, Remain up there and out of my way, and you can stay. Interfere at all, and I'll drag you out myself. Got it? Got it, Jimmy replied quietly. Her gloved fingers pressed around the wounds, prompting Cold to gasp and moan. Bullets only grazed him. Lucky. Just an inch more to the right and they would have hit his liver, she mused. We have to get this bleeding under control. Just an inch, she'd said. Those words hitting Jimmy hard in the gut. They were the words his father always said to comfort him when he visited him in prison. Just an inch of glass separated them. Just an inch. Jimmy had never expected those words to carry such added weight. Cold could have died. After all they had built together, an inch would have ended it. Abigail had already gotten the 2 IVs going, one in Cold's arm and the other in the back of his hand. Blood and clear fluid pumped away, and she drew up a syringe of medication to push into the line. "Ready, doctor," she said tensely. "Go ahead, right now," Queen barked, "and give me 2 sets of hemostats and suture." Abigail scrambled to supply the requested tools, and Jimmy had to look away while she worked. He kept his eyes focused on Cold's face, watching him slip in and out of consciousness, grunting in pain as Queen sewed up his wounds. Jimmy kept dabbing his brow, trying to stay strong, trying not to cry when Cold finally passed out. The gentlemen were all here now, lining the doorway like mourners at a funeral, all watching silently as Queen worked to save their leader. Rowena was a softly blubbering mess, Jules' strong arms holding her tight and murmuring something in her ear to comfort her. Jerry had his hands clasped together, praying softly in French. Laurie looked grim, and Tamerlane hugged him close. Pim kept wiping his eyes and adjusting his glasses, prompting Thirdsies to lean affectionately against his shoulder. Valdemar had grown tired of standing and had flopped onto the floor, holding his face in his hands. The fear was thick, making the air hard to breathe. Jimmy couldn't take it any longer, finally letting himself cry, bowing his head and whispering in Cold's ear, "You can't leave. You can't. They all need you. I need you. Please. I need you so much. I love you, Rod." "Jimmy, right?" Queen asked quickly. "Yes? Please keep your sweet little love confessions to yourself right now." She sighed in annoyance. "I need to concentrate." "Sorry," Jimmy said with a grimace, falling silent. After what felt like hours, Queen had finally finished her work and was suturing the last of Cold's wounds closed. Abigail helped her roll him over to clean up all the remaining blood and apply a thick bandage. Then she stripped off her bloody gloves, handing them off to Abigail to dispose of, along with the soiled instruments. Waving at Jimmy, she ordered, "Come on, Casanova, make yourself useful." Jimmy gently slid off the bed, helping Queen pull a fresh sheet over Cold. Underneath its cover, she pulled off the last of Cold's bloody clothing, leaving him naked underneath. She passed the mess over to Abigail, who quickly made it vanish. Abigail removed the IVs, placing small bandages over the sites while Queen watched her carefully. "Want some free advice, Loverboy?" Queen asked, glancing away from Abigail's work and quirking a finely manicured brow. "What?" Jimmy asked softly. "All that deathbed goopy love shit," Queen replied briskly. "If it was important enough for you to say then, make sure you remember to say it when he can hear you." Jimmy gulped. He had told Rod he loved him. He loved him so very much. Smiling weakly, he said, "Thanks. I will." Queen turned her head, addressing the other gentleman as well. "He'll be fine. He'll be weak from the blood loss, but he'll recover. I've given him antibiotics to ward off any possible infection and left enough painkillers to take out a few horses." She looked back at Jimmy. "Keep the wounds clean, check for any signs of infection, and keep him on strict bed rest, or at least in bed." "Got it," Jimmy said eagerly, wiping at his eyes. "Call me if you need me," she said curtly, cutting her eyes at Jules as she asked, "I expect my usual house call fee?"
Done and done, Doc.
Jules replied with a smirk. Crawling back into bed beside Cold, Jimmy hated how the tarp crinkled as he moved, but was desperate to be close to him. He watched as all the gentlemen came to pay their respects, a nod or small murmur. None of them touched him except Rowena, who bent down to kiss his forehead, sniffling at Jimmy. "You take care of him, okay? I'm right down the hall if you need me." Jimmy took her hand and squeezed it tight. "Don't worry, I will. I promise." Rowena tried to smile, but the tears wouldn't stop coming and she left quickly, Pim gently offering his arm to guide her out. Laurie and Tamerlane followed, Thirdsies and Valdemar soon after. Jerry and Jules helped Abigail take down the light and clean up while Queen supervised. It was that moment when Jimmy realized there was one gentleman missing. Corman wasn't here. Not that Jimmy was unhappy about that. Of all the gentlemen, Corman bothered him the most. Just thinking about how he had looked at him that night at the club made his skin crawl with a fresh batch of heebie-jeebies.
Nice work, Doc.
Jules rumbled as the last of the makeshift operating room was packed away.
We appreciate it. Gold is mighty important to us.
Trust me, he'll be fine, Queen said with a warm smile that seemed unusual for her given her cold bedside manner. Maybe it was a special smile, Jimmy thought, reserved just for Jules, considering the way it made him grin like a little schoolboy. Jerry didn't seem to be a fan of the situation, casting a longing gaze toward Queen. He quickly insinuated himself between them, asking sweetly, Mademoiselle Queen, please tell me what I can do to assist you. Could you help Abigail carry out the equipment? Queen replied shortly. Thank you. You're such a dear. Anything for you, mademoiselle, Jerry said with a warm smile, giving Jules a nasty glare before he obediently left with Abigail. For once, Jules had no responding glare for Jerry, too focused on Queen as he reached for her hand and gently pressed a kiss to it.
You're one hell of a broad, Doc.
Queen actually blushed, laughing quietly. Why, thank you, Mr. Price.
When you gonna let me take you out?
Jules asked, still holding her hand.
Let me thank you proper like.
Oh, never, she teased softly. I don't date my patients.
You ain't doctoring on me right now,
Jules protested with a charming smile.
but we could play doctor later, if you like.
On the first date? Queen pretended to be aghast. What kind of girl do you take me for?
The kind that don't give a fuck what nobody else thinks.
Jules answered honestly.
The kind that might be interested in having a real good time with me.
Guess we'll never know. Queen sighed dramatically. Face it, Mr. Price. I'd fall asleep, and you'd fall in love. Jules didn't have a response to that, finally releasing his hold and grumbling in defeat. Jimmy was starting to think it was already too late for him. Queen stood up on her toes, placing a chaste kiss on his cheek. Take care of yourself, Mr. Price.
Bye, Doc.
Jules sighed longingly, watching her leave. He shook his head, mumbling to himself.
Damn, that's one hell of a fucking woman.
Jimmy tried to subtly get into a more comfortable position, but the tarp didn't allow for any silent movement. Jules perked up when he heard Jimmy fidgeting, approaching the bedside to check on them.
You take care of him, you hear?
Of course.
I'll be here, crashing out on the couch. You need me? Holler.
I will, Jimmy assured him. He watched Jules lumber about and turn off all the lights, shutting the bedroom doors carefully. Stretched out beside Cold as close as he dared, Jimmy shut his eyes and tried to rest. He listened to the soft sounds of Cold's breathing, drifting off into a restless sleep. It was still dark outside when Cold's touch woke him up. Rod, are you okay? Jimmy stirred, clicking on the small lamp at his bedside.
Jimmy?
Cold's voice was raspy, but his eyes were clear when he opened them, scanning around the room before settling back on him. I'm here, Rod, Jimmy said, gently taking his hand and kissing it.
Come here. To me.
Cold commanded, his voice stronger now, reaching up to pull Jimmy into a surprisingly passionate kiss. Rod, Jimmy mumbled, blushing all over as Cold's tongue slid into his mouth. He tried to pull away to catch his breath, but Cold wouldn't let him budge, kissing him even more deeply. Cold's grip was firm, tugging Jimmy right on top of him and sliding the robe off of his shoulders. Jimmy tried to be mindful of the large bandage on his side, but it was hard to think straight when he could feel Cold's hot flesh pressing against his. There was absolutely nothing between them now, and Cold felt so incredibly good. His skin was soft, his hair tickling a little when their stomachs pressed together, and Jimmy was so grateful that Cold finally trusted him enough to be this vulnerable with him. Maybe it was also because of the drugs, but Jimmy wasn't going to let this chance pass him by. Cold's hands squeezed and clawed at him, checking every inch to make sure everything was right where he had left it. Jimmy kept his hands patiently pressed up beside Cold's shoulders, not yet touching in return. He knew he needed to wait. He didn't want to push Cold too far, not after all they had been through. Feeling Cold's hard cock urgently pressing against him, Jimmy was amazed Cold was able to find such passion while wounded. "Rod!" he gasped when Cold's long fingers began parting his cheeks, sliding along his hole and back behind his balls. "You're hurt," Cold growled softly in response, grabbing for Jimmy's hand and planting it firmly on his chest. His eyes were full of need, pleading up at Jimmy as he breathed. "Touch me." Jimmy moaned loudly at the command, eager to comply. He pressed against Cold's skin, dragging through the hair on his chest and savoring the scratching sound it made. He could feel the firm muscle beneath his palm and squeezed happily. Being allowed to touch so openly, to see the faint smile curling Cold's lips, this was absolutely heaven. He had to kiss that smile, taste him, their tongues sliding together as he continued to explore. He touched and petted and groaned when Cold's fingers began to press inside of him. "Rod," he whined. "We shouldn't—"
"Jimmy,"
Cold whined back, mocking Jimmy's concerned tone before switching to his most seductive drawl.
"you're going to ride my cock, nice and slow until I come in you. And if I'm satisfied, I'll let you come too."
"Fuck," Jimmy panted.
"Mm-hmm,"
Cold purred, nodding toward the drawer.
"Get yourself ready for me."
Jimmy leaned across him, fumbling to grab the lube. His hands were shaking as he slicked himself up and quickly fucked his fingers into himself with a grunt. Watching his face intently, Cold ghosted a hand over his thrusting fingers, feeling what he was doing. His tongue ran over his lips, hungry but patient, purring.
"Good boy."
Jimmy beamed at the praise, his head tipping back as he opened himself up. He moaned quietly when he hit the right angle to make his legs shake.
"Just wait until I'm all healed up,"
Cold taunted.
"I'll take you apart myself, piece by piece, tie you to the bed again, take hours stretching you out. Would you like that, Jimmy?"
"God, yes, sir," Jimmy whimpered eagerly. It wasn't long before Jimmy was whimpering and needed more than fingers to fill him, lifting his hips as Cold lined his cock up. Jimmy slowly lowered himself down, moaning and gasping as his body stretched. The angle made Cold's already thick girth seem almost impossible, and Jimmy rocked his hips a few times as he struggled to make it all fit. When Cold was finally fully sheathed inside his body, they held each other, savoring the connection and panting softly. Jimmy kissed him tenderly, their bodies pressed flush together as he slowly started to move.
"There,"
Cold sighed, sounding relieved and content.
"Just like that. Just like that."
Jimmy was careful, every thrust threatening to make him scream outright from the intensity. Cold had a hand digging into his hip, guiding their rhythm, keeping it slow and passionate as he dragged Jimmy down for another kiss. Jimmy never wanted to stop kissing him, drunk on the flavor and his lips soon raw from the sweet friction. He kept rolling his hips under Cold's firm guidance, his hands dragging back over his chest, careful not to stray too far down his stomach. It was getting harder not to take more, desperate for more sensation, but striving to be obedient. Cold seemed to be having the same struggle, soon arching his back and flexing his hips for Jimmy to take his cock deeper.
Yes,
he hissed, fighting through the pain that crossed his face to start thrusting into him. Fuck! Pushing himself up, Jimmy pressed his hands firmly on Cold's chest to hold him in place. Rod, let me take care of you.
Jimmy, Cold grumbled.
I've got you, Jimmy promised, starting to rock his body with more purpose, sitting almost straight up and balancing himself on Cold's cock. It was almost too much to handle in this position, his head falling back as he groaned. But he was determined to do this. Jimmy rolled the entire line of his body into every slam, crying out passionately as he moved. He let his hips do all the work, riding Cold hard, dragging his fingers down his stomach and giving him everything he had. Cold's hand grabbed Jimmy's, tangling them together as he gazed reverently up at him. Jimmy had never felt more beautiful than at that moment, being the sole focus of Cold's awe-struck stare.
Close, Cold sighed, panting harder and louder than he ever had before. He was sweating all over, grunting as Jimmy fucked down on his cock.
Come on, Jimmy pleaded. I want your cum. Please. Cold growled at that, his body tensing beneath Jimmy.
Fuck,
he hissed, grabbing for Jimmy's cock and stroking him hastily.
You've been so good. Come with me, now.
Jimmy whimpered, thrusting into Cold's hand as he desperately sought to take them both over the edge. When it came, it wasn't a sudden drop. It was a warm and soothing wave of pleasure, feeling Cold pulsing deep inside of him as he released into his palm, moaning and shuddering together. Jimmy could feel the tingles of ecstasy setting every nerve in his body ablaze with sensation, struggling to keep the feeling going for as long as he could. His heart had never felt so full, eyes wet with tears and overwhelmed knowing he could have lost Cold today. Just an inch, Queen had said. As the last few tremors were leaving him, Jimmy looked down at Cold and had to release some of the emotions threatening to choke him. He swallowed back a thick cry, gasping passionately, I love you. Cold looked terrified, trapped by those powerful words with no way to respond. He had to pull Jimmy down into his arms, had to kiss the sobs right out of his mouth, holding him close and nearly crushing him.
Oh, Jimmy, he sighed. I know. Fuck. I know.
Clinging to him tightly, Jimmy sobbed against his chest as he let it all out, whimpering, I love you so much, Rod.
I know,
Cold soothed, gently rubbing Jimmy's back, peppering his face with sweet little kisses. He held Jimmy as if he was afraid he might disappear, keeping him close long after his cock slid out, and they were both a cold, sticky mess. Cold didn't need to say it back. Jimmy could feel it in his tender kisses, the stroke of his hand across his spine. He knew Cold loved him too. Releasing Jimmy long enough for him to grab a damp washcloth to clean them up, Cold protested lightly.
This is supposed to be my job.
I can take care of you sometimes, Jimmy said with a loving smile, sliding back into bed beside him and snuggling against his uninjured side. Cold grunted at that, lazily winding his arm around Jimmy. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath.
We'll see about that.
Jimmy smiled softly, his hand gently wandering up Cold's chest. He found a particularly intricate scar that looked like a jagged bolt of lightning, tracing it with the tip of his finger.
Beer bottle,
Cold said quietly.
12.
You were 12? Jimmy repeated.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy's fingers traveled up to the large scar that rippled across Cold's breast.
Decided I was going to be daring and get my nipple pierced when I was 17.
Cold snorted.
Boris tore it out. Got infected. Never healed right.
Jimmy grimaced, moving his hand down to touch the other large scar that stretched across Cold's side.
First time, Marco Lucchese told me to use my mouth on him, and I refused,
Cold said, his eyes closing softly. Jimmy froze, his insides clenching in sympathy.
Ironic thing about the Luccheses, Cold drawled bitterly. They're quick to bash someone for being gay, but they're not real picky about where they put their digs if they don't think anyone will find out.
I'm so sorry, Rod, Jimmy said quietly. Sorry didn't seem right. It didn't seem like a strong enough word to convey how much his heart hurt to know how Cold had suffered.
I'm only sorry I didn't refuse sooner.
How old?
16 was the last time, Cold replied. 10 was the first.
Christ, Jimmy muttered, cuddling closer as if he could leach out all those bad memories with his embrace. Realization began to creep over him, and he exclaimed, Holy crap, I've been such an asshole to you. After everything you've been through, and I've been pushing you so hard, Jimmy clarified, peering owlishly up at Cold. You know, to be more physical. I should have known. I mean, at least I should have been more respectful. And the kissing, I had no right.
Well, I do appreciate that and hope this new knowledge allows you to make more respectful decisions in the future, Cold said quickly. I don't need your pity. It was all a very long time ago.
His eyes flickered open to appraise Jimmy with a smug smile.
You hadn't even been born yet.
Still, I'm sorry. Jimmy rolled his eyes, scoffing. Come on, you're not that old.
How old do you think I am, Jimmy? Cold asked, amused.
30-ish something?
Flatterer, Cold snorted. I'm going to be 45 on Friday.
40? Wow, Jimmy gasped, honestly quite surprised. He did some quick math, grinning. You're 19 years older than me.
Mm-hmm. Why are you smiling like that?
It's just something about that damn number. Jimmy laughed. I swear, it's been following me. It just seems fitting.
Oh?
Like the universe is telling me this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. Cold smiled at that, kissing Jimmy's forehead.
Maybe it is.
Yeah?
Or maybe you're just crazy.
That, too. Chapter 22. Jimmy woke up in Cold's arms, smiling brightly to have his boyfriend curled around him. In all of their time together, this was the first time he hadn't woken up alone. He took full advantage, snuggling close and burying his head against the crook of Cold's shoulder.
Morning,
Cold mumbled, peeking open an eye to peer down at Jimmy. Good morning, Jimmy chirped, his hand lightly resting on Cold's stomach. How do you feel?
Like someone shot me,
Came the droll reply. Want your medicine? Jimmy asked, glancing to the bottles Dr. Queen had left for him on the bedside table.
Not yet.
I need to think. About last night? Jimmy asked, carefully. Tamerlane and Jules said there's, a rat?
Absolutely there is, Cold said with a faint scowl. Someone has been working very hard to start another war between the gentlemen and the Luccheses.
I noticed Corman wasn't there last night, Jimmy said, biting his lower lip.
Cold hummed lightly. His loyalty is questionable at best. I've long suspected he's up to something, but I need proof.
Why? Can't you just... Jimmy made a little finger gun motion with his hand. You know, bang bang?
Cold actually laughed, though the wince that followed showed he regretted it. It's more complicated than that. Corman has a lot of powerful connections in this city. Judges and things like that. Very useful things I don't want to lose if I don't have to. I must be absolutely sure before I make a move against him.
Well, what kind of proof do you need?
Something more than my gut. I trust my instincts, Cold said, and yes, my instincts say it's Corman. But I need concrete evidence. There's been too much that's happened now for it to be a coincidence. The police finding Dickie's body so quickly, the timely returns of the Lucchese's to the city, the attack on the club, the meeting going bad last night. Corman knows that I suspect him.
How do you know that?
Because once he saw I wasn't dead, he ran. Cold drawled. Above all else, he's a coward. He only joined the gentlemen when he was absolutely sure the Lucchese's were going to lose the war. But being a coward doesn't make him guilty.
But why start so much shit? Is he trying to get back with the Lucchese's? Join their cause?
Possibly, Cold mused. But Italians never forget. Corman already betrayed them once. They wouldn't trust him.
Not unless he did something to prove himself, Jimmy said, his eyes bright with conspiracy theories rattling his brain. Like setting you up to take the fall for Dickie's murder. Everybody thinks it was you anyway, right? Even your own gentlemen do. If he figured out where the body was, maybe he's the one who snitched to the cops so they'd come after you. If he promised Lucchese's he could get you out of the way for them, that would be a hell of a way to prove his loyalty.
Look at you, Nancy Drew. Cold laughed softly.
Well, it makes sense.
Jimmy blushed. So, Cold tilted his head, thinking for a long moment. What else?
What?
Keep going. Corman tells the Lucchese's he can get me thrown in jail. He tells the cops about the body, but the cops still don't have enough to make an arrest, and I don't go anywhere. So, what next?
Well, you said something about the Lucchese's coming back to the city, Jimmy said, sitting up a little. Maybe they were getting tired of waiting on Corman to deliver results and decided to make a move on their own. So they came back, organized the attacks. It wasn't just a club, right? Some couriers were hit? Cold rolled his eyes, reserving comment on Jimmy's obvious eavesdropping. And the couriers were Corman's, so either way, he was in on it. Jimmy went on, the gears in his brain spinning rapidly. Or the Lucchese specifically targeted his guys to send a message to him for not being able to deliver yet.
Possibly, Cold agreed. And the attack last night?
I would need to know what the meeting was about, Jimmy replied sweetly, batting his eyes.
Cold snorted, playfully bumping against Jimmy. Well, I can tell you that I've been in contact with Matteo Lucchese since the attacks. Smiled at his apologies and his bullshit. Promised him the return of his father's ring for a peaceful little sit-down.
Okay, and they already think you killed Raffaele Lucchese, right?
I told him it was a recent acquisition.
Let's say it was Corman who set up the attack on the meeting. He wants to get you out of the way for the Lucchese's to move in, and he's already betrayed them once before. So maybe he just wants everybody to go away now? Take over the city himself?
Not bad, Cold said with an approving nod. You'd make a decent detective if the lawyer gig doesn't pan out, Mr. Poe.
Jimmy laughed, shaking his head. I've probably just been watching way too many movies. I mean, if I was a real detective, I'd know how Raffaello's ring ended up in my mother's jewelry box.
How indeed, Cold said mysteriously.
Why won't you tell me?
Jimmy pouted. Because I'm not sure I'm right. Yet, Cold answered honestly. And to help you, to help your father, I have to be
absolutely sure. Jimmy nodded, but couldn't hide his disappointment. He stared off for a while, hesitating for a long moment. I still think about her all the time, he admitted quietly. Do you ever think about your mom?
Sometimes, Cold replied softly. But it's hard to think about someone you never met.
I saw her pictures. She was freaking beautiful. Jimmy smiled, adding kindly, You look so much like her. Cold seemed pleased with that, noting,
Definitely didn't inherit the talent. That's for sure. Did your mother sing?
All the time, Jimmy said with a grin. And God, she was so gorgeous. Like, I always used to think she looked like a movie star. I have pictures, Jimmy said, trying not to sound too eager.
Let's see. Cold chuckled softly, clearly amused by Jimmy's excitement.
Jimmy bounced off the bed to pick up the shoebox, grinning as he held it tightly to his chest. He took out the jewelry box, lovingly setting it on the bedside table before crawling back under the blankets with Cold. Flipping through the photographs, he finally settled on one of him and his mother at a picnic, offering it out shyly for Cold's inspection. And that's me and my mom. Cold quirked a brow, noting,
She's very beautiful, Jimmy. And this is you next to her? You were blonde?
Thanks, Jimmy gushed. And yeah, my hair was super light when I was a kid. It started getting darker around 7th grade, I think. He kept flipping through the pictures, finding a portrait of his Little League days.
Cold said, curiously glancing over the photograph.
Yeah, and you see my jersey number? Jimmy grinned. 19. See? It's really like my lucky number. I only had 19 cents in my pocket the day we met. I'll never forget that. Oh, and Rowena shot Dickie 19 times. Well, I don't know if I should count that or not, but still 19. Cold had the strangest look on his face, still staring at the young picture of Jimmy. What? Is my number story not exciting enough for you? Jimmy teased. Cold looked up at him, saying slowly,
Jimmy.
Yes?
I know who killed your mother.
There was no shred of doubt in his eyes. Still, Jimmy scoffed. Come on. Cold didn't say anything. You're serious? Well, who? Closing his eyes, Cold took a deep breath and gently grasped Jimmy's hand.
I can't tell you.
What the hell, Rod? Jimmy jerked his hand away, hurt and confused. You just suddenly somehow magically figured out who killed my mother, and you won't freaking tell me? Cold reached for Jimmy's hand again, his voice soothing as he tried to explain himself.
Jimmy, do you want to get your father out of prison?
Of course I do, Jimmy fussed, desperate to understand. But what does that have to do with...
Everything, Cold said quickly. His eyes were actually pleading, a quality Jimmy had never seen before with Cold.
I don't understand.
I need you to trust me, and I'm going to invite Detective Duplin over as soon as possible.
Are you kidding me?
Jimmy snapped, his voice hitting a particularly shrill note. No, Cold said stubbornly. He has his part to play in all of this. If we're going to get justice for your mother and save your father, we need Detective Duplin's assistance. We need proof.
He's not going to help,
Jimmy scoffed.
Cold smiled slightly.
Oh, yes, he will. I am going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
Too early to be quoting The Godfather,
came a loud grumble from the other side of the door. Good morning, Jules. Cold chuckled. Jules pushed open the bedroom door and lumbered in, a little tousled from sleep. He had changed out of his bloody clothes, wearing sweats and a thin tank top that stretched over his broad chest. What? No breakfast in bed for the patient? Cold pouted at his friend.
Fuck you. You can get it yourself. I know you're feeling fine, 'cause I had to fucking lay there and listen to you giving it to Twig last night.
Jimmy's face flooded a spectacular shade of red. Wait, you were out there? In the den?
I said I was crashing on the couch, Jules replied. What fucking couch did you think I meant?
Not that one, Jimmy groaned. Cold grinned, warmer than Jimmy had seen before, and laughed softly to himself.
So, what's the word, boss?
Jules asked, quick to get to the business at hand. They had just been attacked for the second time. They had to make a move. The giant was obviously antsy for direction.
Get Tamerlane and Laurie. See if they can find our good friend Corman,
Cold commanded sternly, that particular tone making Jimmy shiver. Detective Duplin is going to be paying us a visit today. If I'm right, we have a beautiful opportunity to end the war and take out the trash at the same time.
Think Corman's turned?
Jules said bluntly. Cold glanced at Jimmy, his eyes flickering back to Jules, replying carefully. I think it's safe to say he's no longer our friend.
Got it,
Jules rumbled.
What do you need me to do?
Keep everyone calm, Cold ordered. I have a plan. Tell them this will all be over by Friday. I still have the ring, and I'm sure Matteo Lucchesi will agree to another meeting. If Tamerlane and Laurie can't locate Corman, tell them not to worry. I expect we'll be seeing him again soon.
You got it, boss.
Jules nodded, smirking softly as he added,
Don't fuck yourself up getting your fuck on, all right?
Jimmy's blush blazed bright while Cold snorted in reply. I'll be fine. Worry more about our crew and less about my dick. Jules cackled to himself as he left, the door slamming shut in his wake. Stretching his legs and grimacing, Cold eyed Jimmy with a playful smirk. Well, I need to take a shower. Jimmy expectantly began to move out of the way, blinking when Cold's gaze lingered. Join me? He asked, scanning his eyes over Jimmy with a wicked smile. Oh, God, yes. The shower was more than enough to accommodate two grown men, and it was wonderful to share such an intimate ritual with Cold. Soap and lathering hands quickly turned to hot kisses, and their fingers tangled together as Cold pressed Jimmy against the tile. It was slow, passionate, and Jimmy never wanted to leave the bathroom. When they were finally finished, Jimmy helped Cold dry off and change his bandages. Cold helped place a fresh dressing on Jimmy's arm as well. Look at us and our matching gunshot wounds, Jimmy laughed. Cold rolled his eyes and kissed all the giggles right from Jimmy's lips. They got dressed, Cold taking his time and insisting he didn't need any help. Jimmy finally asked what side of the closet he should use for his things, and Cold snorted, pointing to another door. Jimmy had always assumed it led to an office, delighted to find it was another massive walk-in closet, completely empty and just for him. They ate a late breakfast, entertained by Jules and Jerry screaming at each other in a broken mix of English and French. Jules kept snatching food away, and as best as Jimmy could make out, Jerry was threatening to put his spatula where no spatula should ever go. Rowena joined them, smothering her brother with kisses and tearful hugs, joining in the barrage of spatula threats if Cold ever made her worry like that again. Jules and Cold talked amongst themselves for a while, and Rowena got ready to leave for the club. Cold made a few phone calls, rejoining Jimmy at the table when he was done, and Jules had left. Detective Duplin is on his way, Cold informed him, his demeanor becoming distant and firm. You don't have to be here when I talk to him. I want to be, Jimmy said stubbornly, especially if it has to do with my mother. I deserve to know. As you wish, Cold replied with a small shrug. He pressed a chaste kiss to Jimmy's forehead, reminding him, you probably won't like what I say to him, or what he says to me. Remember who this is for. You, Jimmy replied dryly. I know you want Augustus to leave you alone, and I want to help your father for you. Cold smoothly cut in. It's for both of us. Jimmy nodded, fidgeting as Cold led him to the living room. He left briefly to bring in a large box, dropping it down next to the coffee table. He sat in a plush chair, neatly crossing his legs and leisurely leaning back. He looked like a king preparing to hold court. Jimmy clumsily plopping down on the sofa next to him. He was surprisingly nervous. He and Augustus hadn't parted on the best of terms, and while he knew Cold had special ways of being persuasive, he still didn't think he would be able to convince Augustus to help them. They only had to wait a few more minutes before Augustus arrived, looking around the room with a sneer. He didn't seem to want to touch anything, as if the very furniture was covered in a thin veil of slime. Looking between Jimmy and Cold, he snapped, "Well, I'm here."
"Thank you for coming,"
Cold purred graciously, gesturing for Augustus to have a seat across from him. "You said Jimmy needed help," Augustus said shortly, getting right to the point. He hesitated, but finally sat down. "That's the only reason I came."
"I'd like to make a deal, Detective," Cold said, smiling slyly.
"Huh, like you mean the one you have with Jimmy?"
You know about that, do you?"
"Yeah, Anna told me all about your sick little arrangement," Augustus said, his tone dripping with disgust. "What you did to Jimmy because you wanted to get me to drop the investigation."
Did she now?"
Cold snorted, cutting his eyes at Jimmy. "Okay, so maybe he shouldn't have told Anna," Jimmy conceded with a grimace. He should have known she would tell Augustus what they had talked about. He wanted to explain that there wasn't technically any deal anymore, that he and Cold were really a couple now. But he kept his teeth together. "Yeah," Augustus spat heatedly. "And you know what? I've got a deal for you, Legrand. Let Jimmy go. Let him walk away from this, and I won't bring you up on prostitution charges. How's that?" Cold looked thoughtful again, his lips curling into a calculated pout as he uncrossed his legs and leaned forward.
"No."
"No?" Augustus scoffed.
"I have a much better idea. How about you drop your little murder investigation? I get to keep Jimmy and continue doing whatever I want to him. In exchange, I don't turn you into the authorities for tampering with evidence. I think that would be much more helpful to Jimmy. Plus, you get to avoid several felonies."
"What evidence?" Augustus demanded. His eyes were wide, and Jimmy could see a twinkle of fear.
"Before I met Jimmy, I took the time to do my research," Cold said carefully. "I never do anything without being fully prepared. Background check, known associates, the works. I also read the case file that's currently on record with the SSPD for Eliza Poe's murder. Read every detail. Funny though, the official report says he was asleep at the time of his mother's murder. Imagine my surprise when Jimmy told me he saw the whole thing. How curious."
Sweat began to bead along Augustus's brow, but he said nothing. So Cold continued.
"I'm sure you've heard of Jima," Cold drawled. "Very lovely lady. Fabulous baker. Did you know she made copies of every file she ever transcribed for the SSPD while she worked there? Wasn't hard to get a copy of the original report. You know, the report that's in your handwriting that includes Jimmy's original testimony and eyewitness account of his mother's tragic death."
Augustus's jaw was tight.
"And yet,"
Cold gasped, clicking his tongue as he spread the file out across the table between them.
"you went on and filed the report a second time. But this time, your story had changed. All trace of Jimmy witnessing the crime had been removed."
"I was trying to protect Jimmy," Augustus said quietly, glaring harshly at Cold.
"Oh, 1 second,"
Cold said, reaching down into the box next to him.
"See, I thought you might say that."
He brought out a stack of files, a dozen at least, dropping them down on the table with a loud slam. Were you trying to protect Jimmy when you altered all of these reports too? You motherfucker. Augustus leaned back in his chair. Cold looked triumphant, saying sweetly, I decided to stop at 19. Seemed like a good number. He smiled over at Jimmy before turning his icy gaze back on Augustus. In at least 19 cases, I can prove that you altered evidence to make arrests. Every single one of those men were guilty, Augustus challenged passionately. They were low-life scumbags, just like you, who had managed to beat the system over and over again. Everything I did was to ensure justice would be served. And David Poe? He was another scumbag, and you just had to make sure that justice would be carried out? Or did you have some additional motivation? What are you implying? Augustus snapped. Back in the day, the Lucchese family made several contributions to the Strassen Springs Police Department. Cold chuckled fondly. Some of the names in those files looked awfully familiar to me. I began to notice a rather distinct pattern. Fuck you, Legrand. I'll pass. But how about you tell me about Eliza Poe? Did you, or did you not receive compensation to tamper with the investigation? Even if I did, Augustus raged, it wouldn't have changed the facts. David murdered his wife. I know it. Jimmy squirmed, Augustus's anger pulsing the very air in the room. How can you be so sure? Cold pushed, never flinching. Because Eliza called me the night she was murdered. The oxygen all seemed to drain away. Jimmy left gasping as he stared at Augustus. She called you? Not once in all these years had Augustus ever mentioned his mother calling him. Jimmy's eyes began to sting with tears. She called you. She called you and you never told me? You didn't need to know, Augustus said firmly, even as his lip began to twitch. Oh, but I think he does, Cold snarled. If you don't tell us right now, I will take this beautiful pile of evidence to the nearest news station. I'll even be kind enough to take it to the one your daughter works at. I'm sure she would love that. Augustus tilted his head skyward, blinking back tears. Detective takes mob moolah to make unlawful arrests, Cold suggested. I think that's a good headline, don't you? Oh, well, I suppose we should let Daughter Dearest pick it out. Fine, Augustus hissed. He was trapped, speaking slowly and defining each syllable as he called on old memories, saying, She called me from the house. Phone at the jewelry shop was out again. She started to complain about a customer who had been giving her a hard time. I've seen the files. There was a robbery the same night she was murdered, Cold interjected sharply. Was it? No, that was after Eliza was killed, and only one item was taken, Augustus said, miffed at being interrupted. Cold scowled, flicking his fingers in annoyance for Augustus to continue. She called me. Some customer had been a jerk, and I heard Jimmy in the background. Augustus went on, his eyes moving toward him, mournful and sad. I could hear Jimmy, how excited he was, calling out, Daddy's home. Hey, Daddy's here. And that's when Eliza started screaming. He closed his eyes, tears falling freely down his face. Jimmy's heart had twisted into a knot, hanging on Augustus's every word. That wasn't right. He didn't remember his father coming home before his mother was killed. That didn't happen until after it was already too late. Eliza started screaming, It's him, Augustus. It's him. Jimmy was crying. He was crying so much. Augustus took a deep breath, his shoulders shaking as a decades-old weight was finally lifted. Jimmy kept crying. No, Daddy, no. Eliza was screaming for Jimmy to run, and the line went dead. That was the last time I ever heard her voice. Jimmy was frozen. He couldn't breathe. It couldn't be true. That's not what happened. David wasn't there. He wasn't. Jimmy started panting, his fingers digging into the arms of the chair. The night started happening all over again in his head. He couldn't take a breath in, trembling down to his bones as his memories played the horrible event on repeat in his brain. He saw his mother being stabbed. He saw the man in the white coat standing over her with a knife. He knew it wasn't David. He couldn't see the man's face, but he knew deep down in his soul that it wasn't his father. When I saw David, he was wearing his doctor's coat, a white coat, Augustus went on, his voice shaking. Jimmy was still crying about the man in the white coat when I got there. He was confused. He saw David killing his mother, and I don't think his mind could handle it. No, Jimmy cried, shaking his head wildly. Jimmy, Cole began, attempting to soothe and quiet him. No, that's not what happened, Jimmy yelled, trying to stand up. But the world jerked violently beneath his feet. All he could hear was his own shaking breathing and his pulse drumming louder and louder, drowning everything else out as his vision went dark. He saw something. Something new. Something shiny and flickering before him. A door. He knew it was a memory from his childhood because the doorknob was the wrong height. It was so high. Too high. Through the glass of the door, bleary and out of focus, he could see a flash of bright white. Daddy. It was Daddy. His younger self was so excited, giggling as he reached for the lock. No. The glass, it was foggy, Jimmy stammered, his chest shuddering as sudden clarity stole his breath away. I thought it was my dad, but it wasn't. Oh my God. I let him in. You let David in, Augustus said, tense and uncertain. No, Jimmy insisted, the memories flashing vividly before his eyes. He hadn't even realized it, but Cold was suddenly right beside him, folding their hands together. I thought it was. I did. That's why I opened the door. But I was wrong. The memory continued to move forward, the man in the white coat brushing by him and going straight to his mother. They were arguing. The knife. Where did he get the knife? It hit her in the stomach first, and that's when Jimmy started to sob. No, Daddy. Not Daddy at all. It wasn't David, but why couldn't Jimmy see his face? Why couldn't he see who it was that was hurting his mom? He let him in. Jimmy collapsed into Cold's strong arms, sobbing hysterically. It's my fault. The man in white. I let him in the house. I thought it was my dad, but it wasn't. It wasn't him. Augustus had the decency to look upset, but he was still clearly not convinced. Breathe, Jimmy, Cold ordered, his tone firm and soothing. It's not your fault. Jimmy cried harder, trembling all over. Maybe Augustus was right. Maybe David... No. Jimmy forced himself to examine the memory, as painful as it was, looking at the white coat of the man who killed his mother. It wasn't a doctor's coat. No, it was a white suit jacket. The memory was shaky, but he could remember when David came home and found him and his mother later. Yes, he was also wearing a white coat, but it had his name embroidered on it, still wet from the rain. Jimmy could recall the damp feeling on his face when David hugged him close, much like the damp pressed against his cheek now from crying so much. Jimmy slowly began to calm down, taking deep breaths. He didn't care what Augustus said. David didn't kill Liza. There was another man there that night. Holding Jimmy close, Cold gently rubbed his back, not even caring about the wetness Jimmy was leaving all over his shirt. He glanced back at Augustus expectantly, nodding for him to keep going. When the Lucchese's contacted me to keep the case rock solid against David, I didn't even ask why. Augustus sighed, holding out his hands, looking at Jimmy without a hint of regret. It wasn't the first time they'd asked me to do something like that, and everything I ever did helped put guilty men behind bars.
All men who also happen to be enemies of the Lucchese family, Cold said dryly. Except David Poe. You didn't find it odd?
If I ever started asking questions, they'd start talking about what school Anna went to, Augustus said quietly. I did what I had to do, and I was putting bad men in prison. When you took over, all of that stopped. I never heard from the Lucchese's ever again.
Who contacted you from the Lucchese family? Cold demanded. I need a name, detective.
Gregory Reese, Augustus replied defeatedly. Cold's jaw twitched. He knew that name. His lips stretched in a mirthless smile, asking coyly, Tell me, Detective Duplin, how would you like to help me catch a murderer? Chapter 23. It took quite a bit of convincing for Augustus to accept Cold's deal. Augustus was immediately resistant, and Cold would not back down. Jimmy wished he had been privy to the entire conversation, but it soon got so heated that Cold asked Jimmy to leave the room. Jimmy pouted, retreating from the yelling to the parlor at the front of the house. He hated that Cold didn't apparently trust him to know exactly what he was up to, sighing as he flopped into a chair. He was still shocked by the mysterious phone call Augustus had been keeping a secret all this time. Now he understood why Augustus had been so convinced of David's guilt. But it still didn't change Jimmy's memory of what happened. He knew his father was innocent. So who was his mother talking about? Augustus had mentioned something about a customer who had been harassing her at the jewelry shop. And then there was a robbery there the same night she was murdered. It couldn't be a coincidence. Jimmy was frustrated. It felt like the answer was right there. But he couldn't put it together. He knew it had something to do with the ring from Don Raffaello, but what? That name Augustus had said, Gregory Reese, definitely meant something to Cold. As soon as Augustus had said it, the gangster's face had lit up like it was Christmas morning. But Jimmy was totally at Cold's mercy for any information, and none seemed to be forthcoming any time soon. Crap, Jimmy mumbled to himself, wishing he was an actual detective and could solve this mystery. He looked up when he heard footsteps, standing to see who it was. Augustus was walking by, pausing when he saw Jimmy. His face looked decades older, tired and sad. Well, he said grimly, I see you've made yourself right at home. Augustus, Jimmy frowned, wringing his hands nervously. I understand now why you thought it was my dad, he began, slowly walking toward him. I do. But there has to be another explanation. Jimmy, Augustus said, holding up his hands. Just stop. Jimmy's heart sank. I've never claimed to be a perfect man, Augustus sighed. I know I've made mistakes. I've done plenty wrong, and I should probably let Cold turn me in, but if I can do right by you and David... His eyes began to water. And by Eliza. If I can do right by her, then maybe God will forgive me for all my other sins. Augustus, Jimmy whimpered, wishing he could reach out and embrace him. The chasm between them was still too deep, and he couldn't bring himself to cross it. There were too many years of pain and anger. But he managed to offer a small smile, at least. Does that mean you believe me? It means I'm willing to admit I may have been wrong, Augustus said, his tone strained. But Legrand is still the worst fucking monster I've ever met. And I will pray you wake up one day and see that for yourself before it's too late. Jimmy blinked at the language, trying to respond. But Augustus, He's really not. He's a monster, Augustus fiercely repeated, holding up a stern finger. If you stay here with him, you're a fool. He didn't give Jimmy a chance to reply, already heading toward the door. Jimmy started after him, freezing when he saw Laurie and Tamerlane intercepting him. Hey there, Duplin, Laurie said with a scowl, his eyes glittering with rage despite his calm tone. Tamerlane walked behind Augustus, silent and watching him carefully. Hey, Laurie, Augustus said, completely fearless. Want to get the hell out of my way? You know, one of these days, I'm gonna get you for my brother, Laurie warned. That day is not today, Augustus shot back with a wry smile. Maybe not, Laurie replied, glancing over his shoulder and sharing a smirk with Tamerlane. But damn, is it good to see Cold make you his bitch? Augustus's smile dropped. Have a great day, detective, Tamerlane said cheerfully, laughing as Laurie stepped aside to let Augustus leave. Augustus gave Jimmy one last lingering stare before he walked out, slamming the door behind him. Jimmy felt a hand on his waist, jumping, and his heart started to pound fearfully until he heard a familiar purr. It's only me. Whirling around to see Cold standing there, Jimmy laughed breathlessly. I hate when you do that.
I'll avoid it in the future then, Cold promised, gently touching Jimmy's cheek. His expression became stern, looking to Tamerlane and Laurie. Well?
Nothing, Laurie said, scratching his chin. This place is cleared out. Snitch at that deli he likes says he's still coming by lunch every day, Tamerlane supplied. So, he's still in town. Want us to grab him today? Bring you back a meatball sub?
Change of plans, Cold said with a smirk. Corman doesn't know it yet, but he's going to help us get rid of the Lucchese's.
Oh, is he?
Laurie chuckled. Cold hummed without going into any more detail. He looked at Jimmy, saying, I actually have a favor to ask of you.
I guess it depends on what that is, Jimmy said slowly. All of this cloak and dagger was certainly exciting, but he still had reservations about doing anything illegal.
Go and see that charming specimen, Maury the Mouth, Cold said. I need you to get a special receiver.
A receiver for receiving what exactly?
On Friday, we're going to be working with our dear friend Detective Duplin, Cold replied smoothly. You're still going to perform as scheduled, and you're going to be wearing a wire that Duplin will supply. I need an additional receiver to hear the transmission, and I can't let Duplin know what we're doing. Do you understand?
How is that going to help my father get out of jail? Jimmy demanded, not even caring that he was getting uppity in front of Tamerlane and Laurie. Cold's hand moved to gently cup Jimmy's neck, soothing.
You have to trust me.
Jimmy closed his eyes, leaning into Cold's touch. He wanted to argue, demand answers, but he knew it wouldn't do him any good. Fine, he grumbled. I'll get the receiver thing.
Good boy,
Cold said, rewarding him with a kiss on his forehead.
Jerry will take you, then you have rehearsal.
Yes, sir, Jimmy replied, emphasizing the sir to make Cold smirk. Cold nodded to Laurie and Tamerlane, the gentleman obediently following him into the back of the house. Jimmy watched them leave with a heavy sigh, then trudged toward the kitchen to find Jerry. It was a relatively quiet ride over to Maury's pawn shop, Jerry electing to stay in the car instead of joining Jimmy inside. He hurried through the door, bell ringing loudly as he called out, Hey, Maury!
The fuck you want?
Maury bellowed from the back, grumpy as ever. It's Jimmy.
Ain't you got a phone now?
Maury snorted, his voice getting louder as he made his way to the front.
You know, you can call a motherfucker instead of coming in here and bothering me.
I missed you too, Jimmy teased. Maury came around the counter to give Jimmy a big hug, mindful of his wounded arm, laughing.
Yeah. How the fuck are you, kid?
Holy crap, Maury, it's been crazy, Jimmy exclaimed, quickly launching into a recap of all the exciting events. He kept the truth about Dickie's killer to himself, focusing more on the new arrangement he had with Cold and the confrontation with Augustus.
Eliza called him, and that fucking rat never said anything?
Maury raged, his cheeks red and blotchy.
All of this time? No wonder they convicted David so goddamn quick. That fucking pig was hiding all the fucking evidence.
I know, Jimmy said sadly. Augustus said he was doing it to protect me.
Fuck him. He did it because he was scared of the Lucchese's.
Maury argued.
Fucking prick.
Do you know who Gregory Reese is? Jimmy pressed hopefully.
I know the name.
Maury's brows furrowed up.
Maybe like 15, 20 years ago. Used to work for the Lucchese family. I know that much. Hadn't heard anything of him in fucking forever.
Jimmy frowned, tapping his fingers on the counter. So, no clue what he would have to do with my mom's murder?
Nope.
Maury replied with a shrug.
Sorry, kid. I think he used to do pickups at the jewelry store when it was still a front for scrubbing money. But I don't think Eliza would have known him.
Well, Jimmy paused, trying to get his thoughts together. Do you remember anything about the robbery? The one at the jewelry store the night my mom died?
Not much,
Maury said with a regretful frown.
Busted in quick. Knew what they were looking for. They were in and out. Thank God Eliza had already gone home.
But it happened after she died.
No, it happened before,
Maury corrected stubbornly.
They got the fucking time all fucked up because the alarm was tied in with the phone. Phone went out, time's all reset.
You sure? Jimmy blinked, his heart starting to flutter.
Positive. I know it was before your mom was killed because I remember being so thankful she was safe at home. Not that home ended up being any safer. Look, it was definitely before she died.
And what was taken? Jimmy's heart started thumping faster. Maury's face scrunched up as he racked his brain.
Fuck, kid,
he sighed.
I don't know. I know it was only one thing missing, because I do remember the owner was ranting about having to replace the door all because of that. Shit.
Come on, Maury, Jimmy pleaded. This could be really important.
Fuck. Sorry, kid. I got no clue.
It's okay, Jimmy said with a weak smile. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, Cold says he knows who did it.
Right,
Maury said cheerfully.
And he's turning the screws on Augustus to get your old man free, right?
I still haven't figured out how. He's made some crazy deal with Augustus, and it's all going down at his birthday party on Friday. I have to wear a wire and... Oh, that reminds me. Cold told me to get a receiver.
For what?
For receiving wire things, Jimmy said helplessly. Augustus is giving us the wire, and I guess Cold wants something for us to listen in on without Augustus knowing.
Why are you wearing a fucking wire? Ain't your ass just gonna be up there singing?
Maury blinked. I have no idea, but Augustus agreed to it, so I guess it's all part of Cold's big plan. He pouted. I just wish he would tell me what he's up to. All the gentlemen know what's going on, even Augustus.
Maybe he's trying to protect you. Or he ain't telling you so you don't blow it.
Rude. I mean, Jimmy fidgeted. I guess subterfuge isn't exactly one of my best skills.
Jimmy, you can read your fucking mug like a book. Like one of them board books for little babies with pictures.
Jimmy stuck out his tongue in protest.
Look,
Maury said, leaning back against the counter.
I'm still in fucking shock Cold gave you a clean slate. He sure as fuck didn't do that just 'cause he likes the way you suck dick, okay? You mean something to him.
Yeah?
If he ain't telling you, there's probably a good-ass reason.
Maury continued.
He ain't gonna do nothing to hurt you. And fuck, if he does, it's wrinkly ball time.
Jimmy groaned, scrubbing a hand across his face as if he could rub away the awful mental image those words conjured up. Thanks.
Hey, I love you, kid,
Maury said with a small shrug.
I hope this all works out, and I can shake your old man's hand again. I really do. And you're really happy with old Boss Cold?
Yeah, Jimmy replied, unable to resist the bashful smile. I really am.
Just keep your nose clean and stay out of his business, Maury warned. Still gotta make a lawyer out of you someday. An honest one. Jimmy Poe, the world's first honest lawyer.
Ha ha, Jimmy drawled. Very funny.
I'm a fucking riot, I know.
Maury snickered. He sighed heavily, heading back behind the counter as he said,
Hang tight. I'm gonna get you that receiver.
Jimmy waited patiently, surprised when Maury brought back the device and set it down in front of him. That's it?
What's the matter?
It's just... Jimmy picked it up. The receiver was roughly the size of a handheld radio, although there were more knobs and the speaker was larger. It was heavier than it looked. It's little?
Hey, that's modern tech for you,
Maury said with a smirk.
Everything's all super compact and shit now. You could put this little baby right in your pocket. Nobody'd ever know. There's even a plug for some headphones.
Cool.
Hey, kid.
Maury cleared his throat.
You gotta pay for that. I ain't running no charity here.
How much is it? Jimmy asked mournfully. Damn. Why didn't he ask Cold for any money?
More than you can afford,
Maury teased.
Tell you what, since we're such good friends and all, how about I make you a little deal since you seem so into him?
Oh, God. What?
Take the receiver. Let me keep all your shit you've pawned. I can finally sell that bullshit, and you won't owe me a dime.
Maury, I know there's interest, Jimmy said with a surprised blink. I owe you a lot. Like, so much.
Take the fucking thing, and let me do something nice, okay? You don't need any of that old shit anyway since you're sitting pretty with Boss Gold.
Thank you, Maury. Jimmy laughed, beaming happily. Okay, there might be one more thing I want to get back.
Are you really that attached to your fucking toaster?
No, my records. They were my parents. And you know.
Fuck. That's the only shit you ever pawned that might actually be worth anything.
Maury cackled. Jimmy gave Maury his best puppy dog impression, batting his eyes and pleading, "Pretty please."
Fuck, okay. Just quit making that face.
Maury disappeared into the back briefly, bringing out a large paper bag filled with old vinyl records.
Anything else, Your Majesty?
No, this is great, Jimmy replied with a grateful smile. Thank you, Maury. Look, I gotta get to work, but...
Go on,
Maury said gruffly, waving his hand dismissively.
Just keep me posted, okay? Be careful. Don't want to read about you in the papers.
Oh, and Anna wouldn't actually write anything...
I'm talking about the obits, kid,
Maury said seriously.
Please, take care of yourself, okay?
I will, Jimmy promised, shaking his friend's hand before departing. Jerry was there, waiting patiently to open the limo door for him. On the ride over to LaBelle, Jimmy flipped through the records with a big smile. He didn't know if Cold would appreciate the massive amount of AC/DC, but it would be fun to listen to a few of the albums together. He shivered a little when he thought about their last encounter involving a record player, blushing when they pulled up to the club. Leaving the receiver and the records in the limo, he thanked Jerry and headed inside, noting that the club was suspiciously vacant. Rowena should be here, he thought, glancing around. He wondered if she was in the office and started to head up the stairs. Jimmy paused, hearing something. Rowena was crying. Sighing, Jimmy hurried up to the door, his chest heavy with worry. He didn't want a repeat of the last time he found her in this office, and he had honestly hoped that his friend was feeling better since they talked. Rowena, are you... Jimmy began as he stepped inside, freezing in place and staring dumbly at the unbelievable sight in front of him. Rowena was definitely crying, but these were cries of pleasure. She was sprawled out across the desk, her skirt hitched up around her hips. None other than Dario Romero was there on his knees between her thighs, and clearly hard at work. "Jimmy?" Rowena groaned, lifting her head up to glare at him. She waved dismissively and snapped, "Get out! We'll be downstairs in a minute." "God, sorry, sir, I didn't see anything. Dario's head is in the way. Hey, Dario, good to see you. Okay, bye." Jimmy babbled a mile a minute, struggling to get back through the door and slam it closed behind him. He hurried downstairs, finding Jerry at the bar, who gave him an odd look for being so distressed. Jimmy shook his head, saying firmly, "Do not go up there." Jerry didn't ask for any further detail. "Is it too early for a drink?" "Never, monsieur," Jerry assured him, quickly whipping up a batch of appletinis. "You're amazing, Jerry," Jimmy said happily, taking a long sip. "How did you know? This is my favorite." "It's my job to know," Jerry said mysteriously, winking slyly. "And Mademoiselle Legrand told me." "Here's to Miss Legrand," Jimmy laughed, holding up his glass in a toast. He finished his drink and had started on a second one when Rowena and Dario finally came downstairs. Dario's right arm was in a sling, and he looked like he had just survived a tornado. He had the most blissful expression on his face, waving happily at Jimmy. "Hey, dude." Rowena's lipstick wasn't even smudged, smiling sweetly at Jimmy and teasing, "Hey, sweetie. Sorry about that." "Yeah, sorry," Dario said with a blushing grin. "We were just, talking. And then the talking became not talking." Jimmy was so happy for them, gushing to Rowena. "So I take it you, told him?" "I told him everything," Rowena said with a big smile, batting her eyes at Dario. "He said I was like Xena, warrior princess, taking out all the douchebag trash. As if I wouldn't still frickin' adore this woman for doing something like that," Dario said dreamily. "I mean, come on. She's a goddess." Rowena giggled and kissed Dario's cheek sweetly. "I take it the, shoulder is feeling better?" Jimmy asked. "It's getting there," Dario laughed, wiggling the fingers of his right hand. "No surgery, thankfully. Just lots of physical therapy. And I should still be able to play. We only got a few more days until the big party. Gotta get our shit down." "It's gonna be a hell of a party," Rowena said. "You know, don't you?" Jimmy accused. "What your brother's planning?" Rowena smiled innocently, batting her eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you please tell me?" Jimmy," Rowena cut in firmly, reaching out and taking his hand. "Trust in my brother. Everything is going to be okay. Your dad, the Lucchese's, all of it. It's all going to work out. I promise. And hey, in the meantime," Dario piped up, smiling brightly, "we got a show to get ready for." Jimmy gave an obedient salute, cheering, "You got it. Let's do this." Jimmy and Dario practiced under Rowena's watchful eye, taking small breaks for Rowena and Dario to passionately make out and occasionally discuss adjustments to the songs. Politely turning his head when they got a little too heated, Jimmy just smiled. He was happy for them. Rehearsal ended early, and he wasn't the least bit surprised. He shook Dario's hand, teasing, "Try not to overdo it, okay? I make no promises. I am going to do whatever that woman tells me to do. Well, have fun. And hey, thank you," Jimmy said, gently pulling his friend in for a hug. "For everything." "Hey, thank you," Dario gushed. "Rowena told me that you guys talked. And well, I'll happily get shot anytime if it means getting that lady, okay? She's worth, getting shot 100 times. Jimmy couldn't argue with that, watching the two of them hurry back upstairs into the office, giggling and grinning like kids. They were adorable together, and it was only then that Jimmy realized he hadn't seen Rowena drinking. He smiled warmly, overjoyed for his friends. Jerry took him back to the estate, Jimmy peering out the window as they pulled up. He got a glimpse of one of the patrolling men with his dog when Jerry parked up front. It was so surreal that this place was going to be his home now. Colt was grateful for the receiver and delighted by the records. He was more than happy to add them to his collection, and Jimmy loved how their lives were slowly blending together. He went to bed that night in Colt's arms again, And even though he woke up alone like so many times before, Jimmy was content. The next few days leading up to the party were strangely calm. Jimmy rehearsed at the club with Dario, and he always remembered to knock before entering the office now. Cold took private meetings and made lots of phone calls. He still would say nothing of his plans, soothing Jimmy's worries each evening before they went to bed. "Everything is going to be okay. Trust me," he would say. Jimmy was certainly going to try, but he couldn't help but feel a flicker of panic fluttering away in his gut. Thursday had arrived, and Cold surprised Jimmy late that evening by taking him back to the hotel they had first stayed at together. He didn't know why they were spending the night there, but Jimmy felt an odd sense of comfort coming back to this familiar place. He flopped on the bed as soon as they arrived, stretching out with a cheerful grin. "Home, sweet home," Jimmy sighed. Cold snorted, hanging up a few things in the closet and setting down the small overnight bag he had packed for them. "Missed this, have you?" "It's kind of romantic," Jimmy teased. "This is where we spent our first night together." "It's for our protection," Cold said dryly. "We'll be back home tomorrow." "Protection from what?" Jimmy rolled over onto his stomach, tracking Cold's movements with his eyes as he moved around the room. Cold didn't answer, replying instead, "I brought that red suit for you. I'd like you to wear that tomorrow at the party." "Protection from what, Rod?" Jimmy pressed. "I expect that tomorrow morning you'd like to visit your father before rehearsal," Cold continued as if they were having an entirely different conversation. He sat down at the desk as he had all those nights before, leaning back in his chair. Jimmy groaned loudly, mumbling, "Yes, I would. I'd also like for you to tell me what's going on." "No," was Cold's simple reply. He had brought his briefcase, pulling out his ledgers, and it gave Jimmy the oddest feeling of déjà vu to watch him put on his glasses and begin to write. They had come so far in such a short amount of time. Their relationship so intense and passionate now. He could have never imagined this was where they'd end up when he spent the night here for the first time. He now knew that the man sitting there wasn't just a heartless gangster. He was kind, generous, and fiercely loyal. He could be gentle as well as ruthless, cruel, and adoring. And Jimmy loved him completely, even when he was stubborn. Jimmy knew pushing Cold for answers was pointless, huffing and rolling over with all intentions of ignoring him for the rest of the evening. He couldn't sit still for very long, though, maybe only a few minutes, and then he suddenly remembered something about the last time they had stayed here. "Hey, I love breakfast. I really do," Jimmy said quickly. "But if you order room service tomorrow, I just want pancakes." Cold laughed, snorting, "You didn't enjoy your buffet?" "Lola, the nice lady who brings the food, always got freaked out trying to carry everything up here on time because you ordered the whole menu." Jimmy chuckled. "Why did you do that anyway?" "Because I didn't know what you like," Cold replied with a small smile, closing the ledgers and standing up to stretch. Jimmy smiled in return, glancing over at the clock. It was a few minutes after midnight now. He grinned wide as he sprang up to his feet to pounce Cold as he came around the desk. Cold blinked in surprise, but allowed Jimmy to hug his neck, gently resting his hands on his waist. "Happy birthday to you," Jimmy sang, kissing Cold's cheek. "Happy birthday to you." He kissed the other. "Happy birthday, dear Rod. Happy birthday to you." Cold looked faintly amused, teasing, "Are you done?" "Just wait until the show. You're gonna frickin' love what I'm gonna sing for you." "As long as it's better than that," Cold snorted dryly. Rude, Jimmy scoffed, playfully batting at Cold's shoulder. Cold laughed, a pure and genuine smile lighting up his entire face and making all the years fade away. You're so beautiful, Jimmy couldn't help but say, feeling Cold tense when he did and seeing his upper lip curled as he sighed haggardly at the compliment. Why do you always make a face when I tell you that? Because that's not how I feel, Cold replied thoughtfully. That's not what people think when they see me. When they see my body. Even you. Rod, Jimmy protested. I've always thought... Do you remember the night you met my sister here? Cold asked suddenly. Yes? Jimmy frowned, unsure what Cold was getting at. The look on your face when you saw Rowena's scars for the first time, Cold said softly. I didn't want you to look at me that way. Rod, Jimmy murmured. I'm so sorry. I don't want you to think... Honestly, seeing hers, seeing yours, they're not ugly. It's what put them there that's so fucking ugly. Cold's lip twitched. When I first saw them, I was so shocked because I couldn't imagine the kind of pain that caused scars like that, Jimmy said, his hand slowly moving to the buttons on Cold's shirt. He began to carefully unfasten each one, watching Cold's face for any signs that he should stop. He saw none, but still he hesitated going further, asking quietly, Can I please touch you? Please? Let me show you how beautiful you are. Nodding and gazing longingly over Jimmy's lips, Cold's eyes darkened. His hand curled around Jimmy's neck, squeezing softly as he let him open up his shirt. Jimmy ran his fingers over Cold's marred skin, so grateful to have this privilege. He admired every tear and wound, old and new, leaning forward to kiss each one. He gasped when Cold's fingers suddenly wove into his hair and tugged hard. Feeling his insides quivering, blood rushed to fuel the passion building between his legs. Cold smirked, that damn beautiful smirk. He pushed Jimmy to his knees, starting to unbuckle his pants as he purred. Well, it is my birthday, isn't it? Go on and show me, Mr. Poe. Yes, sir. Chapter 24. Jimmy woke up to the warm and wonderful smell of pancakes, rolling over to see Cold letting Lola into the room. She was nervous, as always, quickly getting the tray of food set up from her cart. Cold had only ordered 2 dishes of pancakes this time, and Lola smiled at Jimmy appreciatively. Cold sent her on her way, sitting down on the edge of the bed to eat. He had already dressed, but his jacket was hanging on the back of the chair at the desk. He reached behind him, grabbing Jimmy's foot and giving it a playful tug. Hungry? Always, Jimmy laughed, wiggling out from beneath the blankets to join him. He leaned close to steal a kiss, murmuring, Happy birthday. Thank you. I have a feeling it's going to be a very exciting birthday. Still not going to tell me what you're planning? No. Jimmy rolled his eyes, munching on his pancakes with a mournful pout. Jerry will drive you to see your father, Cold said between carefully cut bites. Afterwards, he'll bring you back here to get ready. Detective Duplin will meet us at the club to place the wire before you start the show. I really do wish Cold silenced him with a kiss, letting it linger until Jimmy was gasping and flushed. Trust me, he urged, lightly touching Jimmy's neck. See, now that's just not fair. Because when you do that, My brain, turns off, and then all I can think about is sex.
Good.
Cold chuckled, kissing Jimmy's brow before rising up to his feet.
Go see your father. I'll be waiting for you at the club. You need to be there by 5 o'clock, so keep track of the time. Don't be late.
Visiting hours are only until 2.
Are they now?
Cold said mysteriously, winking playfully as he fetched his jacket.
Jerry is waiting for you downstairs. Enjoy yourself, Jimmy.
Jimmy quirked an eyebrow as Cold left him to ponder whatever the crap he meant by that. He finished eating and got dressed, riding the elevator down to find Jerry. Arriving at the prison after a quick limo ride, Jimmy went to sign in at the front desk as always. He was surprised when the guard led him not to the normal visiting room, but another part of the prison he had never been in before. He was brought to a small room, his jaw dropping when he saw his father sitting in front of him at a table. "Dad!"
Jimmy!
David exclaimed, quickly getting to his feet and dragging his son into a big hug. "Oh my God, I should have known it was you. They said my lawyer was coming. Wow, I can't believe this." Jimmy could feel tears stinging his eyes, glad the guard had left to give them privacy, burying his face into his father's chest. He couldn't remember the last time he had been able to give his father a hug. "I can't believe this. This is great."
I can. I think your new boyfriend has some good friends in the prison.
Jimmy blanched, stuttering. "My boyfriend?" Giving him a knowing smirk, David teased.
Didn't take long to hear all about Boss Cold's young, handsome-kept boy. Ahem. There was also an unusually high donation made to my commissary account, and all of the gentleman family here have been extra friendly.
Surprise?
Christ, son.
David laughed.
This is why you didn't want to tell me about him last week?
Yeah. David gestured for Jimmy to sit down with him.
I can't say that I approve exactly, but it seems things are going better for you than expected. So tell me, son, are you happy?
I am, Jimmy gushed. There is so much more to him than just being a crook. You'll see. He is so kind. And he's so good to me. I mean, hell, arranging this so we can actually really see each other?
No more inch of glass between us,
David agreed with a warm smile.
I definitely appreciate it. Everything he has done has made my life here much easier. And you do seem very happy, son. I noticed the new threads. Guessing those are from him?
He's been taking great care of me, Jimmy said, eager to give his father a good impression of Cold.
I'm allowed to be cautious. I am still your father.
You know, you're actually taking this really well, Jimmy said skeptically.
Jimmy, David drawled. I've been in prison for almost 20 years, with all kinds of people. Being a criminal, it's complicated. People aren't always black and white, especially when they have a record.
Don't worry, Jimmy said. You'll be able to decide for yourself soon.
Oh, will I? David laughed. You and your gangster boyfriend gonna bust me out of here? Prison break, eh?
Not exactly. But you see, Cold thinks he knows who killed Mom. David's face dropped. He closed his eyes firmly, asking as calmly as he could. Does he know? Yes, Jimmy confirmed. Augustus lied about the case because the Lucchese's threatened Anna. He hid evidence. It's crazy. Tell me about it, son. We got some time. Yeah, I guess we do, Jimmy said with a big smile. They had the whole afternoon together, and he spent the next few hours catching David up on all the incredible adventures he'd been having with Cold. He tried to make sure he only told stories that highlighted his boyfriend's kindness and not the darker side of him. Letting Rowena take him shopping? Good. Breaking Corman's nose? Bad. Through it all, David was cheerful but quiet. He seemed to be reserving judgment, and for that Jimmy was grateful. When the discussion finally shifted back to the case of his mother's murder and Augustus's treachery, Jimmy watched all the joy bleed right out of his father's face. "It's okay, Dad," Jimmy insisted, hugging him close again. "We're going to get you out of here. Augustus is in a corner. He has to help us, or Cold will make sure he's right in here with you." "And to think," David said quietly, "all of this time, Augustus has probably been terrified for Anna." "What?" "All these years. Probably still afraid the Lucchese's would one day come after him and tie up loose ends," David went on. "That they might try to hurt his daughter. No wonder he sent her so far away for college. He wanted her to be safe." "That still doesn't make it right," Jimmy protested. "That phone call? Son, I'm not saying what Augustus did was right. Not at all. I'm angry. I am deeply angry and hurt that Augustus did something like that. But," he held up his hand, "as a father that would do anything for their child and let the world burn to save them, I understand." Jimmy was humbled by his father's kind heart. His shoulders sagged as he murmured, "I guess. Hey, if you ever have kids, you'll understand." David chuckled warmly. "Now, I'm not saying that me and Augustus are going to go have a cup of coffee if Cold can actually get me out of here. I'm more likely to punch him right in the mouth. But hey, I get it." "I love you, Dad," Jimmy sighed, giving him another hug. He couldn't get enough of them. "You are too good for this world." "Love you too. And not that I haven't been having a great time, but, what time did you need to be getting ready?" I gotta be at the club by 5? Jimmy looked around for a clock, squeaking when he saw it was 3:30. "Holy crap! We've been talking for like 4 hours." "Good conversation makes the time fly by," David suggested, squeezing Jimmy's shoulder. "Be sure to tell your boyfriend thank you for me. Letting us visit like this, no time limit. Definitely took some string pulling." "He can be very persuasive," Jimmy said with a blushing smile. He stood up, pulling David with him to hug him one more time. "God, this feels so good. I've missed you so damn much, Dad." "I've missed you too, Slugger. I love you. So very much. I'm proud of you. Always have been. I'll get you out as soon as I can." "Love you," David said again with a sad smile, kissing Jimmy's hair lovingly before finally letting him go and knocking on the door to let the guards know they were ready. "Love you too," Jimmy replied, beaming happily when the guard came to lead him out. He didn't understand why his father seemed upset at the end when this day had been fantastic. Maybe he just didn't want to get his hopes up about being freed. But Jimmy was absolutely floating. He was so happy, wishing he could bottle up this feeling and hang on to it forever. Jimmy definitely had some ideas on how to show Cold just how grateful he was. But first, he had to get ready for the big party. He found Jerry snoozing in the driver's seat of the limo. He lightly tapped the glass and waved. Sleepily rolling down the window with a gentle smile, Jerry asked, "Good visit, monsieur?" "Awesome visit. A little too awesome because now I think we might be running a little tiny bit late." Jerry sat up immediately, leaning over and opening the passenger side door. "Not on my watch, monsieur. Get in and strap in." Jimmy obeyed, barely clicking his seatbelt into place before Jerry took off, tires squealing. He almost puked once or twice, and he was pretty certain he had whiplash when they pulled in front of the hotel. "Run like the wind, monsieur," Jerry ordered, shooing for Jimmy to get out of the limo. Bolting to the elevator and panting on the ride up, Jimmy hurried into the hotel room, stripping as he stumbled to the closet to grab the red suit he knew Cold liked so much. He was still buttoning his shirt when he left, trying the elevator and pounding at the button impatiently. He couldn't wait any longer, groaning as he opted to take the stairs. Skipping down them 2 at a time, Jimmy was full-on gasping by the time he stumbled back into the passenger seat beside Jerry. He grinned breathlessly, wheezing, "Okay, ready." He must have looked a fright because Jerry stared at him in bewilderment. "We'll fix you at the club." Jerry drove them over at less whiplash-inducing speeds, though the tires complained a bit when he finally parked. He ran around to intercept Jimmy as he climbed out, instructing him to hold still. Jimmy froze as Jerry expertly adjusted his shirt and jacket, fixing his tie and hair. He gave him an approving nod, saying with a satisfied smile, "The perfection. Now go." "Thank you," Jimmy said. "Thank you so much. You're really the best, Jerry."
I know."
Jerry sighed with a casual shrug as he followed Jimmy inside.
"It's a burden I have to bear."
The club was freshly cleaned, and there were huge arrangements of calla lilies on every table. Rowena was directing staff everywhere, barking orders like a drill sergeant. "Make sure all those flowers are perfect. I want the front tables pushed together. The whole family is sitting there." Rowena was snapping. "Please, pretty please make sure those bottles of champagne are chilled and ready to go, or I will scream." "Hey, Rowena," Jimmy said shyly. Rowena whirled around to face him, glancing at her watch, grinning as she said, "Right on time." "Is, cold here yet?" Jimmy asked nervously. "In the office with, Detective Duplin," she replied, dropping her voice down to imitate her brother's tone when she said Augustus's name. "Go on up. And when they're done with you, come see me." Giving a quick salute, Jimmy headed up the stairs to the office. Out of habit now, he knocked. "Come in," came Cold's familiar drawl. Jimmy stepped inside, finding Cold seated at the desk with Augustus standing in front of him, arms crossed and glaring. "Hey," Jimmy squeaked. The tension was heavy and palpable. "It's time," Cold said briskly, all business as he nodded at Augustus. Augustus approached, at least saying a quick hello before he held out a small black disc. "This is it," he said. "We'll just tuck this in your jacket pocket, okay? I'll be able to hear everything in about 20 minutes. So, keep it clean." Right," Jimmy stammered, fidgeting as Augustus fixed the device inside of his inner jacket pocket. It didn't look like much, despite its importance. "I don't suggest listening in for the next 10 minutes or so," Cold taunted. "Unless you'd like to hear a private performance from Jimmy. He really has quite a voice." Augustus stared down Cold while Jimmy flushed, saying flatly, "I'll be waiting for you. Good luck to both of you." "Can't wait," Cold said, fixing Augustus with a nasty smile. He watched him leave the office without another word, visibly relieved as he rose up to properly greet Jimmy. As Cold pulled him close for a tender kiss, Jimmy's entire body became pudding in his strong embrace. Hi. "Hi," Cold chuckled, his thumb tracing along Jimmy's jaw. "I trust you had a good visit with your father?" "Amazing. Thank you," Jimmy replied earnestly. "It was an awesome surprise. We had a really good time. He was so happy. And he told me to tell you thank you, too. Thank you so much for setting that up." Cold shrugged indifferently, saying, "It was nothing." "Seriously," Jimmy said, leaning in to press a kiss to Cold's cheek. "It meant a lot to me. It was so sweet. Thank you." For a brief moment, Jimmy could have believed he saw Cold blushing. The gangster smirked, running his fingers through Jimmy's hair as he said, "Almost showtime." "What do I need to do?" Jimmy asked eagerly. He was wearing a wire now, stupidly excited as he was suddenly starring in his very own crime drama. All I need you to do is perform beautifully, wear this ring, and meet me in the dressing room immediately afterwards, Cold said firmly as he pulled out the Lucchese ring from his pocket. That's it? That's it, Cold confirmed, smirking at Jimmy's pout as he slid the ring onto his finger. Don't look so disappointed. Fine, Jimmy lamented. I guess I need to go get prepared? Throw some things? Be a diva? If you'd like, Cold chuckled, giving him another kiss. Let's go. Cold led him downstairs to Rowena, who barked some more and dragged Jimmy backstage to go over the set list one more time. After that, it was really a game of trying to stay out of the way as everyone continued to prepare for the big night. The club finally opened and the band began playing as guests filtered in. Jimmy hadn't seen Dario yet and peeked out from behind the curtains to see if anything interesting was going on. There were 4 large tables, all pushed together right at the front of the stage, the gentleman occupying almost every seat, with Cold sitting in the middle. He couldn't quite make out what was happening at the front of the club, but as far as he could tell, everyone was being thoroughly searched. A new group of suited men had appeared, slick and predatory, their eyes stalking across every inch of the room. Jules guided them in, seating them at a bunch of tables to the left of the gentleman. Lucchese's, Dario's voice suddenly hissed beside Jimmy, making him jump. Shit! Be easy, man! Jimmy laughed nervously. Where have you been? Wait, is that lipstick on your neck? Probably, Dario replied with a blushing smile. Rowena needed to, relax for a few minutes. Say no more, Jimmy chuckled, peeking back out to the audience. Seriously, those guys there, those are the Lucchese's? Yep, the tall one in the blue, that's Matteo Lucchese. And, oh, look who's hanging out with them. A new figure had appeared, sitting proudly with the Lucchese's. Rufus Corman. That frickin' traitor? He really is working with the Lucchese's. What are they doing here? Jimmy wondered out loud. Huh, Cold invited them. What? Why? I am not about to try to understand the inner workings of your man's brain. That's just what Rowena told me. The crap, man. Worry about it later, Dario soothed, patting Jimmy's shoulder. You ready for the show? Ready, Jimmy said with a quick nod. Dario took his place on stage, and Jimmy began to walk out toward the microphone with a sly smile. He didn't worry about the gangsters or murderers. When he was on stage, all he had to focus on was the performance, the music, the songs. Taking a cleansing breath and smiling lovingly at Cold in front of the stage as applause lightly erupted around the room. As soon as Dario hit his cue, Jimmy began to sing. His body moved through the music as he guided the band through Sinatra's The Way You Look Tonight. They had agreed it was easier to use some songs they had already performed previously, following that up with another riveting rendition of Halsey's Hold Me Down. Cold was just as captivated as before, only looking away once when Jules came to whisper something in his ear. He glanced over at the Lucchese's and nodded, his eyes snapping back to Jimmy on stage in a heartbeat. Next was one that Jimmy was a little nervous about. Patsy Cline's Crazy. He tried to capture the same sorrow and beauty as he had heard when Suzanne sang it, pouring his very essence into each word. Dario joined him on the piano here and there, but for almost all of the song, it was only Jimmy's voice that rang out through the club, clear as a bell and strikingly haunting. He had barely finished the last few words before there was an adoring round of applause, and he offered the audience, and Cold, a blushing smile. Cold's face was nearly unreadable, but Rowena had leaned close and pressed a comforting kiss to his cheek. He casually wiped his eyes, brushing his sister aside with a quick smile. Jimmy felt proud for having moved his icy boyfriend so, grateful that the last song was a bit more cheeky and uplifting. He heard Dario's nimble fingers stroking the keys, quickly sang into the microphone. "This song is for a very special birthday boy. Hope you like it." Cold blinked at the direct dedication, all the gentlemen exploding into laughter and cheering for their leader as the band joined in for the song. "I need a gangster." Jimmy purred the opening words of the song, sultry and passionate. The words spoke of the need for a gangster, for a man that could love him better than anyone else. It would be a love that could survive anything, through thick and thin, and there was simply no one else who could satisfy him. Pressing a hand to his forehead and glancing up at Jules and Rowena, Cold actually looked embarrassed. Jules was cheering, and Rowena was up on her feet whistling as Jimmy held a note and Dario banged away on the piano. Valdemar hollered too, and Thirdsies pounded the table doing his own drums as Jimmy went on. Jimmy drawled all of the words seductively, snatching at his bow tie and pulling it loose as he sang, sliding his hands down his body. He smiled suggestively as he emphasized all the colorful sexual innuendo of the song. Cole's eyes never left his. Whatever awkwardness he felt over such a tongue-in-cheek choice, consumed by an obvious hunger. By the time Jimmy began belting the final chorus, losing himself to the words and singing directly from his soul, all the gentlemen were on their feet. Cold hadn't moved, still seated, but was leaned forward across the table, completely entranced. Jimmy held the final note to deafening applause, grinning as he saw Cold rise to his feet to clap for him. He was smiling so warmly, prouder than Jimmy had ever seen him. Jimmy blew him kisses, taking a bow. He stepped back behind the curtains as the applause fell, exhaling sharply. Glancing curiously down at the little wire in his pocket, he hoped it hadn't been disturbed during his performance. Dario came over to shake his hand, cheering, "Hell of a show, man! Hey, you too. Thanks so much." He clapped Dario on the back, making sure to avoid his injured shoulder. "I'll see you in a bit. I'm going to take a breather." Heading back to his dressing room as Cold had asked him to, he plopped down at the vanity with a big smile. He could almost forget that his lover's enemies were here, or that there were cops crawling around somewhere outside. While he'd been singing, it was just him and Cold. It had been so beautiful. Reality wasn't as nice. Jimmy heard a knock at the door and called out politely, "Come in." "You were magnificent," Cold purred as he walked in, a giant bouquet of red roses in his arms. "Oh my gosh," Jimmy gushed, quickly standing up to intercept the flowers. He took them graciously and kissed Cold with a big smile. Holding his neck, Cold deepened the kiss for a long moment. Absolutely spectacular. Singing gangsta to a gangster. Cute pic. Thank you, Jimmy laughed, momentarily forgetting all about the world outside this room. He held the flowers close, lost in Cold's passionate embrace. He almost didn't notice the door opening again, blinking when he heard an unfamiliar clicking sound. Pulling back from Cold, Jimmy gasped when he saw Rufus Corman standing there with a gun pointed right at them. The sound had been the hammer pulling back, Corman leering at them both. "How did he get a gun in here?" Jimmy hissed, clinging to Cold fearfully. "I saw everyone being searched." I have my ways. Now, I'll be taking that ring, thank you," Corman said sternly, smiling wide. Cold was eerily calm, facing Corman and pushing Jimmy behind him. "You mean the ring you took from Raphael Lucchese after you killed him?" "That would be the one," Corman snorted. "Always were clever, Cold. I've been looking for my little trophy for quite some time. And I'd like to, finally, have it back. Please. Jimmy's eyes widened at the confusion as pieces began to fall into place, pushing his way in front of Cold as he started to shout, "You! It was you! You killed my mother!" Cold jerked him back, but Corman's aim was now focused on Jimmy. "All she had to do was give me the ring," Corman snarled, his lip curling in annoyance. But then, she just wouldn't stop fucking screaming. Jimmy thought he might throw up, his vision starting to get hazy as the panic set in. He fought it with all of his strength, determined to keep pushing. He knew Augustus was listening in, and whoever else had that extra receiver. "You killed the Don, and then my mother? But why? Why kill her? She didn't do anything wrong." "Oh, yes, she did," Corman hissed. "She recognized the ring when I brought it to the jewelry shop to get it resized. She knew it was Don Lucchese's. Apparently, she was the one who did the engraving. Isn't that fun? She threatened to call the cops. So, I left." "But you went back," Jimmy said slowly, more of the pieces clicking together. "You're the one that broke in, looking for the ring." That had to be the one missing item from the night of the robbery. It had to be. But it was long gone when Corman went looking for it. "Mom knew you'd come back for it, so she took it home." "Good thing her address was on file at the store," Corman said with a roll of his eyes. "Too easy to find her. Shame about your daddy and the cops showing up. Didn't have a chance to get the ring. Or you." "Why kill her over a fucking piece of jewelry?" Jimmy demanded passionately. He had waited a lifetime for answers, tears racing down his cheeks as he screamed. "She was a beautiful and kind woman, a mother, a wife. Why? Why did you do it?" "It's not just a ring, you fucking simpleton," Corman scoffed. "It's a symbol. Why do you think I was going to get it resized? I was going to wear it and rub it all in their fucking faces." Jimmy couldn't stop his tears, his mouth twisting up in anguish. The very ring on his finger was what had cost his mother her life. She had tried to do the right thing and died for it. She had to have realized that Corman had no good reason to have that particular ring, and she had called Augustus to report her suspicions. She'd had no idea Corman was going to show up at their door. She had no clue Jimmy would see a white blazer and think it was his father's coat. Fuck all of it. That tiny chunk of metal and rock was what stole his mother from him. Jimmy wanted to throw it away, destroy it, melt it into nothing, shove it down Corman's throat, and watch him choke on it. No, he had to let him keep talking. Augustus was listening. They had to keep Corman talking, no matter what. This had to be part of Cold's plan. It just had to be. This is what would free his father. I'd spent years serving the Italians and kissing that fucking thing. Corman was still ranting away. It was finally going to be mine. All fucking mine. Along with the kingdom of Strassen Springs. And it will be. Now hand it. You killed the Don to start the war, Jimmy snapped in realization. Even as upset as he was, he knew he needed more. He had to keep going. You knew his sons would fight over who was going to lead. Just like now, you were trying to start a war between the gentlemen and the Luccheses. Shut up, fucking Scooby-Doo, Corman snapped. You think you're so clever, putting all of this together? Ha! But the joke's on you. Both of you. Especially you, Cold. You fucking cock-gobbling prick. Oh, that really hurts my feelings, coming from a cowardly, busted little cunt, Cold said smoothly. Fuck you, Corman spat, leveling the gun at Cold. I've spent months planning this. I have the Luccheses all behind me. They're eating out of the palm of my hand. Who do you think gave me the gun, huh? The Luccheses who don't know you killed their father yet? Jimmy mumbled, clinging to Cold's arm. You know, Corman said with a languid sigh as his eyes hunted over every inch of Jimmy's body. I had so much fun sticking it to your mom all those years ago. I would love to know what it would be like to stick a few things in you. Ruin that pretty face. Cold lunged forward, the barrel of the gun hitting his chest as he bared his teeth, snarling, You will not fucking touch him. Tough talk coming from a dead man, Corman sneered, grinning wildly. I have been waiting for this for so long. Ungrateful waste of flesh, Cold drawled in disgust, his icy eyes sparkling with his fury. I was good to you. I took you in. I took care of you. I made you a gentleman. You treated me like a fucking child, Corman roared back, slamming the gun against Cold's chest. I'm done with you. I'm fucking done with your condescending bullshit. I'm smarter than you, and I finally fucking won. Well, Cold said calmly, I guess that means you're out. And when you're out, you're out. He raised his hand, index and thumb in a mockery of a gun aimed right at Corman's head. He smiled softly and whispered, Bang. Corman looked confused and angry, growling, Rot in hell, Legrand. You first. Corman pulled the trigger. Jimmy's chest violently convulsed, screaming, No! Nothing happened. The gun didn't fire. Corman's eyes bugged out of his head, and Jimmy thought he was going to faint. As Cold grinned, collapsing against the vanity as Cold lunged forward to grab the gun, Jimmy's knees had turned into jelly. Cold cracked the weapon against Corman's face, watching with unbridled satisfaction as he crumpled to the floor. The gun! Jimmy gasped, trembling all over. Funny thing about guns, Cold said, smirking smugly as he pressed the heel of his shoe against Corman's throat. If you want to kill someone. He pulled out the clip, grinning slyly. It was empty. They require ammunition. Corman's nose was bleeding, the man gurgling and glaring up as Cold dropped the gun down beside him. How? Fucking how? The door of the dressing room opened suddenly, and in walked Matteo Lucchesi. He had the receiver from Maury's pawn shop in one hand, a gun in the other. Jimmy was pretty sure that one was loaded. Ring, Cold said, reaching back to Jimmy. Jimmy's hands were shaking too badly. Cold gently reached for him, taking his hand and carefully working the ring off his trembling finger while grinding his foot down on Corman's neck. Matteo, Corman gasped. I didn't... Shut up, Corman, Matteo snapped. I heard everything. Cold offered the ring out to him, smirking down at Corman. Tough break. Handing Cold back the receiver, Matteo took the ring, smiling at it adoringly. It was obvious that it meant a lot to him. He nodded at Cold, saying, Thank you for this, then looked down at Corman in disgust. You're such an arrogant fool. Never even thought about checking the gun I gave you to make sure it was loaded. Cold took his foot off Corman's throat to put the receiver in his pocket. He pulled Jimmy into his arms, a firm hand at his neck and at the small of his back. This is not fucking over, Corman roared, his eyes wild and glaring. Matteo, please, listen to me. No more. Matteo cut him off. Not another word from the poisoned tongue of yours. This is for my father. You fucking piece of shit. He aimed his gun. Jimmy couldn't tear his eyes away, watching Matteo aim right for Corman's forehead. Cold grabbed Jimmy close, pressing his face against his chest and hissing quickly, Don't look. Jimmy closed his eyes, and Matteo fired, the shot ringing in Jimmy's ears. He couldn't hear. Everything was muddled and weird. The gun kept firing, and Cold was pulling Jimmy out of the dressing room and dragging him away. Jimmy never looked back. He never saw Corman's body. but he didn't need to. Cold was leading him down the narrow hallway that exited out of the back of the club. Leaning heavily against Cold, Jimmy's legs felt weak. Cold guided him through the door, nearly running right into Augustus and several SSPD squad cars. Jimmy started crying, the adrenaline making every inch of his body shake. It was over. Corman was dead.
Got everything you need?
Cold asked briskly, eyes locking with Augustus's. Augustus looked as if he had seen a ghost, but he nodded. He carefully removed the wire from Jimmy's jacket, saying, "We heard it all. We'll contact the DA tonight. David Poe is an innocent man, and we'll get him out as soon as we can. I'll make sure the courts put a rush on it." Jimmy sobbed harder, clinging to Cold tightly. His father was going to be free. After 17 years, his father was finally going to be free.
And Matteo Lucchesi?
Cold went on. Augustus turned to the officers behind him, all in full battle gear, giving them a thumbs up. They started rushing the back door. "About to be arrested for the murder of Rufus Corman. I don't suppose you're going to explain how Matteo happened to hear everything?" Cold shrugged, innocently replying,
"Perhaps he had his ear pressed against the door."
He turned his head slightly when he heard a distant barrage of gunfire. He smirked, saying knowingly,
"Guess we'll never know."
There was static on Augustus's radio, a tinny voice whispering,
"Target was hostile and armed, team leader. Target is down. Securing the area."
"Roger," Augustus radioed back. Jimmy kept his teeth together, but his eyes were wide with shock. He was completely amazed. He had known Cold was smart, but this was incredible. Cold had planned all of this, every last step. Corman was dead. Matteo was dead. And they had all of the evidence to free his father from prison.
"If you'll excuse us, Detective,"
Cold purred as he cradled Jimmy close.
"I'd like to finish celebrating my birthday."
Augustus glanced at the two of them warily. "I'll be in touch." He looked at Jimmy, his expression grim, as he added softly, "Jimmy?" He was clearly struggling to find the right words. Jimmy smiled through his tears, saying, "It's okay, Augustus. Just help my dad. I will. I swear it." Jimmy stepped forward, taking a deep breath and hugging Augustus tightly. He remembered everything he and David had talked about today, and he knew Augustus had suffered so much, too. He felt Augustus's arms awkwardly come around him before squeezing tight and giving him a proper hug back. "Thank you, Augustus," Jimmy said. "Thank you, Jimmy. I'm so sorry." "I forgive you," Jimmy said immediately, hugging him hard. "It's okay. I forgive you." Up the alley came a familiar limo, Cold giving Jimmy a small nudge.
"Have a good night, Detective,"
he said, leading Jimmy away from Augustus and toward the car.
"Try not to make a mess when you raid the rest of my club."
Cold swept Jimmy into the back of the limo and held him close. He sacrificed part of his tender hold to pick up the phone, quickly instructing, "Everything is fine. Take us home, Jerry."
"Merci."
"This was your plan?" Jimmy said quietly, wiping his face. "You set Matteo up? You knew Corman was the murderer, but how?"
"He made that remark about you being blonde at Tamerlane's party," Cold replied. "I thought it was strange, but I didn't think anything of it until I saw your photograph. Then I realized he couldn't have known what color your hair was unless he'd seen you as a child, the night he killed your mother."
"And Gregory Reese?"
"Gregory Reese is Rufus Corman,"
Cold explained, kissing Jimmy's forehead.
"An alias."
"Aren't the Lucchese's going to be mad you got Matteo killed?"
"Why? Corman was obviously working with the police and betrayed us all. He was the one wearing the wire,"
Cold said flatly. He wasn't... Oh.
Now you're catching on.
Cold chuckled. How could you be sure Mateo would give him an unloaded gun? Jimmy asked quietly. What if he'd tried to betray you?
Jules gave Mateo the guns. Cold snorted. The first one, the unloaded one, he put in his jacket when he searched him. The second one, the one that had the ammo, Jules didn't give it to him until after I came backstage to find you.
You really thought of everything, Jimmy said with a strained smile.
I'm sorry I couldn't tell you,
Cold said, his voice taking on a soothing tone.
I couldn't let Corman know what I was planning. He could not suspect it was a trap. I needed your response to be real.
Jimmy pouted at all the deception, but nodded, saying quietly, It's all really over now?
Yes,
Cold promised, kissing his forehead sweetly. And my dad is really getting out?
yes.
Thank you. Jimmy sighed adoringly. Thank you for everything. I think I'm in shock. I just can't believe it. This is real. This is really happening.
Believe it.
Cold purred, smiling slyly. Jimmy closed his eyes, letting himself relax against Cold. His heart was full. He was exhausted, and he had never been happier. He reached for Cold's hand, lacing their fingers together. Cold gave Jimmy's hand a gentle squeeze, leaning his cheek against his hair. I love you, Jimmy whispered softly. Icy eyes flickering over Jimmy's face, Cold muddled over those words thoughtfully. He didn't say anything, but he smiled, warm and sweet. He leaned in to kiss Jimmy tenderly, and Jimmy melted against him. You know, it's still technically your birthday, he mumbled over Cold's lips. Just saying.
I suppose there is one more present I'd love to open up.
I'm all yours, Jimmy smiled brightly.
And this,
Cold said softly, guiding Jimmy's hand to his chest, over his heart.
This is yours, James Poe.
Jimmy was already so emotionally compromised that Cold's unexpected declaration was nearly enough to break him. He was tearful in moments, kissing Cold frantically, hands roaming as he gasped, I'll take it. Cold easily took control of the kiss, forcing Jimmy to slow down, take their time. He kissed him sweetly, passionately, and purred contently.
Thought you might be interested. Pretty fair trade.
Jimmy actually laughed, grinning from ear to ear as he teased. Sounds like a hell of a deal to me. Chapter 25.
Are you ready, Mr. Poe?
Cold asked quietly, his hands tracing over the ropes that held Jimmy in place. Yes, sir, Jimmy whimpered, already eager and desperate. Cold had soft ropes tying Jimmy's hands behind his back, thoughtful twists that held his wrists together just above his ass. The ropes looped between his legs, around his cock and balls, hugging his thighs. They were then woven down into a special bar that kept his knees firmly apart. To open a present, it first had to be unwrapped, Cold had told him firmly. When they first arrived back at the estate, all of the gentlemen were waiting for them to celebrate. Being in on the plan had allowed them to escape the police's raid on the club totally unscathed. Rowena had brought Dario, the pair looking rather cozy snuggled up on a sofa, earning themselves a nasty glare from Cold. Rowena didn't look bothered, though Dario was clearly nauseous. Perhaps Cold was in a good mood from their victory because he didn't say a word about it. He didn't even say anything about Tamerlane and Lori being tangled up by the bar, torn between shoving each other or kissing. Much less distracting than the shocking sight of Thirdsies and Pym passionately making out on one of the other sofas. Jules had his cell phone out, mumbling something about giving the doc a call, and left with a determined smile on his face. Valdemar had been watching everyone with a longing grin, tipping a drink back and laughing. Ah, young love. Cold finally had seen enough when Thirdsies started biting Pym's neck and threw his glasses behind the sofa. He left Valdemar to his voyeuristic intentions and whisked Jimmy away to their bedroom, stripping him down and worshipping every inch of him as he looped all the ropes around his body. Every knot was tied with a kiss, fingers lingering to caress every bit of skin as he went. Jimmy was now currently posed on the edge of the bed, Cold admiring his handiwork with a smug chuckle. Jimmy bowed his head, blushing fiercely as he felt the tip of Cold's finger slide between his cheeks. "You do look so lovely like this," Cold appraised. "A perfect little present, just for me." He spread Jimmy's cheeks, massaging around his hole with his thumb. Jimmy's hands wiggled against the ropes, wishing Cold would give him more, give him something. His cock was stiffening quickly, the rope suddenly feeling tighter, making him groan. "Not too much?" Cold asked, sliding a hand around to check the fit of the rope. "Good, sir," Jimmy replied quickly. Cold gave him a firm stroke as a reward, going back to playing around the edge of his hole. Jimmy had lost all sense of time as Cold teased him, gasping when he finally pressed the tip of his finger inside. Cold held it there for a breath, but pulled away again. Cock twitching in protest, Jimmy pouted. Cold reached into the bedside table, humming lightly to himself. Jimmy heard the click of a lube bottle and sighed happily. But Cold wasn't done torturing him, simply swirling the lubricant around between his cheeks and still not penetrating him. Jimmy whined, his hips pushing back. "Please." "No," came Cold's firm reply, his palm cracking across the tender flesh of Jimmy's ass. "You should be happy I'm touching you at all. Maybe I should leave you like this. Watch you squirm for a little while." "Please, sir," Jimmy gasped, his cheek left stinging from the rough spanking. "I promise I'll be good." "We'll see," Cold snorted, his fingers returning to spread Jimmy's cheeks wide, thumbs digging and massaging at his taint and around his hole. Jimmy bowed his head down in submission, letting himself collapse against the bed with his ass still up in the air. "There," Cold purred. "Just like that. Yes. Be good for me." "Yes, sir," he whimpered, the ropes still tugging all over. Like an answer to his prayers, Cold's fingers began to slide inside of him. Gentle at first, but then rougher, deeper, until Jimmy was crying out from the stimulation. His nails dug into his palms, grunting when he felt Cold pressing in a third finger to make him moan louder. "Look at you," Cold praised as he opened Jimmy up. "Your little hole is so hungry, Clenching down around Cold's fingers, Jimmy whispered brokenly, "Yes, sir. God, I want more." "Tell me what you need, Mr. Poe." "Your cock, sir." "I don't know if you deserve that yet," Cold said, leaning down and spitting lewdly on Jimmy's hole. His fingers swirled around in his own saliva before plunging back inside Jimmy. Jimmy whimpered, groaning when Cold's fingers twisted and pressed against his prostate, causing him to shudder all over. "I'll be good, so good," he swore, wiggling against the rope. It was driving him crazy not to be able to touch, completely at Cold's mercy. He was desperate and wrecked, trying to be good but loving every second of the beautiful torture. The thrill of being denied made every sensation hotter, and he gasped when Cold's fingers plunged so deep Jimmy would swear he was trying to fit his whole hand inside. The feeling was intense enough that Jimmy's head came up off of the bed, his hands curling into fists as he cried out, "Fuck!"
There,
Cold soothed, twisting his fingers and forcing Jimmy to squirm and sob.
such a good boy.
Panting hard, Jimmy gritted his teeth and took it all, his toes curling as he writhed. Cold finally released him from the intense pressure, withdrawing his hand and leaning down to softly kiss his cheeks. Whining at the sudden contrast of sweet affection, Jimmy let his head flop back down against the mattress. He smiled when he felt Cold's tongue press into his stretched hole, grateful for the warm and slippery feeling working around his tender flesh. God, yes, Jimmy moaned, having to call on every drop of patience not to tilt his hips back and fuck himself on Cold's probing tongue. Cold was making love with his mouth, long, passionate licks punctuated by wet kisses and deep thrusts, all designed to make Jimmy fall to pieces. Jimmy's cock was so hard he could feel his pulse pounding away at the base of his shaft and in his balls. Smothering his face against the sheets, he gave himself over to every wonderful swipe of Cold's nimble tongue. The pressure building inside him was beyond intense. He thought he could almost come from this, feeling sweat beating all across his body, with Cold's breath making his overheated and sensitive flesh tingle. Jimmy wanted to thrust his hips, grind his aching cock down into the mattress, anything to get friction. But no, he had to wait. He had to be good. All he could do was whine and babble nonsense about how good it felt, how much he loved it, how it was like being in freaking heaven. Cold kept him strung right on the edge for so long that Jimmy was dizzy when he finally stopped. Cold checked the ropes again, his long fingers lovingly teasing over Jimmy's cock.
You always get so wet for me, Mr. Poe.
It feels good, sir. Cold reached into the bedside table once more, and soon Jimmy felt a familiar, cool texture of silicone pressing against his hole. The pressure was tolerable, but couldn't be ignored, making Jimmy groan as he felt a plug slide into place. But no, this was something new, something bigger than the ones he had used before. And what was that thing in Cole's hand? Jimmy heard an odd click, and the plug began to vibrate, eliciting a shameless moan from his lips. Cold chuckled happily, very pleased with himself. When the vibrations started up again, Jimmy groaned long and low. They were slow at first, then suddenly pulsing and more intense. They would pause and start again, Jimmy squirming and crying out from the wonderful sensations. He hadn't even noticed Cold moving onto the bed in front of him, quick fingers pulling at his hair and lifting his head up. Right in front of his face was Cold's thick cock, a breath away from his lips.
Suck my cock, Mr. Poe.
Cold ordered, his hand firmly at the base to spare Jimmy a few inches.
Maybe if you do a good job, I'll fuck you.
Opening his mouth, Jimmy whined in want of the warm taste of flesh and salt, eagerly sucking as hard as he could. Cold kept pushing, letting him take as much as he wanted down to his fingers. Jimmy was soon drooling, gagging a little and writhing as the vibrations in his ass grew even stronger. Cold fucked his face slowly, fingers still tangled tight in Jimmy's hair as his hips thrust forward. He would turn the vibrations down to give Jimmy a quick reprieve before cranking them back up and choking him with his cock at the same time. Savoring every moment, Jimmy's body was on the verge of collapse when the vibrations reached their peak, and Cold pushed his cock even deeper down his throat. Jimmy loved Cold using him like this, making him gag and whimper, his skin hot and tingling all over as the temperature inside him climbed higher and higher.
Good boy,
Cold soothed, adjusting the vibrations to a low level and pulling his cock away. Jimmy gasped, blinking past his tears and smiling up at Cold. I was good?
Very good.
Cold confirmed, lovingly wiping Jimmy's drool from his chin.
Any better, and I would have come already.
Jimmy's chest surged with a rush of pride. He opened his mouth instinctively as Cold rubbed the head of his cock over his lower lip, teasing him with a quick taste.
Not yet, Cold said. I much prefer to come inside you. Would you like that, Mr. Poe?
Yes, sir, Jimmy pleaded eagerly. Please. Cold smirked, tapping his cock one more time against Jimmy's mouth.
Wait right there for me.
Yes, sir. Cold slid off the bed, coming around behind Jimmy to release the spreader bar from between his knees. He sat back against the headboard as he lubed up his cock, reaching for Jimmy, since he still couldn't move well with his arms tied.
Come here, in my lap, your back to my chest.
Jimmy eagerly crawled over as best he could, Cold's strong arms helping him get into the position he wanted. He sat, knees bent with his feet flat on the bed. He felt a little like a frog sitting like that, grateful for Cold's grip holding his arms so he didn't teeter forward.
Perfect,
Cold praised, reaching down between Jimmy's cheeks to slowly remove the vibrating plug. He set it aside to clean up later, lifting Jimmy's hips and teasing at his hole with the head of his cock. God, Jimmy whined, his head tipping back at the beautiful torture. Groaning appreciatively, Cold slowly began to let Jimmy ease down on his thick cock. Jimmy cried out louder and louder until Cold was fully inside of him, panting as he sat all the way down, full and aching wonderfully. Fuck, it's so good. Holding onto his wrist tightly, Cold pushed Jimmy forward. If he let go, Jimmy would topple onto his face, but he trusted him, gasping at the stretch as Cold shifted beneath him. This angle felt amazing, but Cold was enjoying himself too much to start moving yet. Holding Jimmy's ropes and using his other hand to slide along the curves of his body, he raised him up a little bit, enough to feel around Jimmy's stretched hole where his cock was filling him up.
Beautiful,
Cold whispered, admiring the tight fit. Thank you, sir, Jimmy panted.
Because you've been so good, I'm going to fuck you. But first, I want to see how much you want it. Start fucking yourself on my cock. Use those gorgeous legs of yours. I won't let you fall.
Jimmy nodded, flexing his thighs and slowly lifting himself up, letting his body drop back down on Cold's cock. He gasped at how deep it felt this way, adjusting his feet to give himself more leverage, slowly starting to bounce up and down. Groaning with every slam, Jimmy could swear Cold's cock was going right through him. The rope was pulled against every inch of his body, restricting him from being able to fully move or stretch and really get into it. He pushed himself as hard as he could, thighs burning, his aching cock bobbing as he rode Cold. He wanted to go faster, wanted to feel the burn. But Cold grabbed him by his throat, soothing.
Easy, Mr. Poe.
Jimmy tried to slam his hips down, tried to chase that sweet ache, but Cold again stopped him. He squeezed Jimmy's neck until he gasped, pulling him backwards against him. Jimmy had no choice but to collapse onto his chest, crying out as Cold's other hand snaked around his body to lightly stroke his cock.
I told you to be easy,
Cold warned, his hand at Jimmy's neck pressing down so hard that it made him grunt. I want you, Jimmy begged, broken and damp-sounding. I want your cum, sir.
Be good for me, and you'll have it,
Cold assured him, drawing his knees in and bracing his feet against the sheets, while lifting Jimmy up to begin lovingly thrusting into him. Jimmy went limp in Cold's arms, his legs like noodles as they stretched out, spreading them as wide as he could. Leaning his head back, he pressed his mouth against Cold's in a breathless kiss. I love you. Fuck, I love you so much. All efforts to maintain a patient rhythm fell away at those sweet words. Cold kissing Jimmy with a frenzied passion, fucking him hard and fast. He growled, cradling the back of Jimmy's head as he pushed his tongue deep into his mouth. Jimmy squealed, his screaming muffled and desperate as Cold pounded into him, barely able to keep their lips together for needing air. Oh God, oh fuck, 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 he chanted, his fingers clawing at the fabric of Cold's shirt, toes tightening up as he squirmed. Cold squeezed Jimmy's cock, stroking him and panting. Gonna fill you up, Mr. Poe. Would you like that? God, please, Jimmy begged, feeling his body crawling to the sweet edge of oblivion. He wanted to leap so desperately, crying, Please, please, can I come with you? Yes, Cold hissed between tight teeth, his furious pace faltering as he groaned. Come, Jimmy. Come with me. Jimmy couldn't hold back, too weak, orgasming the moment those words left Cold's lips. His eyes closed, and he screamed as his cock shot all over his stomach and thighs. Cold's cock slammed harder with Jimmy clamping down on him. He growled low as he found his own end, holding Jimmy close, fingers clawing as he spilled inside of him and jerking his head around for a messy kiss. Letting Cold handle him however he wanted, Jimmy whimpered as his orgasmic joy quickly turned into snug discomfort. He grunted, whining when Cold's hips finally stilled. Fuck. Cold took a long and deep breath before going back in for another passionate kiss, his hands adoring Jimmy's entire body. Exquisite, he purred, carefully moving to start untying the ropes. Jimmy was exhausted, sweaty, and completely satisfied. And sore. He shuddered as Cold lovingly pulled all the ropes away, groaning as he was gently laid down and missing that thick cock inside of him already. He pouted, but couldn't keep from smiling when Cold started cleaning him up. Gently massaging his hands to make sure they were getting proper blood flow, Cold kissed Jimmy's wrists where the ropes had left marks. He kissed each of his palms as well once he was satisfied, bowing his head and starting to lick Jimmy's stomach clean. Jimmy blushed from all the attention, watching his boyfriend lap up every drop. He whimpered when Cold's tongue ducked down between his legs to get a taste of himself. Jimmy was a perfect and happy puddle, smiling when Cold went off to get a damp cloth to make sure he was cleaned up properly. That was amazing, he sighed happily. Good. Cold smiled warmly as he washed Jimmy's lean body. Oh, so good. Cold nodded, cleaning up the last of the mess, then stepping briefly back into the bathroom. Jimmy was happy to see him fully stripped down when he came out to join him in bed. Eagerly moving the covers back, Jimmy waited for Cold to stretch out before pouncing. He burrowed against his side, mumbling happy little sounds as Cold curled his arm around his shoulders. Gently resting his hand on Cold's chest, he toyed with his hair before gliding up along his collarbone. Cold's eyes started to close, allowing Jimmy to explore all he wanted, pulling the blankets up around him as he got ready for sleep. He looked peaceful, decades younger. You know what? Jimmy said, peering at Cold's gorgeous face. What? I'm really glad you didn't let Jules burn me, he teased, grinning playfully. Cold barked out a short laugh. You know, I wouldn't have let him burn you. Much. Much, he says. Jimmy snorted. There was a long pause, so long that Jimmy thought he had fallen asleep. For what it's worth, I'm sorry, Cold said softly, his eyes opening to look at Jimmy. He lifted up his head in surprise, smiling adoringly at his lover. Hey, it's not exactly the story you want to tell your kids about, but everybody has to start somewhere. Cold didn't say anything, only smiled, his fingers lightly tracing over the remaining impressions from rope left on Jimmy's wrists. Hooking his leg over Cold's thigh, Jimmy snuggled closer. He let his eyes slowly shut, listening to his boyfriend's breathing. While their start was quite unconventional, Jimmy wouldn't change a thing, knowing that it all led to this moment. He was so happy. His father was going to be free soon, and he was in love with this gorgeous and kind man, who was also a severely complicated and ruthless gangster. But hey, no one was perfect. In his mind, though, here in his bed, Cold was pretty damn close. I love you, Jimmy said quietly as he began to drift off. Cold kissed his hair, carefully lacing their fingers together and giving them a gentle squeeze. Jimmy liked to think that was Cold's way of saying it back, falling asleep with a smile on his face. When he woke up, he was happy to find Cold still in bed with him, though he had been pushed almost to the edge of the bed from Jimmy's aggressive snuggling. Jimmy also realized he had been sleeping sideways, his arms still around Cold, but his long legs kicked out across the bed. Cold was already awake, eyes heavy from sleep, but instantly alert when he saw Jimmy stirring. Good morning. Good morning, Jimmy mumbled, rolling over to relinquish his monopoly of the bed. To his delight, Cold moved with him, his strong arms curling around his waist as he kissed his shoulder. Jimmy could also feel Cold's hard cock digging in against him. Very good morning. Cold smirked, trailing kisses down Jimmy's shoulder.
It's about to be.
Jimmy groaned as Cold's wet fingers pressed into him, making the way for his cock to slip inside. Cold's arms wrapped around Jimmy, slowly connecting their bodies and rocking into him, happening only too easily after how stretched Jimmy had been last night. Tangling his fingers with Cold's, Jimmy grinded back against him. It was slow and beautiful, and he let Cold set an intoxicating pace, adoring how he could feel his bare flesh against him. Jimmy enjoyed the ropes, the toys, the torture. He loved it all. But this, making love with nothing between them except a mere breath of space, hearing Cold whisper, Jimmy, in his ear, he loved the most. Cold moved them as the temperature heated up, putting Jimmy on his back and mounting him. Jimmy groaned as Cold's cock slid back home inside of him, using his long legs to pull Cold in by his hips and dragging him down for a kiss. Drunk on his sweet lips when Jimmy finally came, he screamed out into the heavens in pleasure. Cold was right behind him, groaning and cursing as he pounded them both through every tremor. Even when their bodies had stopped shaking, Cold sighed and slid his cock in and out a few more times, chasing the last inklings of pleasure. Yep, Jimmy agreed, picking up their conversation as if they'd never stopped. Very good. Cold laughed, kissing Jimmy's forehead. Very, he confirmed, pulling Jimmy out of bed and into the bathroom for a much-needed shower. Cold didn't dress in a suit for the day, opting instead for optimum relaxation by selecting a pair of blue silk pajamas. Jimmy was still only wrapped in a towel, smiling as he watched Cold get ready. Gonna go be a badass gangster in your jammies? Cold snorted.
I'm always a badass gangster, thank you very much. And today, I'm going to be a badass in my pajamas. I've earned a day of rest.
So big old Boss Cold wants to chill? Eyes twinkling as he laughed, Cold said.
It's not a bad idea. We've got no place to go.
Jimmy giggled. Oh, that was terrible.
Clearly, you don't know the frost thing about such highbrow humor.
You're awful.
Aw, gonna give me the cold shoulder now, Jimmy?
Okay, seriously, where has this ridiculously dorky sense of humor been hiding? Jimmy laughed, shaking his head in disbelief.
No, it's been around,
Cold assured him, smirking playfully and leaning in to steal a quick kiss.
Get dressed. I'll see you downstairs.
Jimmy found a pair of sweatpants and a plain white shirt, brushing his teeth and grinning at himself in the mirror. Life was pretty damn good. He floated down the stairs to the kitchen, all smiles. He could hear Jules and Jerry fighting in a mixture of volatile French and English, while Cold snickered to himself as he sipped a cup of coffee. Jerry had already begun to fix plates, waving his spatula at Jules and screaming at him as he tried to steal a handful of bacon.
I don't even care what you're saying. Voujou, whatever.
Jules roared back.
Don't fucking care. I've got a fucking date tonight, and you're not gonna ruin my good mood.
Date? Jimmy gushed excitedly, sitting down next to Cold and thanking Jerry for the food. Jerry mumbled something in French, continuing to stir at the eggs still in the pan. Jules looked proud, beaming.
I was finally successful in wooing Da Queen. And now she's gonna go on a real fucking date with me.
You mean she felt sorry for you and agreed to one date if it meant you'll finally leave her alone? You uncultured twat.
Jerry sneered, angrily scooping eggs onto Jimmy's plate.
Someone is fucking jealous.
Jules hissed triumphantly as he snatched another piece of bacon.
That the better man won.
Speaking rapidly to Cold in French, Jerry gestured clearly to Jules while he finished serving their food.
Ah, je connais.
Cold sighed, waving as if to dismiss Jerry.
Allez. Merci, monsieur.
Jerry replied, huffing as he stalked out of the kitchen. Jules chuckled heartily, giving Cold and Jimmy a big grin.
Now, the better man is gonna go get ready for his fucking date. You good, boss?
Very good,
Cold replied, smirking.
Hope you two kids have a lovely time.
See you later,
Jules said cheerfully, then waved at Jimmy.
Bye, Twig.
Bye, Jules, Jimmy replied through a bite of eggs. What was that about?
They're both admirers of our dear Madeline Queen, Cold said, vying for more coffee instead of actually eating. That's what they always fight about. And Jerry is very disappointed that Jules was successful where he was not. And a bunch of other things about Jules' questionable genetics.
How many languages do you speak? Jimmy asked.
4.
Cold replied with a shrug, as if it was nothing to be excited about.
English, of course. Italian. French. And some very poor Russian.
I always thought French was a very beautiful language, Jimmy gushed, leaning close. It doesn't matter what you're saying. It just sounds so pretty.
Je suis au monde comme un terre.
See? No clue what that means, but it sounds beautiful.
Je te laisse des anges jusqu'en pieds.
Cold kept on going, his eyes roaming over Jimmy's body hungrily. Okay, pretty sure that one was dirty. Jimmy giggled, laughing louder when Cold scooted closer to him.
Je bande pour toi,
Cold said seductively, waggling his eyebrows playfully and moving in to kiss slowly along Jimmy's neck. That one was totally and definitely dirty, Jimmy sighed, eyes fluttering closed and gasping as Cold's hand grabbed his neck. Cold pressed their foreheads together, kissing Jimmy with a murmured,
Je t'aime.
What does that one mean? Cold's eyes were gentle when Jimmy looked at him, full of light and warmth, his hand softly squeezing his throat as his thumb slid along his jawline.
It means I love you, Jimmy.
Jimmy's heart stopped, dropping down into his gut. You said,
Je t'aime aussi,
Colton said quietly.
is how you say I love you too. In case you were wondering.
Je t'aime aussi, Jimmy replied carefully, trying to imitate Cold's flawless accent. Cold leaned in for another kiss, gazing at Jimmy adoringly and chuckling softly.
Close enough.
The end. Stormy Night Publications would like to thank you for your interest in our books. If you liked this book, or even if you didn't, we would really appreciate you leaving a review on the site where you purchased it. Reviews provide useful feedback for us and our authors, and this feedback, both positive comments and constructive criticism, allows us to work even harder to make sure we provide the content our customers want to read. If you would like to check out more books from Stormy Night Publications, if you want to learn more about our company, or if you would like to join our mailing list, please visit our website at http://www.stormynightpublications.com. This has been Cold Hard Cash, a dark mafia romance, written by K.L. Ayers, narrated by Scott Carousel. Copyright 7 by James Strand, Stormy Night Publications. Production copyright by Kristen Lee Ayers. Stormy Night Publications would like to thank you for your interest in our books. If you liked this book, or even if you didn't, we would really appreciate you leaving a review on the site where you purchased it. Reviews provide useful feedback for us and our authors, and this feedback, both positive comments and constructive criticism, allows us to work even harder to make sure we provide the content our customers want to read. If you would like to check out more books from Stormy Night Productions, if you want to learn more about our company, or if you would like to join our mailing list, please visit our website at http://www.stormynightpublications.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.